to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
사실 좀 더 좋은 대진을 바랬지만 좀 저희 팀한테는 가장 안 좋은 대진물인 것 같아요.
저희가 RNG를 뽑았을 때 사실 가장 원하던 팀은 아니었는데 그냥 RNG구나. 재밌겠다.
And SKT will clean up what kills they can and secure #1 in their group.
RNG looking for more. That's a triple kill. That's a shutdown as FLICKR picks it up.
저희가 8강은 그냥 당연히 진출해야 된다고 생각하고 와서 그냥 이제부터 시작이라고 생각합니다.
뭐 만약에 SK를 이긴다면 우승했다라고 봐야죠. 뭐 그리고 자신감도 하늘을 찔 것 같아요.
That's a double kill for Uzi. Double lift in trouble. Triple kill for Uzi.
FLICKR looking to go in. Huge three-man start at SKT. A beautifully orchestrated play.
Royal never give up. Look to set their sights on the Nexus. Royal advance to Chicago.
And SKT clean up what kills they can and secure #1 in their group.
Hello and welcome to the historic Chicago Theater, where quarterfinal action continues here at the 2016 League of Legends World Championship. Tonight, two-time champions SK Telecom T1 continue their title defense against Royal Never Give Up. And of course, you can see that we have packed this theater full of praised fans who are looking for a competitive series between these two top squads. Now, earlier this afternoon, SK Telecom made their way inside. They'll be on stage shortly to continue defending their title, and you can see Royal Never Give Up here also making their arrival with their semifinal hopes on the line. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm James Dash Patterson alongside Mitch Krepo-Vorspels, Chris Papa Smithy Smith, and Joshua Jat Leesman. Gentlemen, a dominating 3-0 performance out of Samsung Galaxy last night, but we have returned again, hoping for more than 3.
Yes, Samsung thought to get rid of all the U.S. teams of Worlds. At least they haven't gotten rid of all the U.S. casters,
That's
which I'm
right.
happy about.
And
so
a representation going strong here.
We're trying.
or doing the best we absolutely can. All right, well, along with our casting team, there are a plethora of international broadcasters helping us bring Worlds to a truly global audience in over 15 languages. You're getting a look at our partners from the League of Legends Continental League, and then, of course, Brazil's CB LOL and the Korean team from OGN. Before we get into anything else, though, it's time to send it down to the stage to introduce the quarterfinalists doing battle here tonight.
Thank you very much, Dash. Tonight, one of our quarterfinalists will claim their spot in New York City. Please join me in welcoming from China's LPL, Royal Never Give Up. In the top lane, Looper. Jungling, MLXG. In the mid lane, Xiaohu. At 80 carry, Uzi. Supporting, Mata. Their sub at 80 carry, Whoosh. And the LPL's Royal Never Give Up, Coach Fly. Ladies and gentlemen, Royal Never Give Up. Now, let's meet their opponents for tonight's quarterfinals. From Korea's LCK, the reigning world champions, SK Telecom T1. In the top lane, Duke. In the jungle, Bengi. At mid lane, FLICKR. At AD carry, Bang. At support, Wolf. Their sub at the jungle position, Blank. And the coach for SK Telecom T1, Coma. Ladies and gentlemen, SK Telecom T1.
So much top-tier talent on one stage there. It's honestly sad to think that we're going to be saying goodbye to one of these teams by the end of the evening, but that's the way it has to be.
Yeah, two things there. One, it must suck walking up next to FLICKR, because he's always going to get a louder cheer than you, and I love that the crowd was at least cheering for both teams.
Yeah, and you really realize during the introductions there how many of the best League of Legends players we've ever seen are going to be playing against each other today.
It's a really hype matchup. At the end of the day, this is a rematch of the MSI semi-final as well. A lot of history between these players, a lot of World Finals appearances at least as well, so a lot to be excited for.
And of course, this is following our first quarterfinal that happened yesterday, where Samsung Galaxy took their next step towards the Summoners Cup, defeating Cloud9 and qualifying for the semifinals in New York City.
Yeah, and we had questions about Samsung all year really, whether they're going to make it to Worlds, whether they could perform in their group, whether or not they could deal with being favorites instead of underdogs. Resoundingly, they've answered every single one of those questions because yesterday was dominant.
Yes. I mean, you looked at the research, right? You looked at, okay, this is the reason why Samsung should be in control of this match, but you never knew. There's such a small sample size, especially with Core JJ, that things can always go different under the lights in the quarterfinals here in Chicago, but it was Samsung very much getting over whatever kind of mental games there were and putting Cloud9 away.
Yeah, and just superb consistency from Samsung yesterday. The way they could close out games, it felt like they were never under pressure when they were playing. No erratic decisions, taking calm and collected. They didn't fall far behind in the early game, especially game 2, that one team fight that won it all with the cannon flank. It just showed that they were just a single level above Cloud9.
And in specific, we've got to talk about Kuve in that top lane, because we had some question marks around him, and looking at Impact as one of the top performers for C9, and Kuve dealt with it phenomenally.
That guy just was so fun to watch. The way he stopped teleports, he already showed that he could perform on mages, you know, on the Cannon Rumble, the Echo, but then he whipped out the Poppy and he was stopping teleports left and right, flash-eing people into walls. Super satisfying to watch.
Exactly, one of the best performances we've seen from him, but also we talked so much about Crown on the Samsung team. Yesterday we saw so many other individuals shine. Core JJ's support was incredibly clutch in so many situations. Even their AD carry was so successful. Why am I blanking on the name all the second? Ruler was so dominant in that Caitlyn game where he was able to flash into the end of some of those team fights. Everyone on Samsung stepped up.
Even in lane, like Ruler was consistently walking up. Once he saw the skill shot kind of go left or behind him, he was like, I'm just going to walk in your face and trade. And these guys were known as playing a sustained bot lane, not the best players, but they really outperformed.
All right, well, that's all behind us, though. Now it's time to turn to tonight's series. Royals support Mata claimed that his club could take down the defending champs if they had Uzi. Well, gentlemen, now they do.
They do have Uzi. He also said that many months ago when the rest of his team was playing very well. And since then, World Never Give Up has shown some inconsistencies. Yes, Uzi has looked good with Matcha in some situations, but Xiaohu, MLXG, Looper aren't playing at the level they necessarily were in the spring, and it doesn't seem like they've been able to put it all together.
Yeah, and that's obviously because they replaced Whoosh with Uzi, but that changed an entirely different, it makes a dynamic different in the team. You know, when you have such a player like Uzi who requires a lot of resources, then can put out a lot of damage, it means there's less resources going to mid and potentially jungle, and I think that is a change that RNG still is struggling with.
I mean, the gold has to come from somewhere, right? It has to be taken away. You can't just add more gold. It's a percentage. He takes that big percentage of the team's gold, but one person who can actually hold their head high, especially for the big win that kind of defined Royal Never Give Up's tournament, that first win over TSM, is Mata. His playmaking in that first game, especially on the Alistar, you know, in a kind of a difficult spot. Last picked Alistar, not a great laning choice, took over the game though, and was the big reason they came up trumps over TSM.
And it also is interesting though, because Mata played Alistar one game in the group stage. He also had multiple Nami games, and he's trying to win in a variety of ways. And I think RNG as a whole, even though they have played around Uzi, need to kind of find their game if they want to do well against SKT here and figure out how they can more play around Xiaohu and MLXG like they did in these TSM games when they were able to kind of keep Bjergsen's laning phase from roaming to the rest of the map.
That's actually what made me a little bit of an RNG fanboy back in early spring, middle of spring, because they had this jungle mid laner synergy that was so satisfying to watch. They made kills where I couldn't even see the possibility of it being there with MLXG and Xiaohu, and right now they have tournament-defining players in a Mata and in an Uzi, but I feel they kind of put the crux of what RNG was in the shadows with that jungle support synergy.
I mean, ironically, it was the jungle support synergy that got them over the line over TSM in that second match that basically qualified them for this stage. Specifically, it was the Aurelion Soul roaming around with MLXG support, making plays, getting that triple kill for Uzi, and they looked in control from there.
Yeah, and we always talk about RNG's ceiling and how good they could be, but it doesn't really matter how high your ceiling is if you can never reach it. If you don't have a ladder to actually get up there and paint, it's just going to be this ugly, decaying ceiling all the time. And they haven't been able to reach that ceiling because ever since Uzi came to that team, it's been few and far between the games where they can actually have their lanes win and have the strong AD carry in team fights.
And while we talk about the inconsistency and some of the struggles of RNG, let's go ahead and contrast that with SK Telecom, because here they have walked into this tournament, maybe not the favorites to begin with, but are much more looking like that as the tournament's gone on.
I mean, the 3-0 lets you know, especially in week 2, SKT hit high gear. They're also playing styles that aren't necessarily sin around the tournament. They're going for these Jace top. They're very happy to blind pick Jace on blue, go with no tank, avoid any of those big engages like we saw Cloud9 fall to yesterday with the cannon flank, for example. They're taking a risk. It's a comp that no one else is pulling out, and it's a comp that SKT is playing uniquely well.
And that's SKT for you. They have the best season spacing out of all these teams, you know, ramping it up straight at Worlds, you know, dropping a few games, intentionally not winning the finals, you know, it's all a ruse to just perform at Worlds. Now, I think they're great. I think they definitely stepped up week 2. I was impressed by Wolf. His ability to zone people out in fights with that Zyra 2 was just so satisfying to watch. SKT much better in week 2.
And for me, SKT, while they have played with a variety of styles, are the best disengaged team in the world. You consistently see them play with somewhat squishy team compositions, unlike this one where they have FLICKR on a hard initiator, but they are able to win fights even when they don't seem like they have a composition that is set to go in team fight, because they play with so much discipline and so much patience. When they do need to disengage, everyone is always on the same page, and it's rare you see someone on SKT get caught out of position and mess up one of their plays.
I mean, to me, the deadliest thing about SKT is that there was definitely Season 3 Worlds. There were champions from that they were the favorite for the tournament. Last year, definitely the favorite for the tournament. This year, very few people pre-tournament were predicting them to be the favorite. And that's why they've had a little bit less spotlight. People are looking to the Rocks Tigers, who maybe tripped up in the spotlight, you know, calmly in the shade SKT's built. And now, I think a lot of analysts, come the quarterfinals, have SKT as the strongest team in the tournament.
Yeah, they're definitely with a very large chance to win. I think they were probably second or third in a lot of people's rankings. But Krepo, I want to go back to the point you made earlier where you say they had the season spacing in jest. But we play really long seasons in esports, especially for the best teams. Someone like FLICKR is in a competitive tournament almost every month of the year. So the fact that they have peaks and valleys is expected, and they're very good about making sure they're peaking at exactly the right time, taking a break right after they got eliminated in the LCK summer split, and then ramping up through the splits and through the tournaments. They always seem to end stronger than they start.
And that ties into, for me, their biggest strengths in international tournaments. It's their week-to-week preparation. They have looked weak at points into international tournaments, especially MSI week 1. Everyone's like, is it over for SKT? Then they go back to the drawing board. They have to prep for way fewer opponents, put everything on a single match, and they come prepared. They are ready for every single pick ban scenario. Yes, they have innate weaknesses in a team. Every team at Worlds has them, but they seem to be very aware of them and play around them very well.
I mean, the only unique thing this time is that SKT lost their last regular season game against Longzhu, looked a shadow of their former selves. Very disappointing performance. They only played 1 best-of-5 in the postseason, lost to KT Rolster, obviously, a big upset there. So it wasn't the same story where they were starting to ramp up right at the end. This was the first time where you're like, I don't know where SKT's at. I don't know where their jungle's at. I don't know where a lot of SKT's at. And they've answered those questions preliminarily, but the best-of-5 stage is where those questions get answered for real.
Yeah, and if we're still talking about pre-tournament expectations, the big weakness that people were trying to pinpoint for SKT was in that jungle slot. Hey, we're juggling 2 different guys. Blank, how's he going to perform on that world stage versus, you know, Bangi just subbing in? And is that kind of switching of synergies going to cause any issues? I don't know if it has so much yet, but what are your thoughts on that one, Jack?
I think when you have lanes as strong as FLICKR and Duke, the jungler doesn't necessarily need to excel. And I definitely do feel like if you're going to try and find a weakness in SKT, it's going to be in the jungle position. It hasn't actually knocked them out of the tournament. If it does, though, like if these guys do lose in the tournament, I think a lot of the blame will fall on the junglers because it is one of their weakest positions.
It's not an enviable position to be in. When SKT rebuilt in 2015 and when the sister teams ended, strong top laner, Marin, strong mid laner, FLICKR, both carry-minded. Bang and Wolf, they play a bit more defensive. That's their role in the team. Basically, you can't have a carry everywhere. If you plug in Rush, if you plug in a really aggressive jungler, the flow kind of falls away. That's been that kind of the history back when OMG tried to plug Uzi into more carries. So they need a supportive jungler. It's not the sort of thing that will get you the spotlight. It'll certainly get you the hate when they lose, but it's a necessary part, and they need to ward for these big solo laners.
Yeah, obviously, there's still degradation. How well can they play the support role? There are questions there that can be asked. However, if you look at the competition in the jungle role within the tournament, we saw a lot of top-tier jungle talent here at Worlds, but for me, very few have stood out as, honestly, beyond what the expectations were, and some actually have underperformed. If you look at this matchup in particular, I don't think Bengi or Blank will have too much issues with MLXG in his current form.
That's what I was about to go towards. Is we've looked at both of these teams now in separate microscopes. Let's pair them against each other in some of our analysis. Would you say that that jungle mid matchup is primarily how this best of series is going to hinge?
So it's really tricky for RNG of saying, how would you take down SKT? Because RNG, when you think of how they're going to win, you think they're going to win individual matchups. They have Uzi. I ranked Bang as a better AD carry than Uzi before Worlds. I don't necessarily think they can win the bottom lane. If there is a place where they could have a mismatch, it's if MLXG ascends from what he did at MSI, gets back to that aggressive, risky, crazy style of jungling, and then can pressure the mid lane because he shut down the jungler. Other than that, I don't see many avenues where RNG get edges.
I mean, if we look at the Flash Wolves game for SKT, the one game where they had success, it was constant pressure towards that mid lane from more than just the jungler. We had support roams, we had everything. So, I mean, is that it? Is FLICKR the key to SKT, or as you mentioned, with the strong lanes that they have on the side, are they able to fall back on those?
I mean, FLICKR has shown that he can crumble in matchups. It happens rarely, but when he does, he actually falls quite hard, especially in the Aurelion Sol versus Cassiopeia matchup. Go back to when they played KT in the regional, or in the playoffs rather, Fly, put FLICKR on a 0-4-0, and that can happen. If he tries to keep fighting his way out, it's an unlikely scenario, but for RNG, they're looking at a bunch of unlikely scenarios because they're the underdogs in this matchup.
And just consider the team that RNG went 2-0 over, the most practiced team in TSM is the only team they took out 2-0. This is a mismatch on some levels, but the inventiveness around the mid laner and jungler that was so strong at MSI, if they can channel it like they did in that second game against TSM, there is a world where they can win games.
And while we're taking a holistic view over on Riot Games 2, we're bringing you the player experience stream for an alternate take on the quarterfinal. In Game 1, Atlas, Zyrene, and Alex each bring you an SKT-focused cast revolving around rotations, warding, and vision. Now, throughout the day, the player experience casters will be taking your questions on Twitter to help level up your game. We're almost ready to go, so let's lock in your guys' predictions for this series down the line. Who's booking the next trip to the semifinals? Kreppel, starting with you.
Gonna keep it short. I think SKT is gonna take it. I think that Fog of War stream is gonna look the exact same way as our stream right here because their vision is good, their play is better, and I'm just making a 3-0.
3-0, that's a big one there. Papa Smithy, what are you thinking?
I'm more optimistic for RNG picking up a game than I was for C9 yesterday. So I think it's going to be 3-1 SKT, but I think RNG can snowball a victory.
All right, Jat, what's your thoughts?
Man, always putting me at the end of the desk here on these one-sided matchups. There's nothing I can do to be surprising. I'm going to go with SKT. I think when they played in the semifinals at MSI, it was 3-1. I think it's likely that we get something similar to that. 3-1, 3-0, either could happen. I'm going to say 3-1.
All right, well, there we have it with the Summoners Cup within reach. SKT remains disciplined.
많은 분들이 저희 팀은 그냥 이기는 팀이다 뭐 이런 식으로 생각하셨을 것 같은데 사실 저희 목표는 생각보다 많이 소박하거든요. 그냥 후회 없는 경기를 하고 싶은 마음이 가장 컸었어요. 그냥 작년부터 올해까지 쭉 이어졌었는데 이기든 지든 그냥 좋은 경기력으로 그냥 팬분들한테 뭐 즐거움을 선사할 수 있다면 그냥 저희가 그것대로 만족할 것 같아요.
Hello everyone, I'm Sifa, not Atlas, joined here on the Player Experience stream by Zyrene and our special guest Alex Each, as we're going to be getting into our first matchup of the day. All through the quarterfinals though, we're going to be bringing you gameplay focus cast of the matchups unfolding in Chicago today. Alex Each will help us look in the middle lane, and we've got Gate on hand for his duo lane expertise, bringing you a bottom lane focus in Game 2 and a mid lane focus in Game 3. That's the plan, but we're ready to make some changes to the schedule depending on how the matchups play out. If we start to see a particularly bloody lane or a particularly compelling story that we just absolutely have to talk about. For the first game in this series between SK Telecom, T1, and Royal Never Give Up, we're going to take a single team focused look at visions, rotations, and macro game decisions. The lights are out for SKT, and so we'll only see what the defending champions see through the fog of war for the duration of Game 1. Now, SKT, pretty fantastic warders. Krepo said it. I mean, you might just see the same thing you see on the mainstream. Insane stats here.
Well, it's not always just them warding. They're #1 in wards killed per minute, so they're denying the most vision out of any team, which is still a very powerful tool if you have really good laners and people who can take advantage of that.
It's really interesting as well, of course, when we can start to look at these two guys compared against each other. Wolf versus Mata, you can see that's where the number really stands out. Wards per minute, pretty similar, but Wolf coming in, killing twice the wards that Mata is.
Yeah, but look at that, though. It's pretty similar, but it's near that bottom. That puts Wolf at 14 out of 16 teams, 16 supports. I guess maybe even Core JJ and Wraither in there, so 17. Yeah. But yeah, that's still very low in the spectrum, but it's all about how many he's clearing, whereas Mata is just a playmaker. He roams. He's not so much concerned with the vision.
So I think one thing we always want to talk about is more wards isn't necessarily always going to be better. Placing wards more efficiently seems like the answer. Do you think that they're using wards more efficiently, or do they need to be warding more? Is that a concern coming into the game?
I think it depends, because most of the ward kills, I think they're around mid lane, especially early, because SKT cares a lot about like denying vision, and the efficiency of the vision is around mid lane early. And then later on, I don't think SKT had much opposition, so probably maybe that somehow the amount of wards happens, because like people are just not clearing the wards that much from them and not really trying to fight them. And a lot of the games were pretty slow paced. And the only game that they lost, I think, was SKT didn't have much vision too. So also, I guess it will depend, because with Bengi, he cares about vision himself more too. And I think Bengi and Wolf should be fine in terms of that. And we will see. It will be, I think, a lot about controlling the mid lane.
So as we gear up and as we get closer to Champions Select, I kind of want to ask about what we can expect from the early game. Because MLXG, we've seen that he has the higher jungle percentage, that he is a guy that likes to have more presence in lane, but we're not really seeing that transition very well into team effectiveness. So I'm wondering, do you have to worry about MLXG? They kind of brought it up on the desk. What are your thoughts on him so far this tournament?
I feel like the big thing with MLXG is that he has the potential to carry. He's one of the only carry jungles in the tournament that's left at the moment. Everybody's kind of supplemental to their team, where he can just actually take all the resources for himself and carry very hard. But I think the game isn't really so much about that. It's more about setting up your laners, and that's where RNG struggles. Is he'll set up the laners, but he has to get them a large enough lead that RNG can actually function as 5 separate parts, because they're not really a team just yet. And that's been the big problem for them. You know, multi-language team, they get to the mid game and then they kind of fall apart. We even saw it like at MSI, and it's been kind of a constant theme for them. You get behind early, all right, well, it's a big problem, and then they end up losing. Or if they get ahead, closing the game has still been a problem for them.
Well, I think it's something we see in every region regardless, is that communication becomes a lot easier when you're ahead. There's not a lot of wrong decisions you can make when you're guaranteed to win out in fights, or you have this big advantage.
One language in your team. No?
That also helps, but that's win or lose. It seems like that language barrier could be important. Of course, that's one of the big things that we have talked about. Now we are about to get into Champion Select, so I want to talk, what do you think they're going to be the big picks coming out here for these two teams? What is going to define this quarterfinal matchup?
Well, Alex and I were actually talking about potential bans. We think like SKT is going to ban Nidalee, RNG is probably going to ban Syndra, SKT back to like Aurelion Sol. RNG, they actually go with the Olaf because it's Bengi here. And Caitlyn, I gotcha! I told you Caitlyn was probably the third ban for SKT.
Yeah, so probably they're gonna ban Aurelion Sol. I don't see like them leaving it open. I don't think FLICKR wants to play it, and I think he negates a lot of. But you see, like they're focusing Bengi, so we were wrong. But I was saying that there is a chance that they're gonna focus out Bengi completely and just try to get him out of his game. And maybe maybe we're finally gonna see that famous Bengi Lee Sin.
Well, here's the thing. SKT, they banned Syndra. Okay, so now they actually allow you to ban Rek'Sai or something like that and force Bengi onto something else.
That Syndra ban is actually interesting. Are they actually going to play Aurelion Sol themselves?
Interesting to see. Of course, Syndra has now been banned against RNG in 6 out of their 7 games. The only game that it wasn't banned by the opponent, it was banned by them. Xiaohu's yet to get his hands on it. And also, Bengi, those are the only 2 champions he's played in his 2 games, Olaf and Elise. So it is the shutdown. But now Aurelion Sol is up and available.
Yeah, so I guess we were kind of like 1 or 2 bans off here with the Olaf and swapping the sides for the Syndra and Aurelion Sol not making it on. But that's actually quite interesting. So they go with the Karma. They banned out the Caitlyn to break up the combo. But we know that Wolf also plays Zyra, so it's kind of strange they put so much of a priority onto that.
Interesting. Additionally, as well, we do now see the Jace and the Jhin locked in, and this feels like RNG showing their hand very early. Alex, I feel like we already know what they're going to be trying to do with this composition just based on the first 2 picks.
Yeah, I mean, just like RNG style, I think they just want to win lanes. It just all the team is about is winning lanes and snowballing that, because if they lose lane, I don't think they ever came back from the game, especially in this tournament. So it's just like getting ahead and then snowballing it as hard as possible, and Jace and Jhin are probably the best at it right now.
Yeah, and like RNG, we have to keep in mind that they were a 3-3 team with a 50% win rate coming out of the group stage, and they actually averaged down in gold very early on in the game. I believe at 10 minutes or 15 minutes, they averaged down about 1,000 gold, whereas SKT has the most lead at about 3,000.
Yeah, it's because they average, because like when they lose hard.
Yeah.
Interesting as well, we are now seeing the Bang Ezreal coming in.
Yep.
Bengi Lee Sin.
Yeah. Like, we thought it might be Rek'Sai, but like Rek'Sai hasn't been seen since week 1, really. It's kind of a pick that people have been not going towards after the base stat nerfs, but Bengi on the Lee Sin, I want to see how he plays. And the Ezreal, kind of an obvious pick once you have Jhin off the table and Caitlyn.
Of course, Bang putting out insane damage per minute numbers as well here. But Alex, what do you think RNG need to be looking to do with their second rotation?
I mean, it's just like Rek'Sai's left. I don't think anyone gonna pick something like Graves. So I guess that's pretty much it. And then if he picks Zyra, it's gonna be fun. But I don't think Mata wants to.
No, I think you do, because this is like physical damage heavy, right?
Oh, true.
Like,
Ooh,
and
Mata Zyra.
Yeah, and the thing is, you have to have a physical damage jungler here as well. So if he's going like Tiamat early, or at least MLXG is, like now SKT, if they lock in a Poppy top or something, it's not as easy as it would have been before to like just stack 1 resistance.
So Zyra is really good for any kind of poke comp, because her counter engage is huge.
Yeah, the disengage is freaking great. Like SKT actually played it last week and it was super good. And yeah, the Poppy comes through.
I don't understand that priority on Karma that much. And Victor against Aurelion Sol, I guess. I mean, I would give it to Aurelion Sol, to be honest, if he actually wants to play it.
Will be interesting to see what the final pick is. The Poppy coming out now. Last time we saw Duke counterpick the Trundle in this match, of course, and most of that Jace is going to be Flex, which I think is highly unlikely. We can't expect some sort of interesting top lane matchup here, just between the Jace and the Poppy. Now, looking at the mid lane pool, looking at the available picks, what do you think they just have to go to Aurelion Sol? Is there anything else that's really solid against a Victor?
I mean, Orianna is solid. There are other like magic damage, but I think Aurelion Sol is just pretty broken in its state, and it benefits a lot Zyra lane and Jace lane.
Yeah, I think it's kind of between Cassiopeia right now, Vladimir, and Aurelion Sol, because they're kind of looking for counter engage, but wave clear is also a problem for this team.
Yeah. I don't really agree with Vladimir that much.
Yeah, I think it's like kind of the third one in my opinion. Like Aurelion Sol and Cassio seem like better picks here.
Vladimir comes into mind when you're like, okay, FLICKR is a better player, so you want to put him Xiaohu on something safe, so he doesn't get camped by Bengi FLICKR combo, and they just basically stabilize mid lane and go somewhere else. That's what it looks like.
But that's the thing is, Vladimir's wave clear like doesn't rival Victor's at almost any stage of the game, so FLICKR just gets priority in this lane from the get-go.
Yeah, but then he doesn't. It just depends on if FLICKR roams, then yeah, it could be a problem. But then roaming Victor is not as, I would say, it's not as scary. And then at the same time, you don't get pressured at all at mid lane as Vladimir. Like they have almost 0 kill pressure with Lee Sin and Victor until you actually screw up a lot.
Yeah, I normally agree that like the Victor roams aren't that impactful, but everybody on this team has no gap closer for RNG, right? No way to make a distance between themselves and the enemy unless they land a skill shot. It's kind of like,
hold on, man. Tunnel to the skies.
It's only Rek'Sai, right? But to the skies is like you have to have a target. It's not just a move block on command.
Yeah, it's not very strong. And of course, there's additionally Poppy to shut down those very limited options already. So we're going to have to see how this composition unfolds. It feels like RNG are already taking a very, I would say aggressive, some might say greedy draft here and winning the early laning phase. But remember to reach out with us with your questions on Twitter using the hashtag AskTheCasters. We'll bring you responses live during the game from Alex Ish. I'll butcher your names. They'll give you interesting answers. It's really just a wonderful experience. Be sure to participate. But as we get into this game, I feel like this feels already pretty slated in the favor of SKT right off the get-go.
Yeah, I actually like their comp a little bit better. I think it's just more well-rounded right now in RNG. If they get behind in lane, then it's a big problem. But their disengage is super good. So if they get ahead, it'll be hard to get in on this team and shut them down.
I mean, the only problem I see in the comp of RNG, I don't know how they're going to kill Poppy if Poppy gets going. Because, I mean, Vladimir is not really good against tanks. So is Jace, kinda. And then I guess the best tank killer in their team is Zyra. So maybe Madak just goes ham and goes like full Liquid, buys Leandris, Rylai's.
I think it's a bit of a problem when you start to look at your support as your only option for killing tanks. That feels... It's like having a Tom Kench on your team. Be like, he does % health damage.
Yeah, and you're talking about like how are they going to kill this Vladimir? Like they don't have Ignite on their team. Wolf took the exhaust because it is such a high damaging team on RNG. But Mata even takes the Ignite for himself. Like he's just trying to kill people. He does this so much with this lane with Uzi. Because if they do get that kill, then they start that snowball and they're in a really good spot. And I like that from SKT.
I think this is the Mata style of play against range supports overall. He always takes Ignite because against range supports, actually, the chance of killing in lane is high. And I don't know, he just likes that style of play.
Yeah, he does it even when there's like a Kennen in the game. He takes an Ignite and it's like,
I guess.
Aggressive strategies coming out here from RNG.
It's a bold move.
I wonder if FLICKR gonna build Morellos against Vladimir or not. Because most of Victor builds don't really have Morellos in it, and it's really not that effective to build. But at the same time, you really want to counter that like lifesteal thingy.
I feel like he might have to, given that, as you mentioned, there's no Ignite on the team. Now, I want to look at where the jungle pressure is going to go early. Historically, neither of these teams have paid any attention to the top side of the map, but with what feels to be such a farm-focused mid lane matchup, does everyone just now have to default to the bottom side, or could we see the mix-up and could see them go top?
I think RNG can go top, while I think SKT should focus around mid lane and bot.
Bot seems like an easy lane to gank.
Yeah, especially because it's like Karma against Zyra. I mean, both are super vulnerable. I mean, Karma has more escapes, but Zyra is like really vulnerable to ganks, especially with Jhin. They have like no gap closers. They're really easy to get ganked, especially with Lee Sin.
Seems like a particularly rough match, but you can already see huge level 1 control coming out from Wolf and Bang, and Wolf clearly familiar with how to play the Zyra matchup.
Yeah, what ended up happening is RNG, Uzi and Mata started on the bottom side. You can know that because Uzi walked into lane with 1 CS, so they did the Gromp. Then you can deduce that MLXG started on the top side of the map as Rek'Sai. So you assume for him to do the red buff, and then maybe you ward the blue buff, and that's exactly what Bengi is doing right now. He hasn't done a buff yet. He hit level 3 off of small camps, and he's going for the Scuttle? Okay, I guess he's going for Scuttle control, and Wolf is going for the ward.
Yeah, SKT has bot lane priority, so Wolf can just roam and distract MLXG, try to like pressure him a bit and get a vision on the jungler so everyone knows where he is.
And interesting, too, to see SKT not take a very aggressive move. We've seen a lot of teams, RNG included, invade for that early blue buff. Look for the fight when they have priority on the bottom side, but SKT take the Scuttle Crab and back off instead.
Yeah, blue buff doesn't really help Xiaohu or MLXG here. It's just kind of a throwaway experience buff right now for the jungler. Yeah. If it's like another mid laner, like a Cassiopeia or Ryze or something, like you really want to deny that blue from going over.
I guess, I actually don't know. I think Bengi, maybe he wasn't healthy enough because his health was like half health as Lee Sin. So he wanted to like get health back from Scuttle and just keep clearing. And also he probably wants to give the blue buff to FLICKR. Yep. Maybe that's why they didn't go for aggressive approach and went for more safe. So he can actually get into his jungle faster. Because if something happens there, he loses HP, he needs to back, and then FLICKR doesn't get his blue buff.
Yep.
And I think they just want to get FLICKR ahead.
Yeah, I don't think you actually risk anything there on the enemy blue buff. It's kind of a throwaway.
I think it's really interesting to see, too, how much vision SKT have already put down and how they prioritized it with the early push advantages in both the bot lane and the middle lane. Now, MLXG spotted out there as we see him going to the river. This feels like it just limits him so much on what he can do to be effective in the early game.
Yeah, especially because he used his smite, I think, for something. So he doesn't have smite for the Raptor buff, and he doesn't know where the wards are. So you're going to be, I mean, like, SKT don't know that, but they have all the vision about MLXG, so they know where he's going, which side of the map he is, and top lane feels less pressured of SKT, and FLICKR most of the time knows where he is, and he has a blue buff, so he can pressure Vladimir before his first recall, which is really good.
Interesting to see, too, with the blue buff, how much easier this mid lane matchup is for FLICKR. The first few levels were definitely FLICKR favored. It does seem like it's starting to balance out, but FLICKR still with a decent CS lead here.
Yeah, this is actually a bad position for the lane for Xiaohu because he has to walk up and take harass. So MLXG gonna walk up, try to break the freeze.
Yeah, this is one of the situations where even 2v1 it's hard to break the freeze because Rek'Sai doesn't have any kind of wave clear.
Yeah, aggressive play.
Also doesn't have vision
That's interesting. Looper is going aggressive.
Duke.
I think Duke is dead.
Yeah.
Ooh, first blood.
I mean, I guess Duke didn't expect him to go into like that huge wave. It was like 6 CS there, and Looper just tanked the whole wave, just killed the wave with his 2 abilities, and killed Duke at the together with the wave, just like double farming.
Yeah, and like we've seen this from Jace's a little bit more now, is the Fervor build against Poppy, and he had 8 stacks. He had full stacked Fervor there, and it didn't look like Duke respected that at all. Just let him keep beating up on him.
That's actually what I was thinking, that people are pretty stubborn with their like builds.
Yeah.
Because Fervor is really good against tanks, especially early on. Because usually like you do like 30 damage, right? But it stacks up, and you eventually, especially with W, you can stack it up pretty fast.
Oh yeah, you can auto attack cancel with it too, and then you get like 4 instant stacks right there.
Yeah,
right?
and you use one ability, so
you get 6.
I mean, it seems like a really excellent spot to be in. And speaking of builds, I want to hit a quick Twitter question, depending on exactly how this plays out. Definitely Looper taking control there. But at Mickey Zana wanted to know, Zyrene and Alex, why are we not seeing Manamune Jace in this meta? I think we've hit this one before, but let's just bring it up again since we're on the subject of Jace efficiency.
Too slow. It's too slow of a build. Armor Pen is very important. Being able to dominate the lane, and also he got an AD ratio added to his hammer form swap, so it's like even more important that he gets early AD and continues to beat the matchup.
A lot of people in top lane, especially like go into melee form a lot. Like you don't have much problems because you dominate the lane, so you get a lot of mana back. Some of people are going meditation mastery, which gives you mana back too, and then Manamune is just slow, and Jace, I mean, he kind of scales, but at the same time, he doesn't really scale. You wanted that mid-game power spike, so you don't want to slow down with tier. And it's much easier just to build because you don't need to care about Manamune that much, so you have one more item slot that you can go for GA or more life steal or anything, because you don't really get that mana gated. Especially now, the team comp they don't even have the blue buff user, so he can get a blue buff eventually when they go for the siege.
That's true. You just get it handed off to him. I think another thing as well is, when you have the Manamune, and this is something that I've run into as well when I play Jace, is how often are you actually getting in range to use it? Like, it's super good, but your poke pattern underneath turrets is usually what you're going for. Armor penetration works on turrets now, so it's even worth more than before in a siege.
And similarly, when you're at the point in the game where you want to be auto-attacking, usually the early laning phase, you're not going to have that passive effect. By 30 minutes, 25 minutes, when you get it, how many times are you actually in auto-attack range? You're probably just poking down with
that's
the
why
EQ.
you're probably only going to see like 8-stack Fervor for Looper if he's ignored in a team fight or in the early laning phase. Like, usually your masteries are for that early laning phase in this type of matchup.
Now we see SKT continuing to lay down a little bit more vision, but I want to stay on the top lane for just a little while longer, as this is a matchup we may not get to talk about today, depending on how the series unfolds. Very often we see the Youmu's coming out first. This time around, it looks like Looper is working towards the Black Cleaver. What do you think is the thought process here?
He's just against tank. He go on Feral Battle, he go on Black Cleaver, he wants to stack them both and just you slowly kill Poppy down, so it helps a lot. It actually shreds so much armor, your damage gets huge on tanks.
Yeah, people were criticizing, I think, Hanser for the Black Cleaver build. It's actually really good against Poppy, and I think that's one of the only times that you'll see it, like up against like a Kennen or Rumble. Like, you definitely go for your Youmu's Ghostblade, but against Poppy, 100% Black Cleaver.
You see here, cheers coming out. I'm not sure for what. We'll find out. Looks like some trading aggressively on the bottom side, though.
Ward probably died.
Yeah, it's a cheering for wards.
That's important. We're the Fog of War stream. We got to make sure we capture those wards dying.
We can see that FLICKR still has vision around mid lane, but it's overall, it's pretty hard to even pressure him.
Yeah, so what happened right here is they saw Looper leave lane, so they assumed the blue buff is warded so that they'll get the information here. So FLICKR starts to do it by himself, gets it handed off so that it's really quick, and he doesn't waste any time, so that could possibly go over because they don't know exactly where Looper was at the time, or sorry, MLXG was at the time.
Yeah, it's
but
also
red, yeah.
FLICKR just pushed out the lane, so he wants to get blue buff as fast as possible so he doesn't lose anything and can keep pressuring Vladimir. And we can see the tone from FLICKR, so maybe he's going for that Morellas. Heavy trading bot lane.
Ooh, massive trading. There goes the Zyra ult. In goes the W. Curtain call coming out. Wolf. One shot's going to connect. 2 shots hitting home. Wolf set to fall. 4th shot. Ooh. Yep. Solid flash to get out. Good call, Alex. You knew it was coming.
Yeah. It would be funny if Uzi actually tried to predict the flash and just shot at the random place and then Wolf would have flash into it. That would have been sick.
That's the dream. But It's like SKT now trying to get a lead on the top side of the map. Jace running for his life. Poppy Hammer goes up. This looks bad for Looper. Good flash to get out.
Yeah, Duke flash R, but it's really hard to connect Lee Sin Q because you can flash almost instantly out of the Poppy.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Ooh, RNG. That's going to be tower first blood and about a 2K gold lead going in their favor. Now keep in mind, this is the 4th game that RNG have gotten first tower, and this is the 4th game that it has been the bottom lane outer first.
So we can see Zyra going ham.
Yeah, like, that's actually really damn good for them. I don't know if it was solo turret gold for Uzi or not. It probably was. And they had a lot of time to do that because they pushed out the bottom lane. He got some damage onto Bang, made sure that Wolf had to back, and then they saw Bengi top. So it's a 3v0 on the bot side in favor of RNG. So MLXG shows, helps him take out the turret.
Aggressive trading here. Xiaohu moving forward, not playing scared at all. There's the snare. There, out of nowhere comes the rest of RNG. The vision not quite there, but the Chaos Storm is ticking down. Xiaohu wants to use the Crimson Tide. RNG moving their way into the mid lane. Where do SKT now need to be warding? What do SKT have to play around? Because RNG finally have that lead that we talked about earlier.
I think right now, what SKT needs to do is ward around mid lane and just like keep that wave clear going, because if you lose mid tower, it's gonna be super painful. I think you can lose tier 1 top, but eventually RNG, they're gonna group with their comp and it's gonna be super hard.
So right now, it looks like what's happening is Looper on the bottom side of the map. They have Uzi and Mata in the mid.
Yeah, they're probably gonna set up some kind of 1-3-1.
Yeah, it's a 1-3-1, or they rotate Uzi top, or it's just they go mid and possibly set up Dragon.
I think they got the Faker summoners, so they will probably sit around mid lane and either try to like get Faker out of the mid lane and get the mid turret,
yeah,
or they will try to get the Dragon.
Yeah, keep Xiaohu top.
Interesting now, too, you can still see the SKT vision is impeccable. They have knowledge of just about everything, but unfortunately, without a deep ward in the jungle, they couldn't be sure of the mid lane assignments. As you predicted, Zyrene, though, it is going to be them in the mid lane, at least for now. So what happens here now with Xiaohu on the top side? Are RNG just poised now to take this mid lane tower?
Well, it will be either they will be pressuring mid tower and then like just getting it, or because they're clearing the river vision, they will try to rotate between mid and top and maybe just get a top tower after they push out mid.
I actually think this is a really cool sequence of events for people to look at, because what just happened was, because Uzi and Mata got the bottom lane turret, Uzi and Mata got to go mid, get control of that area, and Bang just keeps shoving out bottom. And so SKT, you know, they can't really get out of those lane assignments for a little bit. And so Uzi gets to kill a pink ward in the top pixel brush, and then Xiaohu gets to shove out top lane, come down, and clear the top pink ward as well. So SKT actually lost a lot of vision all across the map because they lost bottom turret, and then RNG did really good lane assignments afterwards.
Little battle around the Dragon here. Bengi is spotted out. Can't tell if that one's luck. We don't have knowledge of where RNG have vision. If Looper was just wandering by, cannot be 100% sure. So watch Faker look by. I want to bring up something we talked about earlier. Blue buffs being donated to the mid laner. Rek'Sai, Lee Sin. We have a question coming in here from Omarson4. Are Lee Sin and Rek'Sai the only champs where you can give away the first blood, or first blue? Would you do the same with Elise or Nidalee?
Ooh, I wouldn't do that with Elise or Nidalee. Maybe something like Zac, but I guess that's it.
Yeah, so Olaf wants it as well.
Yeah, why can't you afford? Is it just you need the mana regeneration?
You need the mana regeneration. You benefit from it a lot. It's just like, it's still experience and everything, but you benefit from it so much that you can't really afford giving it. Especially because mana regen early, before you get the smite item, is pretty low.
Yeah, and like, Mana is Nidalee's sustain in the jungle to stay healthy, because she just keeps healing herself. And therefore she has just like kind of an infinite loop of I heal myself, I regen the mana, etc.
At least wants to use all her abilities just to get the spiders back.
Like, constantly keep yourself up in terms of sustain in the jungle. And also your clear time is very important on those two champions, because Elise risks falling behind and Nidalee risks not staying ahead.
Well, it's interesting too, of course, because Olaf, I mean, you talk about sustain. He kind of has the built-in sustain with the W. You're always going to live, but man, does he clear slow without that axe. You just need to spam that out.
Yeah, his mana costs are just ridiculous when he's
the problem of both, like, for example, Olaf and Hecarim, they both just get out of mana so hard. It's just like, even with the blue buff, you get out of mana, and without blue buff, it's just painful.
Evelyn's kind of the same too. Like, just want to spam all day.
TP on the top side, curtain call, SKT responding. Looper does complete, trying to get aggressive. Force shot comes in. Xiaohu out of nowhere. Flash to clean out the kill, but the fight rages on. Duke knocked back in and knocked up. Bounce house on the side of RNG.
That's what we talk about. When RNG get ahead, the things go wild.
Yeah, they're actually doing some really, really well. and it's off that bottom lane turret going down. They just have the snowball started. They hit item breakpoints a little bit sooner, even though like the Black Cleavers come through for Looper right now. It's not that big of a deal, but now RNG just group up as 5, and they shove down these objectives with superior numbers. Like, super well played.
We can see the vision of SKT getting denied super hard. Like, they worried that river, but it totally got cleared. And after that, they don't know if Vladimir is roaming or not. And because of the overall pressure, because they got FLICKR summoners, he cannot play up.
Yep.
So Xiaohu just roams top, and SKT don't even see it, or see it too late.
Yeah, it looks like they don't actually see it at all. And that's why like Wolf dodges to the right. Otherwise, he would have dodged to the left most likely.
Yeah. And then Duke, I mean, he counter TPs, but Xiaohu is there first.
Yeah. And honestly, TPing as a top laner into a Zyra is just an absolute nightmare. It's like, is she going to use the E? Is she going to R?
Yeah.
It's like, no matter what happens, you're kind of screwed.
The funniest part is you TP into Zyra and then she one-shots you.
Yeah, it's like, what is going on? Turns out if you stand still in a pack of plants, bad things are going to happen to you.
Feels bad, man.
Yeah,
like
especially when you play against Maya, he has Ignite on top of that.
I mean, nice knockback at the end of the day. RNG, I mean, I honestly was on the side of Krepolis when I thought this was going to be the 3-0 for SKT, but RNG with a pretty massive lead, 16 minutes into the game, and they're already up 3 kills and 3K gold. SKT, they've got decent vision, but RNG are doing their best to deny it. What is the win condition at this point for SKT?
I mean, SKT is like every Korean team. I think they're decent at playing from behind, so they just try to stall out, farm their like items, their item spikes. So basically, 3K gold at this point is huge, but 3K gold, for example, in 10 minutes is not that huge because item-wise, the difference is not that many. Like, because right now, RNG at point where they are finishing their second item, and they will all finish second item earlier than SKT do. So basically what SKT want, they want to finish their second item. So basically the difference is like half an item or something.
Yeah.
And then after that, they can try fighting because their team fight comp is still strong. I mean, whenever you play against Poppy, you're still playing against that tank that will be really hard to kill. Until, of course, Zyra has Magic Pen Boots already, so Leandris is coming, and yeah, gonna hurt.
I mean, this is like Mata telling every solo queue player, like, you can play Zyra bottom, it's fine, just get Sightstone. Just get Sightstone, and then you're fine.
Yeah, that's how you play Vel'Koz support.
Oh, man. Vel'Koz, I've seen like Vel'Koz support and like Xerath support actually win a game. It's really weird.
I'm not going to say that that was my thing, but that Varus, Vel'Koz, Varus, Xerath were like our cheese lane. You go with the sweet Skinnergy, you get the Arc Light.
Do you do it now? Because it's even better now on 615.
I don't even do it now. No, I played with a kid who was adamant that Gwynsu's Varus was the greatest thing on the face of the planet. He was just so mechanically good that we'd win lane, but he'd be like, no, it's because Gwynsu's is broken. It's not. Don't do it. It's terrible.
Who is it? It's FSN Saber, the guy who keeps making those montages. He was a collegiate player for Georgia Tech, and he has all of his 80 carry montages. And he's like super adamant about Blade of the Ruined King first Caitlyn. Yeah. I'm like, what? So he like made the montage where like he almost dies and like gets the proc off. It's like, oh, I activated it. It's like, it's so good. I wouldn't have killed the Cassiopeia otherwise.
It's like heal baiting. It's Blade of the Ruined King active baiting.
Yeah, man. Just flash as scaling because you're usually out of range for Borg, so you need to flash to actually use it.
Flash in, use it, E out, get the headshot.
All right. Yeah. Well, on the subject of 1v1ing and like sick mechanical plays, Logan wants to know, why haven't we seen GP, Fiora, or Yasuo at this World?
Yeah. Yasuo's like really good into Gnar, but we haven't seen so much Gnar. Also, Yasuo took nerfs on the tank build, so he's a little bit more glass cannon and risky. Fiora, kind of the same story. I feel like maybe we could see her, but
Fiora is good against tanks, bad into any range matchup.
Yeah.
So basically, you don't want to pick her in range matchup.
Also, like, Fiora kind of dumpsters Kennen, but Kennen's interaction with Fiora is Fiora can never actually stun Kennen. Because her riposte goes off of if you were going to get hit by a CC, and what it does is Kennen's marks apply on damage. So you damage her twice. The third one, she just actually absorbs it as the damage. So the third mark doesn't apply. She never would have been stunned. As soon as her post is done, you stun her. So it's like, she doesn't even win that matchup, which she would normally win otherwise.
That's a really interesting interaction. I would not have guessed that, but now that you explained it, it makes sense.
The other day, I was like, oh man, this is going to suck. Like, she's doing so much physical damage. I'm like, I got to do it. I got to ulti. She riposts, and it's like, oh, wait, what? Oh, I kill you. It's like,
yeah, we can see that SKT are going for defensive vision, and right now their goal is just defending mid, and we can see RNG is just like grouping out, clearing vision around mid lane, and trying to pressure the mid lane. So it comes down to if FLICKR can keep wave clearing, keep defending the wave, and they probably just like, I mean, you gotta give up your jungle at this point. and it's like risky to contest or anything. And even if you go the safe ways, and you can see like RNG, they're like basically, I mean, they cannot break mid because there is a Victor and it's hard, but they're taking your jungle and they're suffocating you.
And the good news, of course, is that while it is bad for FLICKR to lose out on this blue buff, it doesn't give an insane benefit to MLXG or Xiaohu. It does not go over to Looper either. So while it is bad to slowly get bled out like this, unless we see a little bit of engage here, curtain call coming out, FLICKR actually going to get caught up and looks set to fall. Trying to make his way out, is not going to connect on the stun. RNG moving mid.
And you can see there that it's kind of like trauma from what happened before where FLICKR blew both summoners and gave up so much pressure. They didn't even use his flash there. He didn't even like try to flash the wall and get away. It was just like, I'm just going to hold this flash because it's probably worth more later.
It's really weird that FLICKR just like steps up so much because, I mean, at this point you understand what's happening and you're just like, want to see that turret and just wave clear it over and over again. And we saw this reckless move from FLICKR, like in the game, for example, against Flash Wolves, where they lost.
Yeah.
Where they fall behind, but he still steps up and tries to like pressure or something, and they fall even more behind of that.
Interesting too. As we get in this replay, both keep your eyes on FLICKR and remember that when we're in replay, we can actually see all the vision. So look at the insane amount of vision, not insane, look at the amount of vision that RNG are placing in the enemy jungle as we watch FLICKR get blown down there. Their vision control, despite being notably worse than that of SKT in terms of raw statistics, has improved significantly in this game. 13 more wards placed, 9 more pink wards as well.
I think it wasn't that worse. Like in terms of placing the wards, RNG actually were pretty good. It was about clearing the wards where it mattered. And then again, it could be somehow because SKT were winning most of their games, where RNG were like losing most of their games, it could like influence the digits a bit.
Yeah, that's true. That's actually very true. And like even like looking at game time type statistics, so RNG, I think they're the fastest team in the tournament in terms of average game time at 31.5 minutes. And then SKT, their average game time is 40 minutes. And they won 5 of their games. So SKT, even winning their games, seems to be quite slow and methodical. And when they're behind, it's kind of the same tempo. So RNG, they play fast, SKT plays slow, and then this mid-game, it's all about who can actually wrestle the vision from the other one. And that's what SKT are going to try to do and get vision back in this game, try to contest some things lightly if they can actually get them.
This is where the pain of SKT starts, where they were losing to Flash Wolves, where FLICKR starts split pushing the lane. It's like Victor or Katsu or whatever. And I'm not sure how I feel about that, because he like goes bot lane into the long lane with no vision. And last time he just got TP'd on and died, and they lost the Baron of that.
Yeah.
This time it's bot side, so they cannot lose Baron, I guess.
That's the bright side.
Good little piece of optimism there,
Yeah,
Alex.
Yeah, it's just like really painful. It's the same in solo queue. If your bot lane loses the turret in like 8-10 minutes, the game becomes super hard because they just like roam around, they clear all your vision, they start pressuring turrets, they get a bot turret, they get top turret, and then the mid turret is like hard to break just because they have Victor and like really good wave clear.
A veritable flurry of pings from both sides around this dragon. Appears to be the focus, but we're shifting our attention briefly to the top side because you can see Duke is getting beat out in this 1v1. Looper looks like the early Black Looper really helping him here.
Yeah, it's just a losing matchup for the Poppy. Despite what we saw yesterday with Impact getting kind of bodied in top lane by Cuvée, with Cuvée being the Poppy, this is a matchup that totally goes in the Jace's favor, and you will eventually lose your turrets. It's kind of an inevitability if it's just left on its own, and that's what RNG have done successfully, is kind of section it off, keep Bengi on one side of the map, because that's not what Cloud9 did yesterday, because it was just early ganks, flash blown from Impact, Impact gets killed, then it's like Looper, or Cuvée can just solo kill him and just take over the lane and get his turret.
I mean, dying 1v1 didn't help Duke that much too, so yeah.
Interesting too that we've seen so many, I would say, one-sided top lane matchups. Cuvée kind of coming out of nowhere to take down Impact. Most people surprised. I'd say Looper beating out Duke. Looper's been known as a good player, a very talented player, of course, but not known for like the solo carry top lane style, right? So interesting shift that we're seeing in the top lane, just moving into the bracket stage.
Yeah, Looper's just been very versatile. He's always been kind of a role player, but a crazy role player, I'll put it that way. It's like
that's what we call the Singe. That's how we're just saying cough, cough, Singe pick.
He picked Singe.
I'm still waiting for Looper Singe. Maybe he pulls it out today, finally. I've heard he's still playing it in solo queue, so you never know.
Yeah, he loves that champion. It's how he did
still
Challenger
playing
first,
in LPL. So
it's so painful because like you can see the mid turret is still staying, but at this point, just because of the pressure of the Jace, he can just get turrets by himself, and they're really I mean, I like and dislike. I think that SKT could have abandoned that mid turret to just try to relief pop a bit and kill Jace, because like losing tier 2 actually hurts.
So now as we see the game calm down at least for a moment as RNG have taken the major objectives that they have to move for their next setup. First thing I want to ask is what is the next move for SKT? I'm going to keep hitting this one as we move forward because honestly, it just seems like RNG are slowly bleeding them out.
Yeah, they have to set up where they think RNG want to go next. So like you set up the Baron right now. There's nothing on the bottom side of the map to really play for. And just keep your mid turret alive because it's kind of your last bastion of hope at the moment. Unless you trade it for something on the other side.
I think what SKT are doing, they're just like farming up and getting their items because we can see that Ezreal stacked up his Muramana and got a gauntlet. They're actually pressuring mid lane by themselves, by the way, because they have poke, they have like that Ezreal powerhouse. And they will probably try to play around Ezreal, while we can see FLICKR CS is actually pretty huge too.
Yeah.
So he will get his items, and that's what they're playing. Like they're just like every methodical Korean teams. We can see that compared to Chinese teams, they're actually really good when they're behind in terms of their methodical vision, safe vision, just like trying to play it out until like something random happens, like FLICKR split pushes on Casio.
Yeah.
They're actually doing really good job in terms of playing it slow and trying to not bleed as hard as other teams and just like get their item spikes, and then they just suddenly strike and win the team fight, get the Baron, win the game.
And this is one of the hardest points in the game for a team like RNG to close out, is get to those tier 2s and actually like crack the base, because their wave clear is really low as well, especially in comparison to the Victor. You've been talking about it a lot, how the Victor will just pretty much wave clear the mid, you can't really go through there. So RNG are having to find ways to get on get to the deepest parts of the map and get onto the tier 2s. But if you get on the tier 2s with that mid still up, it's so hard to get control of those jungle sides, and then you just get wrapped around. Like now you can't, probably won't see Looper go to the top side again.
Good exhaust. This is aggressive coming in from they have burned just about everything here. There's no flash available on Mata. They're trying to keep MLXG knocked down. Heal does come out. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Disengage for the Poppy, but Looper is suddenly in the middle of the team. That Jace may not be tanky enough. Gravity Field. Chain CC comes in for SKT, and RNG, I mean, really just feels like overextend there.
Yep. And now FLICKR, run to the top side. Get yourself some CS.
NA Jace. I mean, he just, instead of going in the range form, like doing the damage and like using QE, he went melee form, flashed in to 5 people and just died.
Yeah, I feel like that is the RNG moment, right? This is where we see the RNG tendency come out, because they lost a bunch of cooldowns and they're like, screw it, we're taking the fight anyway. Because this all starts, remember, with Lee Sin getting pretty much every ability out of Mata.
I mean, their idea of how to break the mid tower is good. Their execution is horrible. Like, this is why people blame RNG so much. Because like, the methodical way of play, you got a 2-side turret top side. Just like clear, look at that.
Flanking Jace.
Flash in.
It's the flanking Jace.
I mean, no, EQ and flanking was fine, but when he flashed in like that...
I think he E'd the wrong person too. I think he hit Wolf there instead of Bengi.
Yeah, I don't know who he wanted to hit, but yeah, it looked questionable.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, what I want to see from RNG, it's just like, you know, you push out the mid lane, you push out the top side where you have control bot side, you get the deep vision, and then you like posturing for the dive. Yeah, we can see FLICKR getting the pressure.
FLICKR got a lot from that. He got the flash out of Xiaohu. He didn't have to burn any summoners himself, and Looper tried to TP in.
RNG moments.
I mean, just seems like some poor decision-making coming in to give SKT an edge back in, and honestly, it already felt like they were starting to get some of the momentum back, sieging down that mid lane turret. Now Bang, pretty much poised to take that one down by himself. RNG, a flurry of pings coming out. They want to stop this, but I don't know if they have the tools.
At least I've read the Mata build properly. Professional support.
Yeah, get the Leandri.
But yeah, we can see like the problem. SKT actually breaking the mid turret first because of the pressure they got, while RNG were in the lead.
Well, I actually love what SKT have been doing from behind the entire time. Oh my god, if they get MLXG here, that might be a Baron attempt, or at least a start.
Ezreal, MLXG trying to make it out. They're trying to get the disengage. Ezreal, nice coming in, but here comes the shot. Fired onto the backside, is going to hit Wolf. Looper needs to get something back if they want to stop the Baron. He goes in again. He doesn't have flash this time to get aggressive, but man, he wants that kill on Bangy. Nice snare. Trying to get aggressive. Ooh, missing shots.
FLICKR versus Xiaohu up on the top side, though. FLICKR's about to have ulti. Oh, okay.
Nice cool, nice cool. Getting aggressive, waiting.
Yeah.
We'll have the empowered Q.
Yeah, his...
Where does he go? Fancy footwork! Not enough.
You know what it reminds me? The game against Flash Wolves, where FLICKR again is like split pushing randomly. When he sees people fighting, he just doesn't run away. He actually like keeps fighting Xiaohu there.
So what SKT have been doing is they've been actually trying to get small little bits. Like what SKT don't do is they don't overcommit for a tower. But what he's doing is everybody is fighting near the Baron pit, and they pick off MLXG, and then FLICKR says, okay, well, maybe I'll get this top turret. Meanwhile, Duke, on the bottom side of the map, actually gets that bottom turret, doesn't decide to come up to this fight at all, decides to just pressure. So FLICKR kind of keeps people busy a little bit longer, but it is a very long lane in the top side, and he has no business being here. But I think he could have killed Xiaohu if it wasn't for that Chaos Storm being a little bit off of cooldown. It comes up in like 2 seconds here, and then Xiaohu actually pulls, and then the Chaos Storm is too slow to actually reapply Rylai's to Xiaohu.
Yeah, this is a Chaos Storm nerf that towards victory doesn't go fast anymore.
Yeah.
So it's actually pretty hard. And yeah, this is like, I still, SKT like getting back into gold because of that. Because like Duke got the turret. This is like how Korean teams play in terms of when they're behind, they're still like applying a lot of pressure while something else happening on the map and they're getting the turrets of that.
Yeah, and I think SKT kind of think of the game in a whole bunch of trades, and I think LS also thinks of it this way, where it's like chess, where SKT, in that situation, they treated FLICKR like a pawn, and they got a knight in return because they got that turret on the bottom side of the
I'm just
map.
slightly scared that if something like that happens again, they can just lose Baron.
Yeah.
So at some point, you have to
Well,
value
they
the victor
had
damage.
killed MLXG, so it was completely fine, right?
Yeah. But like, when the fight happened, yeah, I guess he knew that MLXG gonna die. Just like strange for me that he didn't like go with the team and try to kill MLXG and just keep with them, and instead he went there and like fighting Xiaohu 1v1.
Yeah, I think it's better to keep the Vladimir by himself as opposed to in your team.
I guess, yeah.
If you get his ghost too, which he did use, I believe, right?
Yeah, I guess like
he
trading the Victor body for the Vladimir body in the team fight is not that bad.
It's not awful.
So I want to hit another Twitter question while we have a brief pause here as RNG looks to potentially set up around the Baron. We had one earlier today from Scrubs STC, which is, why do they never ban out Bang's Ezreal when he's known for it? Bang, of course, one of the many prolific Ezreal players of the tournament. You can see 2-0 already off to a good start in this game.
Well, we don't know like what the plan of RNG. I mean, we know the plan of RNG this game. They wanted to ban Bangi out, and now we see like Bangi playing Lee Sin. And we can understand that his Lee Sin is not as flashy, and I mean he does his job, but at the same time Lee Sin doesn't really scale that well compared to other champs, and I mean that's why you don't have enough bans to ban them all.
2 summoners burn there in the end, and maybe you're right, just not enough bans to ban away the AD carry. Can you afford to ban Ezreal? We did see a number of teams do it.
I feel like if you ban Ezreal, SKT might first pick Jhin at that point, and then like Jhin, Caitlyn, and Ezreal are all taken away, and Uzi's knocked down onto Lucian, I guess? It's not that bad?
Yeah, Lucian probably.
Yeah.
He's the choice.
Yeah, you probably take Karma. So, I don't know. You get him off of Ezreal, he'll pick Lucian. Jhin is still good for Bang.
We can see really good vision of SKT towards the bot side, because RNG is there focusing around Baron, and Duke is doing his own thing. I think at one point of the game, he can even like start split pushing.
Yeah, and that's the thing here as well, is SKT have actually done this beautifully. This has actually been
engaged in the mid lane.
A crazy game to watch, because SKT now have an advantage in CS in every single one of their lanes across the board. So Duke has been able to split push, get himself like a 10 CS lead, 14. It's still really good for him in a bad situation, and they've been able to stall the game out, and they've got Vision back on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, we can see like 3K
gold.
gold. Now it's equal.
It's like very close.
I mean, at 33 minutes, a 700 gold lead just is not a difference. Mountain Drakes, Infernal Drakes may be something for RNG in their favor, but honestly, things look pretty grim. They had a massive lead, but SKT has just been forcing their way back.
I think Flash Wolves actually did better job than RNG in terms of that, because I mean, you can still like put the random ward there, you know, FLICKR is split pushing and stuff. He's Victor after all, and he used his ghost before. Like, put the ward there, TP Looper, and have Mata and Uzi coming already, so they can like set up the Jhin ult, and like Mata supporting him and MLXG being there. And like, if you kill FLICKR, he's their powerhouse right now, or like one of the powerhouses, because Bang has a lot of CS too. And then you can probably pressure Baron of that kill. But they never did anything. They are not doing anything proactive, and SKT just have the better lane assignment and better like understanding what they want to do, and they're doing it well.
When I look at the way that Looper's been playing in this team composition, he's been getting turrets, he's been pressing an advantage, but I feel like that advantage is completely gone, and that even 10 minutes ago, he should have been mid with the team, helping Siege, because he's part of that composition. The Siege, the Zyra route as well. They don't have the wave clear to really contest FLICKR on Victor, so instead you kind of have to just go for poke in mid lane, try to get an ARAM going.
Yeah, RNG are trying to play the Chinese style where they all like come mid and try to like dive and go.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they have Zyra and Jace. It
You don't
just
have
doesn't
to.
work.
Yeah.
He even like played Jace like he's Maokai. He like flashed into 5 people.
Oh, GP coming in here.
He's going after Uzi, is who his original target was.
Looks like an aggressive move there. They are going to burn their TP, so that is TP advantage over to Looper. SKT now poising around the Baron, trying to take down some vision.
Well, also now you poise around the Baron, you deny all vision, Looper on the bottom side of the map, you try to force out his teleport before he can get that bottom turret. So it may even be a Baron start as a bait to at least just get the summoner spell and pull off.
Yeah, but SKT, Poppy is moving back because Jace just takes turrets too fast. And at this point, because you don't have TP, it's really hard for SKT because
now they can't.
Jace can probably still beat Poppy 1v1, so he will start chunking the turret, and if you move people there, then he has TP or they can like go for Baron.
Yeah. It was one of those two where you either start the Baron or you put the Poppy in the bottom, and now you kind of risk a 5-on-4, but I actually think that SKT made the right choice and I made the wrong one because Jace teleport isn't that effective. It's like Jace TP versus like Kennen or Poppy TP. It's like,
I mean, Jace TPs into something like FLICKR, he just gets one shot.
Yeah, gravity field on top of it.
The thing I don't understand is Looper is like, I'm not sure if he can actually beat Poppy 1v1 because there is a chance he cannot. That's why he doesn't go that aggressive on the side. And Poppy is doing whatever she wants.
Dang, he caught up. Snare not going to connect.
Kind of a bad ulti there from Zyra. They're using things way too aggressively.
He goes in. MLFG now set to fall. Curtain call instantly canceled.
Yeah, so RNG aren't playing their comp correctly. They're trying to force things, and they're a poke and disengage composition that's supposed to let you run into them and then do things like the Zyra ulti to, you know, if like what happens if the Poppy runs into your team and then you Zyra ulti the backline away, you always get to focus on the Poppy and like burst him down and section off the rest of the team or fall into a poke pattern beforehand. And RNG just aren't doing that. They're just kind of playing the Chinese style.
Yeah, that's the problem. They're like Chinese team playing the Chinese style with a poke composition with a disengage. It's just like, you just put 5 people together, you're just like poking them, and you make SKT go into you, and then you use Zyra as a counter engage. Instead, they're like setting up the vision, trying to go for peaks. Zyra like flash roots into you, Jace flash hammer forms. I mean, come on, just like play your setup properly, or at least try to set up split push because Jace was beating Poppy 1v1. He could have got turrets by himself. Just like don't do anything and let Jace do his thing.
Well, that's a good question because we've got one coming in from Matt Wenzel. Is it better for RNG to keep playing aggressive or to play safe rather, or not to lose in the game? SKT seems to be able to punish both.
It's not about like playing aggressive. I would say it's more about playing smart. I mean, playing aggressive is fine.
Like, this is smart right here.
Yes,
This is super smart.
There it goes.
Yeah, it's because you know you had teleport advantage. Looper shoves bottom, TP's in. You have a 5-on-4. So best case scenario, you get the Baron and you walk out. Worst case scenario, oh no, we had to take a 5-on-4 fight.
Also,
like,
they were really good at denying vision. They came from the top side while the vision was around mid for SKT.
Yeah. Also, I think this is super good for RNG because of the fact that their composition, you get to the objective first, the enemy team has to run into you, and then Zyra, just her stock rises, you get to play your composition the way that it's meant to be
FLICKR
played.
all going down. Mata's in trouble though. He gets stunned and popped immediately. Now RNG take the fight. Looper comes over the wall, tries to assassinate Bang. Vladimir is on the way, but he may be too little too late. Shutdown though. Deathfire Touch cleans that up. Shock Blast over the wall. Uzi's going off. Deathfire Touch not gonna look like enough.
Did they keep Dragon aggro? It was at 3K.
Yeah, yes.
Exactly. That's yeah. That could be the
Vladimir, it's just like SKT did a smart thing because RNG didn't expect the Dragon at all. Vladimir was going top lane. They were setting up their 1-3-1. I think a lot of people recalled from RNG. Just the Baron recall, they're just too fast. And Rek'Sai, I think, I'm not sure if he had ult or not, or like he just went there.
I think he used it.
Yeah.
He did not. Yeah, he did not. It looks like MLFG was already there, already ready. Looks like he walked down. And also that cooldown is hilariously short.
He used it to get to the Baron.
Yeah, so he just walked there, maybe didn't recall, was clearing like wolves. And then he's like, maybe they're doing Dragon. Gotta check.
Yep.
But yeah, that was smart from SKT, but at the same time, a FLICKR got rooted by Mata, which made the fight pretty hard.
I actually think the better play for SKT is try to deny vision of that area and then get them as they try to funnel in, because I don't think they even have vision of that area. I don't think they have
but
control.
the problem is MLXG can just check and run away, so he sees that they're not doing Dragon and he will just not commit.
Yeah.
Two members of SKT on the top side, but they're now on the bottom.
I feel like you could kill MLXG though, because the Poppy W stopping Rek'Sai, like I think you have enough, and like you saw how late Xiaohu was to that.
Yeah, but the problem is you need to commit to start the Dragon.
Yeah.
Like, because if you don't start I mean, he will just like back out or something. You can try, but we're gonna see he's pretty tanky.
Yeah, you're right.
And if they, And the problem is if they actually use all the resources on him, then, I mean, RNG can still turn it around. You won't run into Zyra, she will just one-shot you.
Xiaohu now pushing out. We did see Duke get picked off there. And just a clarification for anyone watching, we're not going to have replays for the rest of the game, unfortunately, due to some technical issues. So we won't get to see that one again. But we will, keep you informed as we move forward, hoping to get that solved. Oh,
he doesn't have anybody nearby.
Yeah. Bangy's upset.
Yeah.
Tried to break the tunnel, didn't break the tunnel.
This is exactly how they should have played it before. Like, Jace's position here, EQ, try to land, get some damage on turret. Oh, it goes down really fast because you have 2 Mountain Drakes.
And Infernal. You basically have 3 Mountain Drakes.
Hey!
Yeah, they're like, actually it may be worth before. Maybe we should have tried it at 20 minutes instead of 40.
Alex, you're so critical of RNG's playstyle.
I mean, I'm not critical, just
like they're winning, right?
But yeah, they're winning. It's just like the way the Chinese team plays is always fun to watch, and that's why LPL is so chaotic. Because no matter what kind of comp they pick, they always go for the team fights, brawls. They're Zyras, instead of like counter engage, they just flash in. They try to one-shot you. And I mean, I like his build. He's going my build, like Magic Pen Boost, Leandris, Rylai's. That's a solid.
I got autofilled to support Alex each special.
Pretty much.
Oh, Freak is having a field day because he plays Brand Zyra even before Worlds happened, and now he's like, my meta's it's real.
Alive and well. The MLXG may not be. Guardian Angel's still up. They're going to knock up Duke. Loopers on the backside, and Curtain Call to give support, but the hammer whiffs.
Yep.
Mana now up. Here comes the aggressive Zyra you've been waiting for, boys. And the snare does manage to connect. There's the chain. They're going to keep him in there. That's a lot of damage onto Duke.
I told you Zyra going to kill Poppy.
Yeah. Where is the Vladimir again?
I am. Vladimir is just like, he's coming.
All right. It's like, I'm on my way, guys.
He's like half HP too from somewhere.
Yeah.
So something happened.
Oh, double snare.
I really like the way RNG play in terms of watching because it's very fun, but it's not methodical at all.
No.
I think
it's not boring.
It's not boring though.
This does segue into a Twitter question we got from Eric. I don't know how to pronounce that O. So I'm going to say Hoiby. Eric Hoiby. Iric. Oh man, I butchered your name. Whatever. We will see more teams finding their own style rather than following the Korean meta because of Albus Nox. Do you think it's an Albus Nox thing?
No. I think Albus Nox actually are a good macro and methodical team. It's just like their team play is much better than the teams they were fielding against the group. I think there is a chance their macro is better than H2K. So, but the problem, like overall, if we're talking about that game that's gonna be, H2K are not known for their macro. They're just winning all their lanes super hard all the time. So we'll see how it's gonna go. But yeah, I think Albus Nox, they have their pocket picks and they have their like special play style, and that makes it hard to play. Their like macro decisions are actually pretty good.
Yeah, when he says style, I don't know if he means like they're going to stick to their picks.
Yeah.
Because that's what Albus Nox have done. They haven't really had a stylistic difference from a lot of teams, except that they pick heavily winning lanes as much as they can with stuff like brand support, or they like try to kill you. That's kind of the style, but like H2K win lanes even harder, and that's kind of their style. And it's funny because like when we say style, it's kind of like your team's strength, but also their weakness.
Yeah, it's like style, what do they mean? Macro? Alright, I mean, some teams play to macro, some teams don't have that much macro. Is it the style that RNG just like to go in and go ham? I guess it's style.
It's their style.
Stylish.
It's their weakness in this game for sure.
They do style on people, although right now FLICKR is styling on Xiaohu.
I mean, it's weakness, but they got the burn, they're doing their best.
They don't manage to break an inhibitor, however, so it still does not feel like it's completely RNG favored.
Yeah, I mean, the goal is 80k to 73. I mean, that 7k at this point, it's not that much.
Yeah, because like Poppy 6 items,
yeah,
right?
Ezreal like 6 items, Victor 6 items. I mean, there are like 6 items everywhere.
Yeah.
And it comes down to the team comps, and I don't know who I even favor here.
Oh, Curtain Call comes out. We might find out who to favor.
It really depends on if Xiaohu can get in and get a good Vladimir scenario, or you have the Victor like have access to the backline. I actually think this is still Looper favored. With the Bloodthirster now, he can definitely trade very heavily.
Poppy, unfortunately, just not enough damage to trade through all that lifesteal.
Yeah, but Jace couldn't even break the shield too, so it's like, I mean, eventually Jace gonna win. It just takes some time, some long time.
Stack up the Black Cleaver.
Stack Black Cleaver.
Does he have the 2 minutes necessary to kill the Poppy, or the 30 seconds?
Yeah, just like where the whole team can come back there while he's killing. But yeah, I don't know. This game is just like, for SKT, it's like Bank trying to 1v9 most of the time, while the team is trying to do something. I mean, they're doing really good thing about like playing from behind.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's really hard for SKT to do anything against RNG comp proactively.
So RNG right here, if they're trying to be proactive, you put Looper bot side, Duke has to come to the top. Mata!
Gonna get popped.
That's big. Yeah.
That's an unfortunate recall on a ward.
Yeah.
He almost finished it too.
So now, Faker's going to push out top side. Might be a Baron attempt from SKT, but now Duke has to run to the bottom side before Looper can get to this turret and take it down.
I don't think SKT gonna attempt for the Baron. I think they will try to clear the vision because the support is dead, so they cannot really put their wards.
Yeah.
It's only on Rek'Sai, but I mean, it has only 2 wards.
And keep in mind, too, of course, Duke's TP is just now coming off cooldown, and additionally, RNG have 3 blue trinkets up and available, so taking the Baron would be a rather large risk. But Banky maybe look for the setup. Does not connect.
He doesn't have an ult, so he cannot do much.
They just let Faker get all the way to the top side of the map. He actually doesn't have too much coverage in some blind areas.
Yeah, but because of how deep Faker is, he sees the Rek'Sai, so they can go for Baron, but MLXG understands it. He just runs to the Faker, gets chunked, but he can get the vision and understand that they're doing the Baron.
And Looper running.
That's a lot of damage. Mortal reminder. This is bot lane fight. Looks like no one's taking advantage.
But RNG stole it out, and now Mata is back.
Dang. In trouble. Xiaohu to the side. Faker. Not what you want. Snare comes out. Xiaohu's going to get the kill in the end, and Uzi's now running in. Duke makes his way to the team fight, but Looper does not burn TP. He decides to take the long way around, and he's suddenly on the backside. Jace flank.
Yep.
Down he goes. This is a massive fight for RNG and a beautiful flank from Looper.
That's quite unfortunate.
Yeah, I actually think if you're RNG, you try to break the base before doing Baron, because that's the bigger problem.
I think
here.
if you're RNG, you can even try to finish. It's 40 seconds.
Oh yeah,
for
40
people.
seconds. Yeah, it's 46 minutes in.
I know we got lost of track. There's a lot of stuff happening.
Just take it and go.
RNG are playing this game at 46 minutes like it's 10 minutes or something. They're still diving, running in, and they're doing their way.
They haven't changed. Never changed.
They don't care what kind of comp they play. It's just they're playing to win.
Absolutely set. I mean, game 1 going to RNG. This is an insane change of pace from what we expected the matchup, but they took control early. But Bang still wants to prove himself the better 80 carry here, and will in the end get the 1v1.
This is going to be spicy moving forward because Uzi, I mean, he's made the finals twice, lost once to Faker. It's like that could be the revenge. It could be really good.
I mean, it's just strange that they first pick Karma and they just lose the lane that hard. It's just, I mean, there is Zyra still. You can pick that.
Like, okay, so how did this happen? Let's talk about what went right for RNG and what went wrong coming in here for SKT.
The bottom lane, like Alex was talking about, they lost the bottom lane. It wasn't even like a gank or anything like that. They got pushed out. Bottom lane turret goes down, and then RNG did some of the cleanest lane assignments that I've seen in the tournament, especially from RNG, and got rid of all the topside vision. They were able to put Looper on the bottom side. They went for a 1-3-1. Sure, they didn't like group up and afterwards and make that 5-man push in mid or anything like that to get that turret, and that's why the game was so stalled out. But I think that their lane assignments were really good. They didn't get caught out at all, I believe, like throughout that entire game in like really awkward positions in the 1-3-1.
Yeah, I'd say for the most part, obviously there were a few mistakes there, but it feels like they built themselves lead. They gave it up there for a little bit, but still managed to find 1 or 2 opportunities to make maybe too aggressive decisions in certain lights, but it ends up paying off for them in the end.
Yeah, we can see that actually Vladimir pick paid off. Even though Xiaohu didn't have the spectacular game, he did what he needed to do. He didn't feed, he didn't like fall behind or anything. Even though Faker getting blue buffs, getting all the pressure, getting all the vision around mid lane, I mean, what can you do against Vladimir? If they picked Aurelion Sol, I mean, it's in his hands to win, but it's in his hands to lose, and they didn't want to risk it. And they just like, we're just gonna pick winning side lanes, and we're gonna win the side lanes, and that's what they did.
And I think, of course, one of the big surprises there was Looper finding the solo kill on Duke on the top side of the map. That aggressive play and that early lead from the Jace felt like it was a huge part of the RNG win.
Yeah, that's how they can 1-3-1 and not have to worry so much about their Jace because they know he has a large advantage. He gets another kill there, and I believe it's like two deaths really early on for Duke, where he's kind of out of the game and really just has to farm up. And then after that, it's like Looper, you know, he can make some bloopers and like flash in, but this is only death of the game. Is that just that one where he jumped in? So he played really cleanly, and I think that advantage definitely helped him and helped the entire team have that strategy of the 1-3-1 work.
Well, it was interesting because we were talking to Ziv yesterday in the cast room when we were off broadcast about like the insane priority we're seeing on Jace and how it was so hard for teams to execute. And this feels like RNG are one of the first teams that we've seen, especially after the Cloud9 series yesterday, who were really comfortable utilizing this Jace pick, and the priority made sense for this team this time around, whereas it really hasn't for a lot of the other teams in this tournament.
I mean, I guess it comes down to the team comps because a lot of people pick Jace top, but then at the same time they have like, I don't know, control mage mid. While Vladimir, he actually comes down as a tank that was initially the top laner. So Xiaohu did everything the top laner did. He runs into 5 people, almost suicides, doesn't die, like pulls it out, stalls out enemies.
Soaks damage.
Yeah, he does like everything as top laner does. So Jace can do everything that control mage does, but at the same time, it's a winning lane for top. It's a good lane for mid. And then, I mean, bot lane, they just got the tower at like 7 minutes or something. We didn't even see how that happened.
I just think the lesson here that we've learned from Alex is, as the top laner, run into 5 people and almost die. Don't die, but almost die. But up next on the Player Experience stream, Gate joins us as we take a trip into the bottom lane for the matchup between Bang and Uzi. For now, though, we'll send you back to the mainstream for an Analyst S breakdown of the surprising RNG win.
Then it's a quick 3-0. So I think they definitely make some adjustments now. The Zyra is essentially the surprise that RNG threw at them, as well as some of the stuff they did in the mid game.
The only thing I would challenge in that analysis is that no matter whether it's FLICKR or not, if you play a Victor early game, the early game 1-6, which obviously we need to specify, is going to be lost. Later on, obviously, FLICKR had that wave clear, which was a major reason why they got back into the game. But yeah, Jace, power pick if he starts snowballing, and this is why we have so many questions around this pick, because when he loses hard. In the nature of that matchup, when he gets smashed versus armor, everyone's like, why pick Jace?
We had that
if
one
only
funny
Hanser
moment
didn't pick Jace.
when he hits the second tier turret, we're like, that's why you pick Jace. It's just a video of him taking 75% of a turret's health in 6 seconds.
Yeah, it's
he pushes like no one else.
Right, and of course, with that first kill going on to Looper, it kind of unlocked RNG to really dictate the rest of the game. And this is where I want to jump into our first replay here. Mid lane gank by the bot lane duo translates into a 1-3-1.
So the focus here is not only gank, guys, but something we want to highlight from the Descon is look at the lane assignments right after this gank. So we have Mana flashing in. He's going to get Faker's flash and Ghost on cooldown. And then later on, RNG is going to do the following. They're going to put the Zyra, Rek'Sai, Jhin in the mid lane versus FLICKR, which means he is playing back versus Rek'Sai Q, Jhin W, he's under pressure. They're going to put the Jace in the bot lane, who has a really good 1v1 versus Ezreal, and then they send Vladimir to the top lane against the Poppy, who just bought armor.
Yeah,
this doesn't result in much, but it's a 20-second window where they can then take advantage of.
Exactly, and the window happens because everyone in SKT then says, what is RNG doing? We actually have to match this. They're switching to a 1-3-1. 11 minutes into the game, and it didn't seem like they'd done much of that, but then eventually they got a 2v2 in the top lane, which allowed them to teleport into that lane with the Jace and get another kill. So RNG not only brought a little bit of a different champ select, but that strategy they pulled off between the 11 and 20 minute marks definitely caught SKT off guard.
And the reason why you kind of heard Spawn talking about the surprise factor is it was a multi-step plan. You saw the wards down to bring up the safe 1-3-1. RNG have definitely gone for what you would call the very overly risky plays in the regular season in China. But the multi-step plan orchestrated there is the sort of thing that SKT are known for. And it's really good to see because it's something that they're going to need to definitely bring back in this series.
Yeah, it's something that gets so easily spotted when you're watching a whole game, but those particular lane assignments just made so much sense. You know, the magic damage into the armor, it just forces your enemy to make a recall. Also, you center your support and your jungle in the mid lane very early. They can move into the enemy jungle, you know, place some wards down. They did eventually switch back, Jet, from the 1-3-1 because they went for that play in the top lane. I believe we have the second replay right there. It's actually super smart setup because we were wondering why are they not sticking to the 1-3-1 because RNG was, again, one step ahead of us.
Right, let's take a look at this adaptation made by RNG, brought to you by Acer from that 1-3-1, setting up a sweet TP gank here in the top lane.
Yeah, I jumped the gun and talked about this earlier, but when they matched up with the 2v2 in the top lane, it's an easy recall for Looper. He can buy items, and they have the ward there as they're getting pushed in the top lane. So it's actually a pretty easy conversion. A nice start there by Uzi to get the root onto Bang early, and there's not too much they can do to escape here. They throw in the ultimate from the Jhin, land a few shots onto Wolf, get that kill, and this then transitions to the turret. Also, what is Duke doing completing that TP?
And, you know, talking about Duke, you know, he was playing the Jace, and his KDA on those Jace games, it wasn't wonderful. There was a 0-4-5 game there where he was kind of just being ganked by 4 members while the rest of his team were winning. The thing about Duke that's always been true of him, whether he was on Najin, when he was on SKT, he's not Marin. He's not a fantastic teleport user. And when you pick Poppy, especially into Jace, you're sacking lane. You're not expecting to win or get kills. We saw some of those from Cuve yesterday. That was certainly not the norm. You need to make the teleports work. And that was one example of a teleport that didn't work. We saw another one where he tried to catch off MLXG on Rek'Sai. That was just never going to work. The spotlight was on Duke and his teleport play, and he let his team down.
And I'm so pleasantly surprised by RNG because one of the critics we have very often of them is that they don't have macro. And they showed in the 10 to 20 minute mark 2 plays that were obviously set up very well. Like it all tied together when they did the lane assignments. This gank was pre-planned. That ward was there. And then even going back to the early phase of the game, they had the Zyra push very early on. They had their jungler group. They took that first tier 1 tower and then they kept changing up the map, isolating outer turrets over and over, allowing these Jace to start snowballing. So this was such a smart play by RNG and we're not used to seeing that. And this makes the series much more interesting.
It makes it much more interesting, but while they made some good moves in the early game, that did not mean that this game came easy for them. The ultimate victory took a while to get to, culminating in our game-winning team fight, but this was not before SKT made a couple very good moves themselves to even up the gold.
Because coming into this replay, SKT had really stalled out the game. We're like, okay, another late game, Bang's gonna take it over. But then we see this big fight that really changed the course of things.
Xiaohu had just completed death cap before this fight as well, so him being able to get the angle while SKT was trapped in River is a big miss. And yes, Duke could have knocked back Uzi, but that wasn't gonna stop Looper from coming in the backside of this fight. This was a well-orchestrated fight by RNG to close out the game.
Again, they push out, they leave some deep vision, and they always find good TP wards for Looper, and Looper is actually a top laner that is really good at those teleports in my opinion. I have more of a utility vibe with him, so it was really nice to see that he could carry. But we have to mention the kind of late game macro, the closing ability of RNG was still lacking. They didn't go for deep vision when that tier 1 tower was still alive, and they had a hard time fighting against FLICKR's wave clear.
And I think you see that in the gold graph right there. They had the giant lead at 25 minutes. That evaporated by 37 minutes, and that's actually when you expected SKT to come back, but the double Mountain Drake, the Infernal, the poor positioning by Duke, RNG was able to extend their lead and win.
You've always asked analysts, how do you beat SK Telecom T1? And the story's actually always been the same. Take it to them in the early game, get a big lead, and also, if you can find a way to have a better late game team fighting against a team that can pull it to late, those are your 2 options. RNG did both.
I mean, the damage statistics as well, though, were very interesting because both FLICKR and Bang, they're topping the charts, of course, while Poppy is expected to take a back seat, whereas RNG had a bit more of an even, cut for their team.
Yeah, and I like the even spread, and I think you can even simplify the 2 ways you try to beat SKT. You either attack FLICKR or you play around FLICKR. And in a sense, RNG did a small amount of both. They mostly played around him by taking both the side lanes and focusing on that early. But they also attacked him occasionally in the team fights by trying to use that extended advantage on him.
Yeah,
I think, go for it.
Yeah, we just shouldn't put all the blame on Duke though, because there was that one phase in the early game where FLICKR went for a kill attempt on Mata. Mata used flash, but then he got picked out. Like, it's that kind of momentum that you can't afford to lose if you're SKT. They did a phenomenal job punishing the lack of warding from RNG though. The fact that they got it back to even is worrisome for RNG farther in this series, but it's still like RNG with that Baron call closed it.
And I definitely don't think it's all Duke's fault. You look at the lead at the beginning, that was the 2v2 and 2v3 in the bottom lane that went going. And we talk about the jungler being a weak spot for him. Bengi was a non-factor on Lee Sin, not to mention blind picking Lee Sin into Rek'Sai when he's available. Not good choices there in the draft phase or even in the game.
And we'll discuss this on the other side of the break, but Blank will be subbing in for Bangy. Now the quarterfinal clash between SKT and Royal Never Give Up continues right after this break.
We're going to bring you this best-of-5 quarterfinal between LCK's SK Telecom and LPL's Royal Never Give Up. Hold that thought. Duke's in trouble. 100 HP. Lupa solo kills. Gone are the days, my arse.
Oh, this is good. This is
now
really
they're
good.
going for it. Look at the minimap. SKT are nowhere near.
Just finish it.
Dragons in the pit. RNG, they've stolen it. They've snuck it. They've got Baron. And Royal Never Give Up strike down the defending world champions.
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible. Introducing a little anarchy. Disrupting the natural order. Because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.
back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Chicago Theater. We are about to get into Game 2 between SKT and RNG. But first, I have Albus, Nox, Lunas, PvP Steos here with me. You guys are playing on Sunday versus H2K, and I'd love to get a quick word about your preparation and how you're looking forward to that match.
Well, we are training a lot and looking forward into this match. I think that will be a battle, a real one fight between me and Jankos for the title of the First Blood King, because H2K won every game they got the First Blood, and I grabbed like 6 First Blood out of 7.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to that and see who it goes to. Now, though, SKT is battling RNG and they are down. RNG took the first game. We were watching it together. Tell me what you thought and what are your predictions for the rest of the match?
Okay, well, this year I feel like SKT is a team that is like playing like FLICKR and Bank, getting to the 30-minute mark, and 3 people around them helping them. But this game, they like gave up like the sneaky Nasher, maybe like in our style, that the RNG like decided we just take the Baron and then take the Elder, and the game went very well. And also I have to admit that Mata and Looper made a very big amount of work this game, and I really was amazed how Zyra impacts the game.
Yeah, definitely. Quick prediction, who's going to take it here in the end?
Well, you can't underestimate SKT in the BO5, but I think that like SKT took it 3-2, or either like RNG goes 3-0.
Wow, well, we'll see what happens if SKT can turn it around. Thank you very much. Good luck on Sunday. And now we're going to kick it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Shox. And while PvP Steos is looking towards that jungler matchup between himself and Jankos on Sunday, I want to zero in on the jungler matchup here in front of us, because Blank will be subbing in for Game 2 in place of Bengi. So my question to you, gentlemen, given what we saw in Game 1, do we expect that substitution to shore up any of the weaknesses maybe exposed in that first game?
I mean, first things first, maybe we shouldn't be surprised. SKT started Bengi in their first game of the tournament, then ran with Blank for the next 4 before coming back to Bengi. I guess the big story for me is that we're on the red side now. So on blue side, you kind of have flexibility to ban a champion like Nidalee, and they may still end up banning Nidalee on red, but they have to be in a position to take it in their round of picks if it's left open. So I think they don't have the flexibility to have Bengi on red. So I think Blank gives them more options, even if you compare their play at this tournament, it's been pretty much the same.
Yeah, and I actually think that the Nidalee is going to be a band on the red side regardless against MLXG. I like the substitution for them. I think Blank has been their go-to for the majority of the season, and I was surprised whenever we would see Bengi if they weren't going to make it a permanent thing. Maybe they thought it was because of his World Championship experience. But this SKT team has won the IM World Championship with Blank. They won MSI with Blank, and I think if they want to win, they should be doing it with Blank.
Very much so. All right, but now I want to talk about your point earlier before the break about how this series is made all that much more interesting with some of the macro play that RNG introduced. But at the same time, if we reference that gold graph from Game 1, we do still see elements of that SKT that we're so familiar with in their ability to claw back into games.
All right, first, going on the macro point, be careful. Once you think RNG have fixed their problems, they don't. So unless they start winning convincingly to macro play in the second and maybe third game, I'll be convinced right now. I'm just not there yet. But yeah, as you see the big dip there towards the end of the gold graph where everything went even, that was SKT playing with the wave clear in the mid lane. And honestly, a lot of people sidestepping Deadly Flourish constantly. A lot of Praise Seekers got sidestepped. A lot of Deadly Flourishes got sidestepped. The ultimates just didn't connect. And SKT was so good at buying time.
Yeah, SKT has some of the best players in the world, as does RNG. We mentioned that when they entered the players, how many world best players we have, or people that have won world championships that were on that stage. And you're seeing it in the level of skills, in the intricacies of the team fights. So a lot of it does come down to whether or not you have the right TP, whether your jungle path is in the right place, and whether you're picking advantageous matchups in 2 out of 3 lanes, which so often has led to victory in this world.
But I think we should, just as a point, I think we should talk about the fact that it feels like RNG at this tournament have kind of played to the level of their opposition. 2 games against TSM, 2 victories. Game against SKT, another of the tournament favorites, a victory. And the reason why I bring it up is that, I mean, Spawn kind of alluded to the fact that they have players here who, you know, their motivation in and out of every game in a big league has been called into question. very easy to rally the troops in a best of 5 for your world's life. And it feels like the level they're playing on against these teams that they respect, against these teams that can go far, has been a step higher.
All right, well, they came out and definitely put up a showing here in Game 1. We'll see if they can take another win off of SKT as we throw it over to Quick Shot and the guys for Game 2.
Welcome back to the Player Experience stream. I'm joined now by a special guest, Gate.
And I'm Mark Z. We're taking a close look at the dual lane battle in Game 2 with focus on Uzi and Bang.
Of course, both these players have been known for their Ezreal performance. Bang did show up in the last game overall, but Ezreal was, I believe, the most picked champion. I have to assume that has stayed the same as he was picked in the last game before today. 24 picks in the tournament, first among all marksmen, and of course you can see the insane damage numbers coming out from this guy. That is a 32.9% team damage share average across the Worlds 2016.
He's one of the few poke 80 carries. I mean, Jhin kind of falls into that as well. Caitlyn can do some, but no one can quite match Ezreal's Mystic Shot spam where he's just hitting tanks the entire game. That kind of inflates his damage numbers, but he has a huge threat in the late game.
Yeah, I have to agree that also, just from last game, even though SKT were struggling throughout the whole game, the one thing that did look on point was just Bang's Ezreal.
Yeah, and I think a big thing in that game too was just the fact the way that the draft worked out with the support picks. We were kind of talking about it with Alex Ish. The first pick, Karma, I think was a plan to get what is considered by many one of the strongest supports in terms of 2v2 matchups away from RNG so that RNG can't snowball through their bot lane. And I don't think that SKT was expecting the Zyra pick, which actually can battle the Karma. So I think they thought they're getting the strongest support, but really weren't.
Now, we are about to get into Champions Select, so I want to talk a little bit about Karma first pick. Do you think we're going to see it again this time around, or first rotation Karma, let's say?
I think definitely not. At least RNG have showed in their hand that they can play Zyra, which did definitely do well into the Karma. So at least there should be some adaptation from SKT side.
Have to see, of course. Jay's now taken off the table, interestingly enough, not wanting to give that one over to Duke on the red side. So far, 2 solo laners taken away. Nidalee, of course, no surprise that it's going to be banned out there. Caitlyn as well.
Yep, the Caitlyn ban targeting Uzi, definitely one of his best champions. A lot of people feel like Caitlyn's this kind of character champion that, like, the better you are, the more you can get out of it. It's not this binary, you know, most Rek'Sais play the same way. Caitlyn's really one of these champions that the better you are, the more you'll shine with it.
So I'm curious, do you think it's the same way for Ezreal as well?
For Ezreal, I think later in the game it's definitely like that, but earlier in the game I think he definitely struggles against picks like Caitlyn. It's also really support dependent how far you get in the lane with those champions as well, so I think both teams should actually put a higher priority on their support picks.
Interesting though, priority for RNG looks to be remaining in the jungle. MLXG is going to take his hands on that Olaf, but SKT really thinking about the Jhin pick. Now with Syndra taken off the table, taken off the table here, what do you think are going to be the go-to mid laners in this matchup?
I think Victor will stay pretty high priority for SKT. They clearly were comfortable with the champion and were able to wave clear and stall out the game. The fact that the mid lane outer turret was up for like 35, 40 minutes was crazy.
Yeah.
And it's just a strong pick that Korea always tends to favor, so I can see that being one. The Aurelion Sol, I'm surprised to not have seen any priority on yet. I don't think SKT likes it as much, but RNG played it to good effect, and it's really good at neutralizing enemy champions mid laners because you just basically are uninteractive and you run around the rest of the map.
Almost feels like RNG feel like they're probably getting baited into Aurelion Sol pick, like SKT have something up their sleeve to deal with it. So I guess they're not too sure about whether or not they have something like that, so they're just going to default to whatever is more comfortable for them for now.
Now really taking the time, of course, this is the bot lane focus stream, specifically Uzi versus Bang. The Jhin has already been locked in. Now Ezreal is up and on the table. Do you think Uzi just tries to play the other half of this matchup, or are we going to see a little bit more variance in terms of the 80 carry pool?
I think personally it's going to be Caitlyn. I think this pairing is particularly good. Just getting... Oh, it's banned. Okay.
We talked
now.
I think Ezreal's likely. The big thing to me is Wolf gonna play Zyra because
Zyra.
we saw what happened with Jhin Zyra versus Karma Ezreal, so they might shy away from it. Or I'm not 100% sure of the matchup, so maybe it is more Skilly and Uzi and Mata were able to just win. But it definitely didn't look that fun to play the Ezreal side of it.
Yeah, I think Ezreal just does not have that many tools to deal with something like Jhin and Zyra, and also just the pairing. I was talking about pairings before, like Jhin, Zyra, they have CC for each other, so they can just line up skill shots for each other, and they're like all combos just probably kill whoever is bottom lane, doesn't matter who it is. So I particularly like SKT's bot duo so far.
It is the same core spot duo that RNG took last time around. It looks like RNG are going to play the other half of that matchup. The exact opposite swap here as we come out, but the interesting pick that I think we have to talk about, it's a bot lane focused stream, but Zach coming in for Blank. We thought this was kind of the North American special. It looks like SKT are trying their hand at it. What are your guys' thoughts on Zach?
Personally, I don't love it, especially given that we haven't seen a ton out of RNG. We don't know what their top is. We don't know what their bot is. If they take Ezreal, you have a pretty good escape against Zach in your Arcane Shift, and then the fact that you can probably, I don't know what they're going to take top, but if it's a tank, you don't really care about that. And then Victor, I mean, you can get on him. He's probably the only thing you can really go on to, but if you just have one target as Zach, it's a little telegraphed.
Yeah, it seems to me that like when people play Zach in general, they generally tend to target the mid lane. It's just like the easiest one to gank for Zach. So maybe SKT are going to put a high focus on mid lane this game.
Yeah, for sure. In laning phase, it's pretty easy to go in there. In team fight phase, though, I think it's going to be hard because you have the Poppy, who's great into it in terms of just press that W, stop his E from getting in. As you look at Arcane Shift away, Karma speed people away, Olaf can just ult, and then you basically have the Victor to look at. And interestingly, Xiaohu's hovering Cleanse right now. I'm not sure.
I think he wants it into Varus.
Just for the Varus pick.
Yeah.
The last pick Varus I had not seen.
Varus, of course, Kennen, Zyra. There's a lot of potential CC coming in here from the SKT lineup, but only with a single tank. We have seen them run relatively tank-free compositions before, but I feel like we saw this jungle matchup in this exact same from the side of SKT and the exact same setup in the Cloud9 Samsung game where Meteos was trying to make the impact on Zach, but it just feels so difficult, as you mentioned, when you only have that one lane to gank. Now I'm curious, bot lane, as it is our center of attention, do we expect to see the junglers there at all, or is this going to just pretty much be kind of about the mid lane?
Personally, I think if anyone visits, it should be SKT's jungler. They really should have the advantage in this lane with the Jhin and Zyra.
Yep, if they're able to get a big push advantage, chunk them out, dives are pretty easy to pull off as Zach. On the same side, I mean, they are pretty immobile on the bot side of SKT, so if somehow RNG is winning that bot lane, an ulting Olaf can basically just run right through everything Zyra, and the Jhin can throw at him and just get on top of them, but it's harder. It's a lot harder to get in pre-6. It's almost impossible to gank pre-6. You just eat plants slowing you, you have a root, you have another root, you have traps. It's so hard for the Olaf to get over all of that and into it before level 6.
And on top of just the CC, there is, of course, the insane amount of damage. But, of course, during the game, we're going to be taking your questions via Twitter using the hashtag AskTheCasters. Make sure to tweet us at LOL Esports. Let us know what's up. We'll answer some of those during the game. This is Mark Z. This is Gate. I've got some insight for you. They're happy to provide it. And I'm curious to see now, as we get into our game, exactly how the level 1 here has unfolded. Gate, we've talked about this before. You've talked a lot about the early levels. Who do you think has the edge here?
Okay, well, particularly for Zyra, she wants to stack her plants level 1 so she can do the camp like it's extremely fast. But like if I were RNG's duo, I would look to just like somehow invade their ground to stop that. So we'll have to. They're bringing MLXG down here, so I think that's their plan.
Well, what was interesting was when RNG had the Zyra last game, they tried to set up some plants in the lane, and SKT was aggressively trying to clear some of those plants away, and then RNG fell back and took the Gromp. So this time, it's a little different where RNG didn't contest the plants going down early in laning phase, and are instead maybe looking more to get onto the Gromp with that deep ward. But we'll have to see what they do. You see right now, Wolf already has 3 of those seeds set up for some plants.
Yeah, I think it's too late to go for the Gromp, so they're just gonna chill in the lane until the creep spawn, basically.
And so, I just feel so anxious watching them step towards the seed. Like, when is the Zyra Q gonna come out? And the plants are already, I mean, pretty much set up to take control. They're jumping on these seeds as soon as they know that the Zyra Q is down. But RNG look like they're much more poised than SKT were to take early lane control.
They're just asserting dominance right now. They're just walking in their face and stepping on the Zyra seeds, and they're just gonna get the first hits on the creeps here. So, and both bot duos know that, so they're just gonna end up like getting the faster push for RNG side.
Yeah, this is kind of how it played out last game as well, where SKT, when they were the Karma Ezreal, they just shoved the lane, took control of it, but once level 3 hit and they had access to all their spells, RNG, when they were the Zyra Jhin, were able to just push the lane in and have a lot of control. So it looks like the early levels of this matchup tend to favor the Karma Ezreal lane, and it gets harder from there.
Yeah, I also say like it's much better for RNG right now, before where they had the lane. Basically, Ezreal could stand on the side of the lane and then just use his skills. Or SKT are just scared of Ezreal's Q going towards them from the side of the lane because they have no good response to that. But now when it gets to level 2, they'll have more skills to deal with that.
Yeah, level 2 coming in
Nice
here. Wolf, nice. Going in, does get down a decent amount of damage. This is almost identical to the early laning phase we saw. Of course, the matchups are switched if you're just joining us. Last game was SKT playing the Karma Ezreal, and they were the ones taking control here. But is this matchup pretty cookie cutter at a top level? Do you feel like this is always going to be how it goes?
Yeah, especially with how the level 1 went. There's not too much to say about the matchup because it'll just play out the same way.
Oh, Wolf goes over the wall, looking to get aggressive here. MLXG set to make it out, but Mata is in trouble. Faker's on the way down. In comes the snare. Mata getting body blocked for, does have to flash to safety.
Yeah.
Heals coming out. SKT poised, take control. Mata running for his life, but the crit is too much.
Oh, that's a disaster because Jin is one of those snowballing champions. He builds that flat armor pen. The fact that he's going to be able to get that build going earlier in a matchup that seems to favor him a little bit later on in the laning phase, it is a disaster for RNG.
Yeah, I don't even know exactly how that unfolded because looks like, you know, if you have the advantage on the lane, you should be able to get more numbers there. But the fight turned out so bad for RNG side.
I think. So just as an update, we still will not have replays this game. We have loaned our replay observer to the mainstream as they are experiencing some technical difficulties. But to recap, essentially what we saw there was MLXG fighting over the Scuttle Crab, realizing he could not dual blank, and then trying to retreat, but Wolf aggressively flashed over the wall.
Right. I mean, when you play the Olaf into the Zac, you often feel like you should have the pressure early, but it's a little deceptive where Zac can actually scrap people a little bit better than is anticipated, I guess, and I think he just overextended thinking he could deal with it, and then also assuming because, like Gabe mentioned, that you had bot priority, you should have the numbers first. That aggressive flash over the wall help get the damage in.
It's good for someone like Wolf to realize that if he makes, like, even though they're losing at this moment in the lane phase, if he makes a play like that, they can easily just like swing the, not even the lane phase, but it seems like a big part of the game will be decided from that play alone.
In pretty decent lead to start things off. And of course, we saw how important early leads were in the last game. The question now becomes, if SKT continue to snowball, are RNG going to be the same sort of team that can keep the game going, that can deny that mid lane turret as we talked about? Because right now, Mata...
He's fearless. He knows for sure that Bang went home. So just like as a good tip, or just a rule of thumb, I guess, when you're playing bot lane, you just don't want both support and AD to back if possible, because the other guy can at least get some EXP or put the lane in a better spot for the AD. So that was what he was trying to do there.
Yeah, hold the lane, don't let it get completely into turret so you can farm safely while the other guys are recalling. It's really hard to make a play onto an Ezreal from this spot.
Yeah. Also, even if he took like everything Zyra could throw at him for like 5 seconds, he still wouldn't die. So he was confident in his HP, I guess.
So now Uzi's farming up. You can see the stats on the top of your screen. Uzi overall 2-1 over Corset. Bang only playing one game on Jin, but it was a fantastic game. 17.0 KDA. Already on a pretty good start. Perfect KDA so far. Now looking at this matchup, you talk about Jin having a decent lead. You can see Uzi with some pretty decent CS advantage. But looking at this as we move forward, you see the flash in mid lane. I want to know who wins this matchup moving forward, because it seems like we saw Bang outduel there in the final moments. When does Ezreal really start to pull ahead? Or does he?
Maybe if you get some good poke on Zyra and she's too low to control the brush, but for the most part, when you pick something like Zyra, she just 2v1s the laning phase very easily. She just casts all her plants, and there's like they just fight for you. So there's like not too much risk there as well.
Especially with the recall timings, the way they worked out, the fact that Jin starts with an armor pen, or the serrated Derek, giving him better trading, whereas Uzi as Ezreal just comes back with a tier. It gives you just a lot more combat summoners or combat stats, so it's easier to fight from the Jin side in this kind of like middle early part of the laning phase.
Yeah, it's also much easier to poke. It's just like RNG. You'll notice like they should be taking enough poke at least later on in the laning phase that they won't really be able to, like, even with their jungler, do too much in the lane. So just like SKT pushing up the lane like this just gives them like little to no options.
Of course, SKT extending that gold lead about 1.5 thousand. You can see the CS very favorable for the top side of the map, but Duke potentially in trouble. MLXG can eat the stun there. Duke forced to burn alt.
Ooh, missed.
I don't know if they're going to keep going for this.
Third.
Zach's on the way up. Zach's on the way up.
MLXG. Oh, I think. Oh, no.
Yeah. Nice.
MLXG really tiptoed that because he wasn't too sure of where the Zac was. Maybe if that was like the first axe hit or something like that, they could have done something else.
Uzi chained up. It's a lot of early damage. Bang taking the time to solo throw some damage down. Exhaust comes out. Wolf.
That was super aggressive, but at least he got a summoner for that. The exhaust is actually pretty important. So That aggressive E might look pretty silly, but there was no CC to follow up after that. I think Mod is dead.
Mod is in trouble. Trying to get down. Heal does come out. Trying to flash to safety. Deathfire touch. Tizzy down. Not going to be enough.
Really close fight, actually. But you see the power of the double CC coming out from SKT's side. It's really hard to play against.
Yeah, I mean, what's so great about it, too, is just the plants off the E slow. And so as long as that lands, it gives the Jhin a very easy root follow-up because it'll also apply that mark allowing him to get the root.
Oh, that's the blue flash. I think he get a little more patient.
He's in a really weird spot where they know
He's
FLICKR's
going
on
to 1v1?
He couldn't run up there because FLICKR was on his way down through the jungle, so he was too scared to keep running to the top side.
Yeah, and he expended flash too from the Jhin ult, so not many choices.
All right, as we watch the Zyra pick, essentially pick up the pseudo solo kill there, this brings up a perfect Twitter question from LOL Armored Unicorn at Casey Badel. Is the Zyra pick good? It's not seeming that impactful as opposed to other potential support picks to complement their comp.
Are we watching the same game?
I think Zyra.
This question was probably asked before we just witnessed the Zyra solo kill people. So let's just talk about Zyra when she's not getting solo kills, just in general.
So like Gate was saying, you can basically 1v2 the lane with Zyra. You win almost every matchup, and it allows you to in this pretty much guaranteed standard lane meta of competitive play, that's super important. It lets you free up for invades, you get your back timings when you want them, you can control the river. Like, there's a lot of things she does really well. Roaming, not one of them really. But when you run a poke comp, like the one that SKT runs, as Bang is starting to get engaged on Force to Flash.
This might be a kill for SKT.
In trouble. RNG. Ooh, pop goes Mata. This is going terribly for RNG. They don't even have priority anywhere else on the map, and suddenly MLXG is going down. SKT are turning it on. Blank flashes out from under the tower.
That was just a really, I mean, it's well played, honestly, by Bang. He knew exactly how he should get out of that situation and how to set up his support for just that CC, and they ended up turning 2 kills. Oh, and just touching on Zyra, I think it was actually pretty popular early on in the year, but she got some nerfs, and also just like 2v1s in general did not favor Zyra at all. So yeah, just with like the standard lane changes and people just kind of figuring out like, oh, maybe we can start playing Zyra again, she's going to see a lot more play.
Yep, and in terms of how it fits into a comp, it's obviously not as great at some things, like you know, Karma can speed up your engagers, an Alistar can just engage himself, things like that. But when you're playing this kind of more pokey, sit-back comp, Zyra is pretty good for it because you force the enemy team to run through it. Even if the Olaf is able to, you know, ultimate through your CC, that's still a ton of damage that the Zyra is going to drop down on him, and he's going to get through that at like half health.
Yeah.
With on top of the fact that the rest of the team has a hard time running through that stuff as well. So even if the Olaf gets in, the rest of the team, like a Poppy doesn't get through it that easily or something.
I think the best utility is damage, really. Just kill them before they can get to you. They can't do anything, right? So Zyra definitely brings that to the table for support, which is kind of rare, honestly, for support champions in general.
Yep, and there's always a couple like really minute utility things that you have to think about as well. The fact that she builds damage makes her a much bigger threat around objectives because she helps take them down faster. Things like Infernal Drake benefiting her more. Her plants being able to tank certain things like the Baron or Dragon, you know, let you take those easier. So there's a whole bunch of small, minute details as well that make her good in competitive play.
And also just touch on like utility too. Most competitive Zyras tend to max E like first because it goes from a 0.75 to a 1.75, and that's really like a big change in the CC duration. So she still brings CC. Like her combo will CC an enemy team for what seems like an eternity. So I think she does definitely, like, no speed ups, nothing like that, but everything else is pretty good for her kid.
See, small 2v2 in the mid lane.
Now it seems like SKT are just firmly in the driver's seat at this point. What options are left for RNG, bot lane or otherwise?
It's pretty tough because Ezreal is definitely not one of those characters you want to fall behind on. His damage is not like... He's just damage basically as a champion, and he has a ramp-up time, so when you fall behind that ramp-up time, it is a disaster. It's kind of like falling behind on a Caitlyn, except you don't even have like the traps or anything. You literally have damage.
Yeah, he just needs some time until you can at least get 2 core items. I think that's generally when Ezreal's kind of get out of control. Like, they can at least do something on their own. So I think for RNG, they should just at least don't look at the bottom side of the map or try to play through their bot lane, and then try to like make plays elsewhere.
And I mean, we're just seeing SKT 100% in control. RNG trying to make plays, but consistently getting counter-engaged on. You can see the CS differentials in the favor, actually.
They're going
Not
to try to
quite
make
across
a
the
fight
board.
down here.
I don't know. See how this is going to work out.
Oh,
too
knocked
well.
to the wall. Duke trying to get more. Uzi just kiting backwards. Duke wants to get something. Knocked up. Shot. Trying to throw the shurikens out. Duke overextending and cut down by Looper there. Meanwhile, FLICKR is in the mid lane.
That's pretty crazy. I think he just needed some backup, and maybe if it was 2v3 or like just maybe 2v3 situation, the Kennen still could have done well. So that's just really aggressive.
Yeah, that was. I didn't know quite what he was going for because both junglers are coming down through the river as well.
Yeah.
It's not a disaster though. It looks like it's just going to lead to a turret trade going even.
Still looks like it may favor SKT in the end.
Oh,
Blue buff going to Wolf.
Yeah, he's the carry here, so.
Yeah, I don't think that was the plan, but he's got 2 kills, 3 assists, whatever.
2-0-3. First core item completed.
Yeah. I think what's interesting is most Zyras tend to go for the damage build too. Like they go Liandry. There's no like locket or anything, so you'll have to like rely on your jungler to pick up like locket for your team. I actually saw Wolf build it in the previous Slayer game, but I'm not too sure if that's like the best choice. Generally, Zyras tend to go like Rylai's or Liandry's right after their supportive items. So I'm not too sure exactly what's better, like Rylai's or Liandry, but I know it's for sure not Locket.
Yeah.
So.
We'll have to see where he wants to go as we move forward in the game. But speaking of moving forward, as we approach the late game, Challenger Husk AD, I think that's how you pronounce your name, at Gigabyte Messiah, says, which team do you guys think will have a higher chance to win in the late game?
Assuming that everything was even going into the late game, I think I would have preferred RNG's comp, just because they have a lot more engage options. SKT is really basically a pick/poke comp, which is good too, and we saw that they can execute it in the group stage, but it is a lot harder to play. And RNG is pretty decisive. They'll flash in, they'll go crazy. So I would have liked their comp more, but if they're gonna fall behind like this, it is really hard to play against SKT's comp, because once they get vision control, you have to walk into them, and then you eat a Jin root, a Varus Q.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. It's like a definitive way to play RNG's comp. Like, you just use your Olaf and Poppy to run at their squishies. Like, what's the Zyra gonna do to the Olaf, right, in the late game, or just when he gets some items? So, yeah, definitely agree with you. They're kind of way too behind at this moment in the game to actually say it's like easy for them to win the game.
One of the things I wish we would have had more time to talk about, because the laning phase obviously snowballed out of control, was just like positioning with where you send your carries, as Duke is collapsed on here.
Stun going in. Looper potentially in trouble here. Is stunned up. Does flash out. Gets the shield. Oh, that was so close.
I think he knew he was going to get the shield. He wasn't scared at all, honestly. But
I was scared. I was
you were
scared
for him. But yeah, I think for the most part, right now SKT they can hit every tower. They just took down the top one. Uzi stuck there trying to clear. They're going to get some damage on the mid tower. It seems like there's not too many, like, they had to get that kill basically bottom. If they traded 1-for-1, like, what could have happened, that would have been a big disaster as well.
So SKT still remaining in the lead, 5K in their favor, but RNG are making some small moves to get back. How important is it to shut down the Kennen, especially when Bang and Wolf are already so far ahead?
I mean, I think the Kennen can just chill, honestly. There's not, like, his role in the game is just to get some creeps and then make it to team fight where he can just like contribute a little bit with his ult. So there's not too much he has to do this game. They should just like slowly play this one out, which I think SKT definitely have shown like they know how to do that.
Right, I think what you're saying is extremely on the... Oh, here's the TP flank coming in from the Kennen as we just started talking about him.
Maybe look for something. They have a lot of CC options. Uzi, there's just nothing left for this guy. Far too many people here. Aggressive collapse coming in from SKT.
Oh, this is a brutal game to watch. Just to touch on what Gate was saying, your role in the team changes based off what your team comp and the other team comp is. So if RNG was playing the poke comp and you're the Kennen, your ability to get like big flanks and blow people up and lock them in place for the rest of your team to follow up on is like what your role is. Super, super important. Here, when he's playing on the side of the poke comp, his job is not to go in and flank nearly as much as it would be. He can just sit honestly in front of the poke characters and just press his ultimate in Zanya's and be extra zoning and utility for his team. The way he plays the pick will change based off what his comp is and what he's playing against.
Yeah, also this game just getting really out of control. Like just because like SKT was so ahead, like they could give Kennen like such a good opportunity for that flank TP. And just, you know, you just got to play the game slow, let your team do most of the work. You don't have too much of an advantage by yourself, but like if you combine that with your team. They ended up giving the Herald buff to Bang, actually. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah. Not very common that we see the AD carries get it, and interestingly enough, Uzi sacrificing some damage to go for the early Frozen Fist here. Very clear after that last engage that he may need a way to kite out this team. They're going to continue to go for picks. Now, looking into Jin itemization, pretty sure that we're going for the Duskblade here, or do you expect the Maw Mount Mortius?
You definitely don't go Maw. There's not enough magic damage threat, really, and you're not at the point where you're like, oh man, that Victor's going to blow me up.
Yeah.
He's not at that point yet in the game. So I think it's fine to go the Duskblade, go the more aggressive build. I mean, like, it's not like it's wrong to go Maw, because you'll pick it up at some point, but I don't think it's necessary, given that you're against so many physical damage threats and you're snowballing out of control.
Yeah, also if he were to let for the Maw, I think it would really slow down his build, because there's going to be 2 champions on the enemy team. They're going to stack a lot of armor, so I would expect something like after he finishes his Duskblade just to get the small component of Last Whisper, and then maybe he'll finish it, but then he has a lot of choices from there.
Just to touch on that thing I was trying to talk about a while ago in terms of positioning in the lane, like what side the AD carry stands on compared to the support. I wanted to point it out because, I mean, usually you have your Ezreal stand in the river side because he has the defensive escape in the arcane shift, and he wants to, like what Gate said, shoot past the creep, so he wants to be able to flank more as opposed to get pinned against the wall. And the Karma having no escapes and can fight for brush control more. It's one of those intricacies that, like, I think a lot of players don't think about that aren't quite at the competitive high elo level. That's super, super important to how you actually play the lane out.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with that, because there's like a lot of matchups where it's literally just dependent on like how far you're standing from this guy, or if you're like parallel or perpendicular to this guy. So just like thinking like in your solo queue games, it's just important to, like, especially for support, I think it's especially important just to think about like what's the best way I could use my champion in the lane phase.
They have to see. Of course, we are now healthily out of the lane phase. Duskblade is, of course, on the way. I want to pick up one of our Twitter questions real quick. Tristan Simpson asks, why isn't there any Korean Lucian games in Worlds this year? Lucian, not a priority pick.
I think it's honestly pretty simple. It doesn't dominate the lane phase in a lot of matchups, and Lucian's really low range and only brings damage. So if you can get that damage out of an Ezreal who's safer, longer range, and isn't going to get bullied in the lane phase, then like why wouldn't you just take that? Or if you want to bully the lane phase, go Caitlyn. There's just better picks for doing what Lucian tended to do earlier in the year.
Yeah, I think also, I mean, it is true, like, if you think about the AD carry role, you generally associate it with damage, but really right now in like this meta, almost all the AD carries have something to do outside of damage. When you think about Lucian, he's just like the guy that goes in, does some damage, tries to kill someone with his dashes, and that's his contribution. But you think about something like a Jin, he can CC people, he can start fights, he can like execute people, he has traps, like he literally has everything that you could ask, and then some. So there's like not a too good like of a way to explain it. I think just Lucian is actually
Pop is in a bad spot here. Nice flash on the root.
Exhausted though. Here comes FLICKR with the ghost. Drive, waiting for the disengage. Only going to hit the one. Zach on the way in. Looper looks pretty set to fall here. Rest of the team is up though.
Yeah, RNG's actually collapsing on this fight.
I think he's okay.
He's lived long enough that he might be able to turn this fight around.
MLXG's on Bang. Bang is all alone. Has to heal and flash to make it to safety. Not going to get outflanked. Now in trouble. I don't know if they quite have the strength to tower dive here, but a good turn.
Poppy is so tanky. He actually just tanked 4 people for about 10 seconds and then made it to his team, and they were able to turn it.
That's actually a really surprising thing out of RNG. Usually when you see a top laner pushing by himself and getting collapsed on, other teams will try and do something else like go up mid and trade. But RNG was aware of the fact that SKT couldn't actually kill him that easily, and they were able to collapse and turn it. It wasn't as explosive as they would have hoped. If they could have gotten a bunch of kills there, maybe they can even look at Baron, but the fact that they didn't lose anyone, looks like they're going to get the top turret off it, is pretty big.
Yeah, I think it's also good to point out that SKT have like this self-restraint too. They realize like, okay, this started out as a 1v4, we can try this, but they know how to like start pulling back once the situation's starting to get like a little too crazy for them. And then they know how, like, even if they have gotten the kill in the 1v4 but then ended up in a bad situation, it does not benefit them at all. So they have some self-restraint when it comes to like plays like those.
Yeah, and it was just timed, fortunately enough for RNG, that Kennen's TP was still down during that, because the really scary thing is if you bait all of RNG up there to a team fight and then you get a flanking TP Kennen, so.
Yeah.
As you talked about, maybe not his core goal this game, maybe looking for the more defensive ults to kind of keep the team safe. But if he ever does get that flank, still as terrifying as ever, has the Void Staff, has the Proto Belt, doing a decent amount of damage. Now RNG, you know, making some moves to get back. Still a 6K gold lead for SKT. But we have a question coming in for you, Mark, specifically regarding team composition. Ab, Hishek, Mickey Sana. I'm going to call you Mickey because you asked one question. If you ask another question, we're going to stick with Mickey. Mickey, ask Mark, why SKT picked Varus instead of Orianna? Ori-Zac duo is a nice combo to kind of attack that backline.
I think it's just how SKT prefers to play without knowing. They're going to go into MLXG, force his ult out. That's actually really big because they can maybe start looking to force around Baron again, just keep vision controlling it, and RNG will have to walk back up. But I think it's just what SKT has shown to prefer to play. They don't play like the super wombo-y teamfight comps, so they can. They prefer to play like really standard with everything that's kind of self-sufficient, like Victor and things like that, or they want to play like the more pokey style. So I think it just comes down to a preference in picks, not wanting to play that Orianna and going for this style comp.
Oh, well, here comes the curtain call. MLXG looks set to fall here. Force shot not even going to be necessary as Faker's going to pick up the kill on that one. Baron, potentially the next objective for SKT. Now as we wait for that gate, your thoughts, Orianna versus Varus here on the SKT comp.
I think, yeah, I agree. Just SKT style just fits Varus better, but also you have to think about, like, I talk about pairings of champions a lot, but this trio of like Varus, Jhin, and Zyra, pretty undefeatable when it comes to like long range damage. So I think they also had that in mind when they were trying to pick out their comp.
The core of the comp becomes totally different. You go from kiting back kind of comp into a dive comp where you put the ball on him, he goes in, you're womboing it with Kennen, as opposed to everyone just like kiting back and shooting stuff from afar. And SKT has shown that they're really good at playing that style. You saw how effective it was there. Force the ult out of Olaf, go back onto Baron, make him run back in again.
Oh no, Uzi not like this.
Get another pick, just keep picking them. I mean, that's how SKT likes to play.
Oh, Baron is back up. MLXG is back up, but they lose another member.
Too low to force Baron again now. Just take the kills, shove out the waves, they're going to reset.
Of course. You see I don't know, teams like SKT, they have this resilience when it comes to like playing around vision. They're not just going to like let you take their vision. They're not going to just like, they're not going to let you just walk in when they have the control. You see how it all started out with they just popped MLXG's ult, and then they knew the next one was fatal, and then they kill MLXG and they chain it into like baiting the Baron. They know RNG have to come in again, so they literally just do the same thing over and over, but you have no response if you're RNG.
Seems like a really rough spot for RNG to be as SKT continue to take down these dragons. On average, taking 3 dragons a game before the series to the 1.5 from RNG, so you can see a lot more focus on the dragon control, of course, as you mentioned. Not going to take the risk on the Baron, and RNG finally get control back of that area. But it seems like it may be too little too late as the gold lead continues to grow.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult because they trade the Baron vision for that dragon, and that can be okay if you're willing to fight because now you have a couple TP wards or something. Maybe you can start a fight next time SKT tries to control vision around there, but they're so far behind that even a force like that feels super hard to win.
Yeah, I think it just came down to the early game. Honestly, there's just too much of a goal deficit. SKT can do a lot of like stupid plays and still get away with it, but it seems like they're just gonna stick to their normal setup. They're gonna group with all their poke and then gonna take vision, and then their next step is to just secure the Baron.
We talked earlier about how strong Ezreal would be on 2 items. He does have the Muramana as well as the Frozen Fist here, the Iceborne Gauntlet. Is Uzi kind of one of the last hopes here for RNG if they are going to be able to pull ahead?
Yeah, he's going to be a big part of it. So what's interesting is a lot of the time Ezreal feels really oppressive to play against because you're shorter range than him and you can't quite space his Qs with like your own threat. But with Varus and Jhin, you have that ability a little bit. If you land a Varus Q into like a Jhin route, it's terrifying for Ezreal. So they have a couple tools that don't make Ezreal as oppressive as it can be, but still landing those Mystic shots and the extra ability to kite out something like a Zac or the Kennen is pretty annoying.
Yeah, I think they're really depending on Xiaohu and Uzi like getting a lot of damage off in all these fights, because right now it's like if they don't do that, there's no way they're going to run straight in and then be able to edge out a fight like that.
Luckily for them, it seems like there's at least a small edge on the top side for Looper. Decent CS continuing to pressure the Kennen in, Duke kind of playing on the back foot here, but it doesn't feel like the Poppy's ever really going to have kill pressure to play around. And SKT seem pretty content to just keep clearing out the waves. The gold lead holding at about 8,000. Now as we move forward, what really needs to be the priority from SKT? We see that RNG are behind, that they need to play back, that they need to clear waves. But SKT seems like they're just poised to take a Baron here.
Yep, I mean, that's basically what it is. The Kennen being pushed in bottom is not really a big issue. He's not a core part of your comp. You're basically 3 range pokey things with the Varus, Jhin, and Zyra with a frontliner and Zac, and you just vision control around Baron. And your Kennen's just kind of there as an extra like laning pick, probably more than anything.
Yeah, it's gonna be a 4v4 around this Baron for like a long time because there's no. Oh, the Baron got a few hits on Wolf. That's actually really bad for him.
Yeah, it might force a recall out. We saw after that last Baron situation where they ended up getting Dragon off of it, SKT bought like 1 million pink wards and came back and controlled River, forced the Ezreal ult out, but that was able to make Baron angry at Zyra.
Yeah, I think, I mean, they were doing the right thing. It's actually pretty unfortunate that the Baron hit the Zyra a few times because I think they had pretty good control of the whole area. They're gonna just have to go back and set it all over again.
And that's one of the things that I personally, SKT is really good at it, they can win, but it feels like a lot slower of a comp than some of the other ones where your margin for error is very slim as this kind of poke comp. If you ever mess up and somehow Looper gets behind you, he knocks like 2 or 3 of you up, and then Karma's speeding up a Victor and an Olaf to chase down your carries, it is such a disaster because you're so immobile. And it's a very punishing comp to play if you ever do give that flank away, and that's why we've seen a couple other teams just fail horrendously with these kind of poke comps.
Yeah, and if I'm gonna say about any team, like SKT definitely look like they're disciplined enough to just play like a slow game like the one we're seeing, and then closing out through just careful thought in how to move around the map.
So are we just never going to see SKT go for the Baron if it's not a perfect setup?
You'll see them go for it if they really just like someone went home too early or on a ward or something like that, but they won't rush things. They definitely like are the type of team to take it slow. They know even if it goes like, even though they have a lead, they just slowly push it into the late game. They're confident in their skills to win too.
So there's 2 things to talk about with why they wouldn't force Baron. One is like they're not great at it. They're okay, but they didn't get any like Mountain Drakes the way we saw RNG get last game, which let them just blow that Baron up. They don't have any of those tools, and when you start the Baron, it's really hard to be in a position to poke them as they come in. So if you start backing into the Baron pit to start fighting, you can't chunk them as they come through the chokes, as we see Xiaohu get rooted.
Curtain call. Mana, would you like to block? Oh, there it is. He wants to block.
That's like one of the fallacies in picking like a squishier support like Karma, or even worse like Zyra. Like they have Karma, which is not so bad, but when you have range support, you're generally like squishier. So someone has to tank Jhin ult, but there's like no good target to do it if your front line is not there. So like he wants to block, but at the same time he doesn't want to die either.
Yeah, if he takes 2 of those trying to block him, next thing you know, he's the next target, and Jin's aiming at him and saying, "Ah, forget the Victor."
Oh, MLSG caught once again, has to use the ult.
It's like deja vu. We've seen this.
Yep. And that's
Rinse
what I was
and
talking
repeat.
about. They're not on the Baron because they want to hug this wall right here that you see FLICKR on. If you're on the Baron, you're not in a position to punish those kind of like face checks.
Yeah,
So-
and actually they can do damage to the Baron, just like in this setup. RNG shouldn't even know whether they're just sitting there trying to poke them or hitting the Baron.
Yep, see the Fog of War.
They should know by the plants now, but yeah, SKT just pull right off. There's no risk. There's no risk at all for them to do that.
Question mark things coming in on the bottom side. Looper continuing to apply pressure. He's winning the 1v1s, he's winning the trades, but it's just not translating into much of anything. A decent CS lead at this point, at least for himself, but getting a little too aggressive here under the tower.
I think the best case scenario is if Looper never has to use his TP and he's able to just stay down here and slowly chip away at Duke's tower.
Slow is going to be the operating
One
word.
buckler at a time, boys.
Yeah, I mean, he can't dive the Kennen. The Kennen has too much damage and survivability with the Zanyas. He just pops his ult with CC Looper under the turret forever, so Looper has to go for these slow little throw
hit.
buckler at something.
Yeah, get the shield, hit it once, run away, do it again when the next wave comes. It's like 80 damage every time, so maybe on like the 20th wave he'll get the tower.
Hey man, you get that Iceborne Gauntlet proc in there too. You might get that thing up to 100 something.
Getting the decent damage down, but I want to hit a Twitter question coming in. Discount Sneaky asks, fantastic name by the way, how do you have a big impact on the game as Ezreal? I often struggle in the mid to late game.
Ooh, if you're struggling mid to late game to make an impact as Ezreal, you're not playing it aggressively enough, I think. It can be tempting to just sit really far back and shoot Qs, but you need to be able to walk into range and just play those ranges really well where you can hit them with their Qs, but you're not quite in danger of their engage, and you have to be good on the reaction time to arcane shift out.
Yeah, if you put people in a bad spot just by using your E aggressively and like baiting them basically, because you know if you hit more Qs, you'll get your E again. Like doing plays like those definitely make people like kind of panic and then not realize how much damage they're taking. So I think the #1 tip is just to not only focus on hitting your Q.
Yeah, that's a good point. You see a lot of like the top 80 carries. If they ever see someone out of position, they'll just shift on top of them. And Ezreal's really kind of surprisingly tanky with the Iceborne Gauntlet build. If it's like a physical damage threat you're arcane shifting on, he can win a lot of duels like that.
Yeah, and worst case scenario, like you use your dash, you'll have to like burn your flash in a bad situation, but after like enough games, you should be able to like gauge the situation well enough so that you won't have to like use your E aggressively, but then also have to waste your flash getting out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's just clarify for all you like myself who may not be quite so mechanically gifted. Be careful when you choose to E aggressively. From all the support mains out there, please do not just randomly leap into 4 people.
Nah, man, you gotta learn to fall.
Explore the world.
Fall to learn to run or something like that. Whatever that quote is.
What is Ezreal's title? Like the Prodigal Explorer? You gotta be adventurous. Like, it's in his name.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to make sure you have backup before you do it, that's that's your choice, and I'd recommend it. But you don't need it. You're Ezreal.
Depending on how much blame you want to take from your team, that's how aggressive you should be.
Yeah. Well, how thick is your skin? I guess is the question.
Yeah. Oh wow, this is some solid solo queue analysis there coming in. But speaking of backup, Takis Nikolopoulos. I apologize for that because that was definitely not how that's pronounced. Why did they stop picking Lulu, who can also buff your movement speed and similar to Karma, but also your auto attack?
Do you mean in the support position or
yes,
mid?
Support position.
Okay, in the support position, I think she's kind of outclassed by Karma. Karma really does all the things Lulu does, but the only case I would really see for Lulu support is with like a hyper 80k, like the old Kog'Maw before he got just changed recently back. Like things like Lulu that buff your attack speed and your on hit work better than Karma in that scenario, but in all the other scenarios, I think things like Karma will definitely do better.
So what does Karma offer that the Lulu doesn't that really makes that possible?
Like more consistency, basically.
Yeah, so like your laning phase will be better, and then in team situations, you can shield your whole team and speed them away. It's really easy to, I shouldn't say easy to play Karma, but like your thought process doesn't need to be too complicated. It's kind of just RE your team at the support position, and your items usually help with that in terms of you often have an Ardent Sensor or something.
Yeah.
Baron now set to fall. I had TP's coming in from Looper. The Baron's going to drop. It looks like they are going to try to pick Duke. He goes pop, but RNG trade a kill for the Baron there.
It almost seems to me that Duke's TP, it seemed like a distraction. Like maybe he should have just canceled it at the last second, but that made enough time so they could secure the Baron, but Duke was not on the same page as everyone else, it seems like.
And that's one of the tricky parts about playing against SKT, because they'll do what we said about hugging those walls and poking you through chokes like so many times in a row. You get scared around them, and then finally once they decide like, nah, we're just gonna go for Baron this time. Yeah. And finally they're actually damaging it. And a big part too is the fact that Zyra is now on her items that make her really good against Baron with the Rylai's Leandries. Once she has those, she's such a threat around objectives.
Yeah, she could use the plants to tank, and then just, even if she needs the damage, she could just throw the ult on it. It gives it like attack speed as well and more damage. Actually, I think it just only gives it more damage now, but it makes it like Zyra can basically do 30 to like half the Baron's HP as a support, and that's pretty crazy if you think about it.
It's interesting that you bring that up, your point about kind of conditioning your opponent. This is something we see a lot in fighting games, something we don't see as much of League of Legends. Mark and I are both avid fighting game players, but looking at this, how important do you think that kind of conditioning is? I know we hear a lot about it with skill shot champions. If they always walk left, you're going to start shooting the skill shots left. Do you think that that is something that comes up a lot in competitive League of Legends? Are those instances of, kind of conditioning your opponent to get used to you playing one specific way?
I think it doesn't happen as much as you would necessarily think. It's a lot more internal than it is like thinking consciously about it, where like as you lane against someone a couple times over the course of like the 10 minutes of the laning phase, you'll start picking up on how they're playing. Sometimes it even changes game to game. But these big team situations, I think it is a lot more conscious, where if you start Baron the first time at 25 minutes when you're not as tanky, you don't have as much damage, and RNG just collapses on you and murders you at Baron, that's a disaster. So the fact that SKT spends so much time around Baron, and they almost never actually threatened it during that whole 35 minutes until finally they went for it that one time, is huge, because RNG it's so hard to be as vigilant and careful over the course of that time where finally you slip up once and the SKT's actually on the Baron.
Yeah, I think it's definitely exactly how SKT like to play too. It's like a mind game almost. You know, you're not exactly sure, but that's the most dangerous part because if you're not exactly sure, they could either it could be dead or they could just be baiting you. So yeah, I think you're definitely right about that. Just SKT in general, like it's hard to fool them.
Definitely. Wolf takes a bit of damage there. One thing RNG know for sure now with the Baron up, SKT pushing down, is that they're going to need to defend this inhibitor line. Blank sort of waiting in the darkness, ready to leap into the team at a moment's notice. We're still talking about it. RNG still behind, now 10K behind, unfortunately for them. 4 Dragons backing up SKT, but luckily for RNG, they are only Cloud and Ocean Drakes. That said, what are we waiting for on the side of RNG? What is their ticket out of this?
Poppy TP flank. Oh, her TP's down, but she's looking for a flank anyways right now. It's going to be super hard because SKT has such good wards. So RNG want to wave clear until Poppy's TP flank is up, though she is behind now.
Snared, uses the W, trying to block it out. Looper is taking so much damage, disengage potential from Wolf, flashes forward. Looper now set to fall. Ult from Kennen onto so many members. Duke doing his best Smeb impression there, and in goes Blank. Bounce House comes out, is going to have to walk away, and SKT take control in that exchange.
I mean, that's what we're talking about from this poke comp playing from ahead. If they're behind, Poppy's tanking up to just run through some of that stuff, get some CC, and the rest of the team joins in. But from behind, just gets chunked out before you're able to make an impact.
Yeah, also, really, if you think about it, SKT have been playing the same game for 38 minutes, like the exact same. They only just now have a Baron. Like, that's like, oh, feels good. Like, I have a Baron too. So they're just going to take bot like that. Nothing really changed. They were watching out for Poppy the entire game. They just caught him there with, like, you saw Zyra's damage there too. She did so much work in that fight. Her roots like made it so Poppy couldn't get any angle on the carries, and then her ult zoned all of RNG's carries. So really, you're seeing like the Zyra pick do so much work for this team right now.
Unfortunately, the Miracle Steal just doesn't really feel like it's possible for the side of RNG. Olaf, of course, his natural enemy is the wall. He's got no way to make it over there. He's got no way to surprise and steal from the backside of the pit. So it feels like SKT are now set to take this Elder Dragon. I mean, is this just the SKT win? Objectively.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty dominating performance by SKT. Started off by the fact that they had such a snowball going around the bot side of the map. When you have a tank top and the Victor middle, if your bot side gets crushed like that, you don't have a ton of playmaking options elsewhere. I mean, the Poppy can kind of gank for it, but it's not like getting a Poppy an extra kill is like a massive deal. It's not going to take over the game.
Yeah, that's also one of the problems with playing just a tank top. Like, maybe if that was a Jace or something, he'd like push a lot of like split push advantages. But since it is just a Poppy, like you saw, like Duke just, even though he was like playing on the defensive side the whole game, he never really struggled to hold the Poppy on 1v1 under his turret. So it wasn't like a huge issue for him.
Oh, Looper is getting caught out in the jungle now.
Oh, someone knocked out of the fight there. It's Wolf, but unfortunately Looper, now going to dash the creeps. Nice display there. Still gets snared. Oh no.
Hurted. Maybe he'll die to the Zeki.
No, Zek's not going to overextend. This is SKT. Gate, come on.
Too controlled.
There's a turret top. Just to touch on the tank versus like carry thing a little bit more, getting a kill on the tank early can be really good because it pushes them to like their first resist item versus that character, and it really stops them from snowballing. So that's good, but it's not like the tank's gonna actually carry the game if your damage dealers are super behind, which is what happens.
Maybe if you build like a Triforce this game as Poppy, maybe.
Yeah,
sure,
and the ult boosted your damage and made you immune to everything. Like
yeah, that'd be good.
good old Poppy.
Yeah.
The good old days. God, that champion was disgusting.
Yeah.
Thank God. New Poppy's also pretty powerful, but just definitely not in this situation. Now, Gate, earlier you mentioned, actually, we'll just keep an eye on this, because in goes Blank. RNG now seems set to fall.
Zoning E, just jump at their carries, make them run away, and while your team hits the turret. It's so methodical from SKT.
Yeah,
so earlier you said Gate. I want to interrupt you just quickly here. You said that it all came down to those first 2 kills on the bottom side of the map. That one mistake, that one aggressive move coming in for Wolf. Do you think that still plays true? If that had not happened, do you think RNG may have been able to keep this a more even game?
At least there's way more options in how to play the game. I said it before, like SKT after that, they played the same game for the entirety of the game. And it wouldn't change if they were just like playing the same formula, because if you're behind as RNG and you cannot run at them, which was like your only way of like doing anything in this game, you just do not have like a way to control this game and how it plays out. So the first few kills are very disastrous in my opinion.
All right, well, with a 15K gold lead, it feels like a great time to get on a Twitter question. And this one, while it may not be relevant to this game, I personally like it. Cora/Strobe/Seppi at Castle_Wars says, why does no one play Vayne? Why no Vayne, boys?
I guess I like kind of explained it earlier too. She just has damage. Like, you have to kind of put her 1v1 against other people too as an AD carry, and she's not gonna like take TP or anything. See, the Zac just kills the Victor by himself.
No assist even, just straight up soloed him.
Yeah, that guy's a monster now.
Continue. This appears to be par for the course for this game. We'll just watch people die as we talk about it. So Vayne just damage, just dueling potential.
Yeah,
doesn't feel like a team player.
To be honest, her lane phase is not even that good for like a 1v1 champion. Like, you can't really edge out too many advantages against like Caitlyn or like Jhin, any of the popular champions right now. So if she could, honestly, like, edge out good advantages.
Got him flank.
Looper
going
finally
in.
got
They're trying to get him.
It's a little too late. You see, Bang doesn't even care. He's getting ulted.
And the Zyra just controlled him again.
Yeah.
Zyra just shoots a root at him, and he can't run. Even if the root misses, he can't run through the plant.
Yeah,
so it's so hard to get onto Bang. And that's going to be game.
Decent poke coming in. The flying corpse of Zac leaps through the air. And
hit him with the icon.
The SKT BM comes out. It's going to be game 2 going over in the favor of SKT. If I don't sound excited, it's because we watched that long, slow demise of RNG. 20K gold lead closing out the clean SKT fashion. And one final very well executed fight to deny that looper flank. But this is the SKT I think we were expecting right off the bat, and I'm curious what you guys think has to change coming to the next game on the side of RNG.
I think their plan was fine, but you can't fail your plan so hard. And the thing about SKT is they play such a grindy style. It favors them so heavily in best of 5 because, like, yeah, you lost this game and against like a more explosive team, like, all right, you got blown up, whatever, let's reset. But you got ground out for 43 minutes after a single misplay at like 5 minutes into the game, and you just kind of had to take it for that extended period of time. It's not necessarily demoralizing, but it's tiring. It's something you don't want to have to deal with over and over, and the fact that you might have to put up with it for two more losses is so difficult. So I think RNG need to find a way to energize themselves after that kind of sapping performance and find something that's going to work for them.
Yeah, I think the best way to do that is just like pick an aggressive support, aggressive jungle, and just like run around the map, try to kill people. Like, they're really good at doing that. Like, we've seen them do that. So I'm pretty sure they just change up their style, maybe just a few picks. To be honest, I think SKT just went into this game. They thought they wanted to play it slow. They ended up playing it slow. They're like really happy they were gifted the advantage early, so they just took it step by step.
And it's truly unfortunate the way that the game unfolded is that they were gifted an early advantage. It does, once again, feel like it all comes back to that 5 minutes, to watching this slow grind. Now, we have seen this exact same bottom lane twice now. Do you think this is going to remain the bottom lane that we're going to see? What is the potential change up here, assuming picks like Caitlyn are still banned out?
I think you need to look at the Zyra. I mean, it's so strong in its laning phase, and it basically wins every matchup. I don't think it needs to be banned, but you have to look at it as either an early pick or just coming up with a new way of playing against it.
Yeah, I think just not even speaking about laning phase, like compositionally, it seems like it was so good to round out whatever they had. So honestly, they just have to think about the pick itself a little more, like maybe find a better answer to it too, honestly. But yeah, that champion did so much in this game.
So much in the last game as well. Truly a power pick rising in this series. But next on the Player Extreme, we're going to step away from the bottom lane and head right into the mid lane and get some expert insight from Alex each. In the mid time, we'll also send you over to the mainstream, where the analyst desk is going over the SKT, trying to explain exactly what's going down in the series. And we'll be back here to rendezvous for the next game.
It was just off that 3-minute fight.
And it was, again, bringing it right back to the comps that SKT were playing in week 2. These poke comps, they didn't have Jace this time, but it was all about setup. And even though they had a true tank, they had a Zac. Zac's much more effective, actually out of range, looking to jump in and engage, rather than standing in front of, say, the poke champions like the Jhin, for example. So it was still very much the same flavor of the comp that they played so dominantly and so uniquely well in week 2.
And honestly, if you look at Duke, this game, that is the one saving grace maybe for RNG. If you look at the scope of the series, he had a mediocre game 2. He had a really bad game 1. He had the only person that had deaths on SKT this game. So maybe that's an area that RNG can hit next few games. Yes, they lost early on by having that real large deficit that kind of made the game over. But just stabbing away at a potential weakness could win you games in the long run.
Well, and exactly. And I think if you talk about, you know, RNG's saving grace, especially, you know, what kept them in this game for so long was that side lane pressure created by a Poppy that had a sheen. But I do want to talk about that bit of misplay that you mentioned, that deficit that was created for RNG.
It almost,
level 3 craziness here.
Yeah, it almost looked like if you go into the river play, like you suddenly see level 2 Olaf, and you're like, wait, hang on. That's
How
like
did that get here?
It's in a sitcom. It's like frame pauses, record scratches, like, hey, it's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. And that's exactly what we were wondering.
As an Olaf, level 2 against a Zach who's done 3 camps, and you start thinking, how could an Olaf be level 2 in the river against a Zach? Oh, he only has 2 camps down. Maybe he skipped wolves and just decided to rush Scuttle Crab. No, that's not actually what happened.
What else could have happened?
Maybe FLICKR would be able to steal a Wraith. That's another thing you think.
Oh, he's playing Varus. That's a pretty good idea.
That didn't happen either, and I wish we had the replay of this because there was a small wolf that Olaf didn't clear at level 2, chased him all the way into lane. 1 hit, didn't get it.
10 health
left. He kills that wolf. He's level 3. That entire exchange goes differently.
I mean, that was definitely the analyst desk peanut guy. We're like, wait, Olaf's the fastest clear. He started blue. That's definitely the fastest route you can take. How could he possibly be level 2 to a level 3 Zach? And watching it back, you know, we had the benefit of doing that ourselves. It was comical.
Yeah, and that's the 2 kills for SKT. And we had already talked about after game 1, SKT's ability to play from behind. Now you grant them 2 essentially free kills before 3 minutes, and we just witnessed what SKT can do from ahead.
Yeah, it was a little comical, but it was also tragic because I think it starved us of what could have been a good game.
Great game.
Yeah,
honestly.
and I'm wondering how much of that is known to RNG right now, like whether or not in the back room MLXG is saying, guys, I really messed that up. I really think we should just try and restart that one. Or if he's just like, no, we made some bad rotations in that river there, and don't look at me, guys. Because I think the composition can work. You saw they had pick potential in the later fights. It's hard to push into a victor, but we've now seen 2 lopsided games with very similar compositions from the losing sides.
Yeah, especially if you play into poke. If you give poke a lead early, man, their gameplay is so easy. Just whack away at you, you get down. Eventually they take objective control. Poke from even is bouncing on a knife's edge. It's also, if you look at the C9 game, it only takes 1 teleport plank to ruin the game. Poke from behind is impossible to play because you don't put them low enough. They're just going to walk in and kill you over time. So that's exactly why RNG shouldn't feel too bad. SKT can be happy. They played it right. They saw level 2 Olaf in River. They decided to kill him. Malta came up and gave another free kill. And that was the game.
Yep. And while with this lead, SKT never looked uneasy, right? In fact, they looked very methodical, back into their, you know, traditional form. We did still see them take some time to close this game out. Maybe in part due to the Drake RNG and not getting those Infernals or the Earth Dragons. But at the same time, I feel like that does bode well for RNG, that they too have found some ways to stall out a game and make sure they can still contest those global objectives.
I really liked the blue side Jace ban. To me, that was the big thing, is because the only pressure laner left is Kennen. And actually, in the last 2 years, Duke has never played Kennen. It's first recorded game on Kennen since perhaps 2014, 2013, maybe first in his career, and it didn't look like his Jace. He didn't have the same sort of trademark ability to push up. Poppy obviously got the items, started to pressure as that lane naturally goes, but it wasn't a plug-and-play replacement for the Jace that looked so good for SKT in week 2.
And I think it's scary when you're looking at, you know, a player like FLICKR pulling Varus out here. Of course, we did see him play it once in the group stages, but overall has not played that champion very much in his career, and yet putting up performances like that, top damage on the team. And, you know, that, again, when I'm looking at champion select, it seems like Duke might be the only person you can attack. Other than that, that Zyra Jhin lane did look pretty gross.
Yeah, I think the Zyra Jhin lane looks gross. As far as attacking someone in champ select, I still think there's value in attacking the jungle pool. We've seen a poorly Sin game from Bengi, and a Zac game where, yes, he did solo kill the Victor at 50 minutes, but aside from that, he wasn't landing very many of his jumps. So I think if you're RNG, you continue to throw multiple jungle bans into these games, especially when they go back to the red side. They won their game on the red side. I'd expect Elise Olaf as their bans.
Yeah, so we'll probably find out on the other side of the break whether or not they're swapping sides. But now I do, with this game in mind and maybe some of the addendums we've made in terms of that wonky early game situation, want to ask you guys, you know, what is your confidence level that this series does go to 5 games? How confident are you that RNG can hit that reset button, as you mentioned, Jad? Are they in that back room saying, look, we got to throw this game out of our minds because it just certain things didn't fall in our favor, and we can rebound?
Yeah, that's RNG though, right? We say MLXG, he's going to clear that whole camp before, but he makes similar decisions in the past of like 2 camp gank. If it doesn't work, we lose the game. This wasn't a choice, it was just a flat out mistake, but I actually don't trust RNG's ability to win another game against SKT, especially that SKT now has momentum and theoretically wouldn't be affected by any nerves. I still actually think it's SKT 3-1.
I mean, RNG play on the razor's edge, right? When they look good, they look so good. Then you have games like this. And this was, again, a very small mistake that obviously was massive given how the game played out. I don't know if I have confidence in them picking up another win, but how much do you really learn from a game where such a small mistake snowballed so massively? All you learn is that if you give SKT an inch, they take that mile.
They still gave away quite some pick and ban information here, just drafting champions that SKT played. In general, this wasn't a strange composition from RNG, but the more info you give to SKT, historically, a lot of their series at international tournaments, Game 1, close. Game 2, a little less close. Game 3, it's over. And similarly right now, Game 1 went to RNG. This one was granted due to the mistake, a lot less close, but I think that pattern will continue, and that's why I think SKT will take it 3-1.
I was about to say, it's beginning to feel like the classic SKT best-of-5 ramp-up here, but stay tuned because Game 3 is coming your way right after this.
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible. Introducing a little anarchy. Disrupting the natural order. Because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.
Alex Each is currently putting us into the lobby so that we can spectate that game and learn more interesting things. But with Alex Each and LS here, it is no surprise that we're taking a look at FLICKR versus Xiaohu in the middle lane. Now, these two guys, we can't really call this an even matchup, let's be honest. Xiaohu has been doing his best to hold his own, but FLICKR has been putting out consistently good numbers across the course of the tournament. Curious how you guys think this mid lane matchup will unfold coming into the next game.
Well, I think that Xiaohu probably just again goes on another wave clear mid, even though FLICKR last game was also on Varus, so it was a pretty stale lane. But I don't want to see that again.
We want some action. We want some Syndra left unbanned. We want to see that Aurelion Soul. The theory coming in from Gate was that he thought that they had a counter pick ready for Aurelion Soul. I was curious what you guys felt like are options, are potential counter picks coming in for Aurelion Soul, if that is what SKT are trying to do.
I'm not even sure if he has counter picks or like he wants to pick something because he picked Victor blind. So Xiaohu could have picked Aurelion Soul, but he didn't. I mean, I think the best pick right now out of meta and whatever people are doing, Malzahar is doing actually really well into Aurelion Soul. He like doesn't have much problems about that. So like your silence counters his expansion. Then like your whenever Aurelion Soul goes in, you go just put your crab and E. So like he cannot really play that up in lane. So basically, and then you match his wave clear eventually. And then at level 6, Malzahar has enough pressure for Aurelion Soul. So until like Aurelion Soul does some sick level 1 roam and just wins the game there.
Yeah, and it feels like unless we see crazy plays like that from Xiaohu, it's going to be so hard for him because we've seen crazy plays across the entirety of the group stage coming in from FLICKR. This guy is the monster that we know him for, an absolutely phenomenal player. You can see some of the highlights now here. Jensen, of course, coming in with big words, talking about going to clap FLICKR, and unfortunately that one did not work out for him and single-handedly probably helped put Syndra to the top of the ban list.
Yeah, he clapped for FLICKR. It's fine.
He clapped for FLICKR. Oh, man.
You can see his stats now coming in 4-3 and 6, the overall KDA from the quarterfinal series thus far. 11 CSD at 15, so pulling out those decent leads. And I will say, as expected from a Varus mid laner, but 31.4% damage to that number. Of course, always shoots through the roof on poke champions, but still impressive nonetheless.
Yeah, both Victor and Varus are the champions that are doing most of the damage on the team usually. Like Varus is unleashing a lot of poke. And as Victor, even though they were losing, he was usually the one that like goes the full combo on people, like does damage to Rek'Sai, to Vladimir, which are actually like high health champions, right? So maybe that numbers are a bit inflated. But at the same time, he was doing well in the mid lane. Even in the game they were losing super hard, he was pulling out like ahead in CS by a lot from Xiaohu. Like his Victor was pretty good, and they lost it mostly as a team as game 1. And in game 2, he did everything that Varus needed. He was there like clearing, poking, and he's even putting more pressure than usually people do on poke champions.
So I'm curious, we saw SKT fall behind in game 1, and Alex, you were very critical of FLICKR kind of setting up on a side lane and just pushing, talking about it being a bad habit. Alex, I wanted to get your thoughts. When SKT is behind, how do you feel about FLICKR as a player? Do you think that he always makes the right decisions, or has he been getting kind of over-eager?
I feel like this tournament, FLICKR, one of the most characteristic traits of him has actually been that he does these weird tilt plays, I call them, where if SK Telecom is like even or they're not ahead or something, FLICKR just ends up playing too far up in lane, or he just randomly goes aggressive at various points. I think it was even me and Alex actually commentating one of the games where we saw him do it multiple times in one game. And so I feel like that's actually been one of the downsides to SK Telecom this tournament.
It's interesting now that, so what is the biggest concern coming into this series as we move forward, assuming that we don't have some kind of insane early game mistakes coming out from either team? Do you think that FLICKR could, and this feels insane to say it, be one of the weaker points on SKT?
If he tilts, then I think definitely so, but I think that overall, I think most people would agree that the jungle is the biggest problematic role for SK Telecom. But I don't know, SK Telecom, even in their last game, with the advantages that they had and the dragons that they RNG'd, I didn't feel very safe, I guess, would be the word, with how much advantages they needed and how much of a gold lead they needed to close out on RNG. And also, Duke looked so shaky.
And it has. It was kind of a shaky game 1 from him as well, getting the solo death and not being able to kind of punish an advantage against the poppy lane. What was your impression of the series so far, Alex? Of course, you were on for the first game. We missed you for the second game. Do you feel like maybe we could see a 5-game series here?
I mean, we can see a 5-game series. I think at this point we can even see RNG winning it like 3-1. It just depends on if RNG tilted or not after that game, because, I mean, losing the game at level 2 is definitely a tilter. And then stalling it out but still like losing it. And like they were winning bot lane, and their top lane wins in the matchup that he shouldn't win. He wins Poppy versus Cannon for no particular reason, even though the whole team is like winning on the. But Kenan is like, I mean, eventually, okay, Poppy outskills, but I think he was doing fine the whole laning phase and even after that. So if like, and I think Karma Ezreal were ahead. So this was actually really funny that in first game they played Zyra Jhin into Karma Ezreal and they went super hard. And second game they picked Karma Ezreal's themselves into Zyra Jhin, and they were doing well until that unfortunate moment where the game just went downside super fast. And I think right now they won't be like, they won't try to show their like that they're mechanically better or something. But overall, I think bot lane and top lane for RNG in this series are better, and I think Xiaohu is fine at neutralizing the pressure Faker can put. So, I mean, and both, like all three junglers didn't look impressive at all, to be honest. So at this point, if RNG don't do mistakes, I think they can just win it out of the laning phase, which they usually do, and then out of the laning phase, they just win it, and then they snowball the game, or it doesn't snowball.
Well, we are now getting into Champion Select. Remember, you can send your questions in at LO Esports with the hashtag AskTheCasters to get insight from LS or Alex Ish. And as I mentioned earlier, a nice butchering of whatever name you hold dear. Caitlyn, Elise already taken off the table. The Caitlyn ban remaining consistent against Uzi. Now, of course, our focus is on the mid lane, and we haven't seen any bans there yet. Do you expect that we will see Syndra banned once again?
Yeah, probably both Syndra and Ryze gonna get banned, and this time they leave Nidalee open for the first pick because they have Blank in, and he actually plays pretty mean Nidalee. But I'm not sure if RNG are afraid of his Nidalee or not. We're gonna see it soon.
Ryze, of course, as predicted. Now the question is, does SKT risk not banning Syndra here, risk leaving the Syndra up and hoping to get it first pick, or do they have to be scared of the MLXG Nidalee?
We're gonna see it soon. It's more of if SKT gonna be afraid of, I mean, if RNG gonna be afraid of SKT Syndra or SKT Nidalee, I think they wanna ban. I would be more afraid of Syndra. I would probably leave Nidalee open, and then just try to outplay it and just finally, I don't know, just like. I would say all the junglers didn't look that impressive, and yeah. Faker looked pretty impressive, even though like in winning game and losing game. So I'd rather, but as we see, they ban Nidalee and they value Nidalee ban. Maybe they actually have a counter pick and Vladimir, and they're totally fine with Vladimir into Syndra matchup.
How do you feel about that matchup there, LS? Vladimir versus Syndra, as SKT do now get their hands on the champion. The champion has been banned in every single RNG game up until this point.
I mean, Syndra versus Vladimir. Vladimir's considered like a soft counter, but honestly, I mean, this is a team setting. This isn't solo queue, so eventually Syndra does become Syndra in the sense that she can multi-stun and completely just delete the ADC or the jungler, depending on who it is. So giving Faker Syndra is also a little bit questionable because he's going to be one of the best mid laners on her at the tournament. And we also saw what he did do with it against Jensen. So I'm not so comfortable with RNG's decision to do that.
This is the softest language I've ever heard you use, LS. Is this, do you think, a game-defining decision already this early in the draft?
Yeah.
100%. Seems like it could be a rough path for RNG. We'll have to see if they want to go for the Vladimir one more time. But the Olaf is now in the hands of Blank, matched up against the Lee Sin. Gnar as well coming out for Duke on the top side. SKT revealing all of their solo lane picks very early on.
Yeah, I wanted to say maybe we'll finally see Aurelion Sol because everyone's rumoring that Aurelion Sol actually does really well into Syndra. But I'm not sure about that. Because like, I mean, Aurelion Sol I think would be better, but I think they're so afraid of Faker pressure, especially with Blank. But Aurelion Sol, he should be doing well into Syndra. Like he can sustain this lane, he can even pressure her. And then he's actually not that vulnerable against Olaf because he gets the Storm Raider surge and he can, like if he does enough damage, he can just run away and Olaf is like only slow. So until you get stunned by Syndra in a really bad moment, you usually are not that afraid of getting ganked. So I think they're just afraid to put the, like how to say, eggs into the basket of Xiaohu. And they want to play around their top lane and bot lane, and they still want to have him as a neutralizer for all the pressure Faker puts in. And I mean, I'm not sure about that. It's just like it's either Xiaohu not believing in himself, or they just like have another plan and they don't believe in him carrying the game against Faker, and they just want to put it on Uzi.
Yeah, or the team doesn't really want to put the faith in him. We will see. We're gonna we have finally once again the Zyra Jhin versus Ezreal Karma, so it looks to be set up. SKT decide on their final rotation. That is what it's going to be in the end. But we're focusing on the mid lane stream this time around, and it's not going to be Victor Vladimir. It's not going to be Victor Vars. It's not going to be 100% a farm lane. But how do we look at the early game unfolding here? Syndra versus Vladimir. LS, you said at some point Syndra becomes Syndra. Is that going to be an early game? When does Syndra really come online?
Syndra comes online at level 9, even if she doesn't have Morel and Omicron, because her lethal against most mid-range, or mid-mages is going to be 800 and 900 HP, with just a basic combo, and that's really scary, because that means that a lot of mid laners are vulnerable. Vladimir, not so much, because of how he tends to itemize, and also he does have that pool. But the problem is going to arise when Syndra is able to just instantly delete Jhin, Lee Sin, Rumble, or Zyra with a full combo at 2 items or 3 items. And that's going to be really problematic.
So while we have seen this lane be really powerful on the bottom side, we never had someone that could just delete Zyra, could just delete some of these more vulnerable squishy supports. Do you feel like now the Zyra pick is going to be much weaker in this game because it is targeted out by the Syndra?
It depends, because we can remember FLICKR playing stuff like LeBlanc, right, in the previous seasons. When they have vision, he just like jumps in and likes to delete those squishy supports that was meta, right? But at the same time, it's RNG, they're playing that weird style that there is a chance that they will start setting up vision and they will try catching. And at the same time, Zyra can one-shot Syndra. Syndra doesn't build health that much, maybe Rylai's, right? But most of the time, yeah, I think it just depends. If Zyra can unleash all her combo before dying, it's not really worth it for Syndra even using ult for her that much. Because if Zyra used all her abilities, she's already useless and already her plants are there. So, and then it just depends on how Jhin plays. And Uzi, until he tilts, right, or until they fall behind, he usually plays really spectacular game and he plays really safe. And it's really hard for me to say that I think I don't really agree on Olaf combined with Syndra. I would like to see Rek'Sai. First of all, you can give the blue buff early for Syndra to pressure. You can go together. And when you have Olaf, it's really hard for him to ensure the pressure mid lane. And then he's like that clearing jungle. We saw the game where they had Cassio, Syndra, and Olaf together. This is the only game they lost, where Olaf just couldn't play around the mid lane that much, while FLICKR had a pressure mid laner, and he actually played Cassio into Vladimir too, I think. Or no, he played into Aurelion Sol. But still, like, at some point, FLICKR can go too aggressive, and he won't have that much, support from the Olaf that Lee Sin and Vladimir can actually have a chance to kill him. And if Vladimir gets ahead in this matchup or equal, I think eventually it will be really hard to kill him, because again, like, no one has Ignite, or like, I mean, FLICKR will have Morel and Omicron, so it's still better than Victor, but it could be hard to kill Vladimir.
Interesting. LS, earlier today you were tweeting out Olaf, not excited to see the pick. Now, I know this is a mid lane focus, but why don't you just give us a quick rundown on your thoughts on Olaf? It looks like Blank has used Ghost.
Well, Olaf, I mean, all right, I will acknowledge that he does have a very powerful early game, and he also does have some cheese factors that he can make use of that other junglers can't. My issue with Olaf, though, is that he is an all-in champion, where if he doesn't find advantages early or mid, there's not very many champions in the meta. In fact, there's almost no champions in the meta right now that synergize with him perfectly, such as like a Lulu or a Zillion would. And so what ends up happening is if you do reach it to the mid to the late game transition, Olaf's just this wrecking ball that he's completely reliant on his ultimate to be useful, and even then it's not that scary.
Yeah, I like Olaf with champions like Vladimir or something. Like, I would like Olaf on RNG comp, where you can just run down people with Vladimir Olaf, just run into their backline, while your backline is protected by Zyra and Rumble. But in the SKT comp, they have like big comp, right, with the champions that excel at, like Syndra, for example, she excels at getting vision control and then fighting the pigs, while Olaf is like totally completely opposite of that. He just wants to go in, wants to go ham. And even the early game of Olaf is more clear rather than, diving, engaging, and it's hard to pressure mid lane. So it will be on FLICKR himself, which he does early, but it's expected from Syndra to pressure Vladimir like till, I guess, level 7 or something.
And that's what we're seeing here. I mean, it seems like FLICKR's doing such a good job of testing all of this CS in the wave, just punishing Xiaohu left and right.
Yep, and I mean, Xiaohu's taking a pretty big beating. He hasn't activated his potion yet, but still a pretty painful spot for him to be in right now, because the minion wave is so big.
It's stacking up in the favor of FLICKR. FLICKR not even burning through that much mana as he restores off the Doran's ring here. But this just feels so unfortunate, and early lane pressure has been so crucial. While FLICKR does miss a creep there, Alice, it seems like physical pain in your voice.
Yeah, well, it's a cannon minion, so it's not just a normal creep. It's pretty valuable. It's pretty important early on.
Yeah, especially if you're Vladimir and then you miss with the strength of Aegis the cannon. It's a tilter.
Now, as we are in the early game, I want to get a question coming in from John Mundell at John99867_ asks, why do you think Asol hasn't been picked for this series yet? I thought it was one of the best mid-game champions, mid-game champs in the game. Wow.
I think I explained in the first game. I think the idea of RNG is just neutralizing mid, so basically they don't want a Xiaohu to feed, and I don't think FLICKR plays Aurelion Sol. So it's just like they're neutralizing pressure by the Vladimir pick, which is really hard to gank him. It's really hard to kill him 1v1. We can see that FLICKR got out of mana, so Xiaohu even trying to like pressure him a bit. And this is pretty much what Vladimir does. He just like, you can see he's taking all the damage in his face and then he sustains back. And basically the enemy mid laner, he just eventually gets out of mana and you get a like free laning phase. And now he stops recall, so for FLICKR it's gonna be really hard.
This seems so hard, and this is something that you guys mentioned earlier with the Olaf. There's no blue buff to give to FLICKR. How big is this right now?
Well, FLICKR played the laning phase a little bit bizarre, and then also him popping the potion there was really weird unless he thought that MLXG was about to show up, in which case he would need the extra HP. But otherwise, that's a very cookie-cutter mistake to pop the potion and then instantly recall because it's gold inefficient. But him getting stopped here is so brutal because now Xiaohu is able to play this laning phase out in a way that he can bleed FLICKR's recall. Although it will mean that FLICKR will get to recall into Lost Chapter, but he's probably going to miss a little bit more CS than he would otherwise have missed.
Yeah, the problem is like when you play Syndra against Vladimir, for example, I kind of like what FLICKR does and don't like it at the same time because level 1, 2 you can pressure hard, but then you get out of mana and your damage is not enough to actually chunk through all his health regen, and the potion. And basically, if you start your poke a bit earlier, a bit later, you can actually go through all his health and health spot without getting out of mana. And when you have the jungler like Olaf, he cannot really come and help you. It's even hard to just come and push out the lane because Vladimir can still bully you 1v2. And it's basically relying on FLICKR to do well in lane, which, I mean, here they're equal. And this means that Vladimir will get his free way to the Spectre Skull, and after that it will be really hard for him to do anything.
Aggressive play here on the bottom side. Mana potentially in trouble. Blank runs in. First blood setup, but here comes the TP on the opposite side. Bang, Wolf very low. Looper on the way.
Wait, what?
What?
Why did he actually finish this TP?
Maybe some questionable play coming in there.
Yeah, this is... there was an earlier fight bottom that they wasted the flash, and now...
Looks like there might be some more fighting bot side.
It was a return gank with Wolf flashing and just killing mana. It was actually a good play by SKT. And that TP from Looper was quite questionable. They tried to pressure. They probably try to pressure the turret now bottom because they have no choice. But it will mean that Looper will fall behind.
Yeah, Looper definitely missing out on a decent amount here. Does burn the equalizer as well. I think hoping to chase a kill onto Wolf. But in the meantime, the mid lane continues, and FLICKR still pressured out under tower here.
Yeah, the problem with FLICKR right now is he's trying to find a recall timing, because of the speed at which he CS's the wave, it always means that Xiaohu is going to get an extra wave over FLICKR. And so he's just trying to time his recall to be the most gold efficient, while Vladimir will be gold inefficient. That's really all it comes down to. He has to already concede that he already botched the lane from the moment that Xiaohu denied the recall.
Yeah, basically, you have to recall in the wave without cannon, so you lose only the wave without cannon, because if you lose the wave with cannon, it's even higher. So you just like gotta find the timing where you have enough gold to buy your items and understand that you lost one wave because you didn't play your lane properly, and then, I mean, the game is not over, just like, it's one wave, it's fine.
Yep.
And even that one wave, of course, only ending up in a 4 CS advantage as FLICKR now evens it up and pushes this wave back in. Xiaohu will get here at a decent time, but this is the cowl itemization we mentioned earlier. A lot of aggression coming in on the bottom side once again. Mid lane does not seem to be the focus from either of these junglers, but FLICKR is now going to be grabbing a blue LS. You talked about the potential for FLICKR to just start bursting people down. With the blue buff now at his disposal, do you think he can take control of this lane?
Well, against the Spectre's Cowl, no. I think that already... Well, he does have double Doran's ring with his Lost Chapter. If he can soften up Xiaohu enough, maybe he can go for some sort of wonky solo kill, but it's not going to be a traditional solo kill in the sense that Syndra stuns and then just does her full combo.
Yeah. Potentially in trouble here, tries to flash out, does miss out on the wall, but does seem set to fall, doing a lot of damage here, trying to pull him back to the equalizer, but Blank honestly running rampant across the map right now.
finally they find a way to like kill Looper and putting him uncomfortable. I mean, like his TP he fall behind after the TP, and this basically ensures that he will be behind probably for the whole game now against Gnar. And we can see FLICKR bullying Xiaohu, though I feel like there was a variant for FLICKR to like roam bottom with the pressure he had, instead of just like sitting mid lane and trying to bully Vladimir.
Once again, a TP completes. LS puts his hands up in the air. What are your thoughts there? Do you think that, what's going through your head, man? Talk to me.
They should have given it to Gnar. I think that's unacceptable. I mean, at that point, Mata just dies to an auto attack, so there's no reason not to give it to Gnar. Otherwise, the teleport's inefficient.
Yeah, how important is that little bit of gold there for the Gnar?
It's pretty important given that Gnar can't actually stay in the bottom lane and continue to eat the wave without obstructing the lane itself. So it's pretty problematic because it definitely also skews his recall.
Yeah, you can see that almost has the phage there, but probably not quite able to afford it.
That is the problem with like Syndra versus Vladimir. He ulted him, but he just pulls it away. But we can see the pressure he gets with the blue buff, and he basically Xiaohu has to ult for just to get the health back. Same time with the bot lane.
MLXG.
Yeah.
Guys, this happens.
Just listening things
on the alt stream all the time. We're watching FLICKR just destroy Xiaohu in terms of mid lane pressure right now, but
I mean, yeah, the thing is, I guess he wants to pressure mid lane, and he likes to get the pressure, but I feel like FLICKR has so much pressure that we could have seen TSM doing that a lot, where they pressure, and then the jungler and mid laner just go together on the side lanes, just kill the laners, and then they just get the turrets. But this is not the way SKT play. Usually how they play is FLICKR is bullying mid lane so hard that his team is coming to him. And I'm not sure if it's always properly, just like the way SKT plays, and you can't always agree with that. Especially in the matchup like against Vladimir right now. Okay, he got the blue buff and something, but he doesn't even get the CS leads. He basically, all his pressure is going into nothing. While he could have just come to the side lane and just got the turret. He's trying to get the mid turret though, so.
Yeah, one of the things about this, like Alex is actually mentioning, is FLICKR would do this regardless of what was happening across the map. And so if what's happening across the map is actually negative for SK Telecom, what you'd see is FLICKR start going hyper-aggressive, trying to force something to happen that doesn't need to happen. And that's the sort of stylistic tendencies that I talked about in the pick ban, about one of the problems that SK Telecom's been having with FLICKR this tournament.
He wants to go ham, he wants to carry the game, but puts himself in some of those poor positions if his team's at a deficit. Luckily, though, it feels like for SKT, they have built an early lead on the back of Blank and the early ganks going down on the bottom and top side, so maybe not going to see some of those potential flaws coming in from FLICKR. RNG do pick up the dragon here, but it gives us a good chance to bring in some more Twitter questions. We've got a lot of questions about the mid lane meta, mid lane champions. Omar L. Butabi at Fairy_fighter asks, why isn't Lux played? She has safe laning and she does well against all of the less tanky teams, especially mid to late game. That's kind of two questions there. First off, why isn't Lux played, and do you feel like she does have the safe laning?
Do you want to take this?
I mean, I don't think she has a safe laning, especially in the current meta. Was like where you can suddenly be against Syndra, and then all the time you get pressured, and compared to Vladimir, you can actually get one shot. And also the problem is against most of the mid laners, they just provide more compared to her in terms of roaming. Like basically Lux and Xerath and Ziggs, like the champions like that, they stay mid lane, they wave clear, they cannot put pressure, and enemy can do whatever he wants to. And I mean, if you want to survive the lane, you could probably play them, but at the same time, you can play stuff like Vladimir. He survives the lane better, and then he can provide more into team fights. Or if you play something like Syndra and you have pressure, you can either put so much pressure that you get the mid turret, or you can put pressure and roam. That's like more of TSM style what they do. And I mean, it's really hard in current meta, especially in competitive, play those wave clear mids. And until you're like super good with them, and you know how to abuse a lot of things like vision control and everything to just like land your skill shots, something what Froggen loves to do, I think it's really hard to pull off.
It just seems like a little bit outclassed by the current mid lane pools. Maybe one day we'll see Lux again, outside of just, of course, Froggen picking it up there in the occasional LCS game. But the game, honestly, it feels a lot like last game. Very SKT favored. Do you think we're going to see the same slow tempo that we saw in the previous game, or do you think SKT now have the tools on this team to kind of speed the game up?
Yeah, I feel like SKT tools are better this time, and I think they're doing a really good job. And FLICKR missed the pink ward.
That's the second time he's walked past that pink ward.
That's the third time.
Okay, all right. No, never mind, he found it. Third time's the charm.
Yeah, just like the problem is when RNG bot lane loses, the game falls apart, it feels. And MLXG is not having the best series. He didn't do, like, in the first game, he wasn't doing much, but Bengi wasn't doing much. And then these 2 games, I think Blank is outperforming him.
Not something that we often hear. Of course, Blank, did show up some ways at MSI, but did not really perform as well in the playoffs there for SKT. But now showing up a decent amount on the world stage. Do you feel like this is Blank showing up, or is this MLXG kind of underperforming?
I think it's both at the same time. It's like I think Blank is doing really well, and I think MLXG is underperforming because he was underperforming the whole tournament. And like because of that, something like they didn't get a kill at bot lane, but used summoners for that. Then Blank came and they abused the lack of the summoners. After that, the game snowballed super hard because like this is just a chain of events. Looper TP'd when he didn't need to TP. Because of that, he falls behind, he comes top lane, he dies, he falls even further behind. And even though Duke used his TP, he was already so much ahead that it didn't matter. And FLICKR, doing FLICKR's things, he just wins the mid lane consistently and just... It's like, if FLICKR wins the mid lane and side lanes are winning, it's like a free win for SKT. If FLICKR is winning, side lanes are losing, there is a chance that he just like overextends too hard.
Now Xiaohu's pushing up here. LS, I want to get your thoughts. How does RNG play around the fact that FLICKR is just so consistently pushing in mid? Can they even afford to? Because it seems like they have 3 completely winning lanes.
Interestingly enough, I thought that FLICKR's negligence to buying pink wards and also the vision control around mid was actually a little bit lackluster when you consider that it was against a Lee Sin, but MLXG did fall pretty far behind early on. At this point, you just have to concede that mid is gone, and you have to acknowledge that you have a funnel comp in a way via the Rumble ultimate and the Jhin ultimate. And SK Telecom is going to have to come to you, except they have the gear that they can go into poke via the Ezreal, so it's just really problematic. Even though they're only, what are they right now? They're 5,000 gold behind. It's way worse than that right now when you factor in how the team fights are going to take place. There's an Inferno Drake coming up in a minute and a half, which is really problematic for them because they're not going to be in a position to contest it.
And of course, 3 characters on the side of SKT who will use that bonus AD and AP, so additional value, potentially even a little bit coming in from the Karma. This feels grim once again. I mean, I don't think we can say it enough in these games, but
I mean, it just feels even more grim than the previous game because this time they actually have Zyra, Jhin, Lee Sin with the Warriors and Rumble against Syndra. So if it comes to any point, Syndra just press QR and someone dies.
Well, this is what's truly scary too, because we mentioned this earlier. We talked about how good the Jhin Zyra is when it's ahead, but yeah. I mean, what can it really do when a team falls behind?
I mean, they should be looking for picks and try to set up vision, but usually that is the problem of RNG as a team. They're like good at placing the wards kinda, but they're bad at denying the vision and like cleaving the vision and looking for picks. So when they're ahead, they're like even more like getting ahead and trying to like snowball it. But when they're behind, they usually do a lot of mistakes. And
Mata playing with fire here, does ult and then immediately dies. That would be the one-shot potential we talked about. MLXG is going in, TPs are coming out. Looks like we are going to have a team fight. MLXG set to drop now. Xiaohu trying to kill FLICKR, is going to get it. Curtain Call comes out. Wolf in trouble, flashes to safety. Blank shot once, shot again. Bang is here, has the Frozen Fist to kind of disengage that, but that is absolute chaos. And Looper potentially, nope, not going to get the outplay there in the end.
It's actually a really cute flash. FLICKR made a pretty huge mistake though by flashing.
Oh, Bang is just going in, by the way. That's just a double kill for the Ezreal. I totally thought that was his ally turret, but no, he's just going to dive Uzi and kill him. This is honestly just a disgusting performance from SKT.
Yeah, this is just like what happens if all the 3 lanes loses and like the jungle outperforming your jungler. There is like really no way to come back, especially against the comp like SKT have, because I think their comp even scales better. So you're at the point where your top lane will be ahead and he's a split pusher, your mid laner has a big potential and just one-shot someone in the enemy team, and then your AD carry is probably the best scaling AD carry in the game right now.
Of course, we're going to look at this fight one more time, because we do have replays back. Watch FLICKR.
Yeah, FLICKR missed the Q, which ended up actually resulting in Mata living a little bit longer. MLXG's ultimate was pretty poor. FLICKR continues to go in a little bit, and this is where the flash is just not necessary. Just accept death. Because your flash is infinitely more important at a later stage. Like if FLICKR, once this replay cuts, if FLICKR has flash up, it equates to a lot more threat than if he just lives there. Because if he lives, it doesn't change the end result of anything. Nothing actually changes. So it's a pretty poor decision by him to flash. Bang and Wolf, though, end up cleaning up and going off. And, I mean, it feels like the game is actually already over when you look at the gold and you look at the team compositions and the fact they RNG'd an Inferno Drake.
Okay, is the game already over? That's the question, LS. Do you feel like there's any option for RNG to come back?
I mean, if it was the other way around and RNG were so ahead of SKT, I would say game is not over. But RNG are not known for their coming back ability. So it's like they will probably be looking for picks with Lee Sin, and they will probably try to look like for picks with Zyra Engine. But I mean, then again, like they got a pick on Wolf right now, but Wolf is known for his suicide ability while placing the ward.
Zyra ult, FLICKR in trouble. They're just completely diving mid lane. Bang is on the way up, however.
Yeah, this is the thing about RNG. They're like going that Chinese style where they group up, try to fight, no matter how they're behind they are. That's probably a good thing for them this time, but they only got the pick on Wolf. And
okay. All right, well.
And we can see that SKT actually getting ahead from this because like Nari is still pushing. He's getting free waves of farm. He's getting turret. They could even probably just like not even come. Bang could even just not come mid lane, and he could have been pushing bot lane. And this is what happens in Korean games where they get 3 waves of farm while enemy only getting 1. But yeah, this is just disgusting.
All right, LS.
Yeah.
This has been a little bit of the Alex Each show because Alex has so much to say about this game, which is good. I love that you're speaking up, but I want to give your thoughts. What the hell went wrong for RNG this game? Because this is gross. This is a 10K gold lead at 20 minutes, and SKT just absolutely dominating. Like, what happened here?
It mostly starts in the bottom lane for the most part. MLXG just fell too far behind, and Lee Sin that's behind is extremely reliant on his ultimate, but he really wasn't able to get very good ultimates. Even that ultimate that happened in the bottom lane got turned relatively easily because Looper didn't have teleport. Looper's teleport early on just set him way too far behind, and that's the one that we kind of just like turned our heads at and like, why didn't you cancel that? I mean, we're seeing a replay right here, and this is just way too overly aggressive because they're never going to find a kill here unless everything goes perfectly for them and SK Telecom dodges nothing. But even if you raise this mid-tier tier 1 turret, it doesn't matter because the pressure being created in top lane and in bottom lane, it doesn't matter. And then if the mid-tier 1 turret does fall right here, it just creates more of a wide open area for SK Telecom and RNG to sort of bait each other into fights. Because RNG is not in position to take a Baron, but SK Telecom, oddly enough, is due to how far ahead they are. So...
this just seems... I'm just saying it too much. I said it seems grim. It is grim. It's the reality of the game. Of course, RNG getting caught out here. Bang absolutely going off. And Xiaohu, he pushes a cute little proto belt and just gets smacked right back down.
One of the other problems that they're going to be having is as the game actually draws on, magic resistance is going to start to hurt RNG so badly because of how compromised Jhin and MLXG are.
I don't know if they're going to make it that far.
They're not.
RNG is playing Chinese style. It's just like win hard, lose hard. Like they don't stop fighting. 10K behind, they still collapses 5 people. No matter what, they go for the fight. They're ready, and then they lose. Then they go again, and then they lose. Like we could see SKT when they fall behind, they play that calculated, stable game where they look for vision, look for like small gains, where they like crawl back their way to the equal gold, to the equal items, and then they try to come back. While RNG, they're just believing that suddenly, after losing 3 team fights in a row, they're gonna win the 4th, and that's what will turn the game around, but sadly it doesn't happen.
Not happening here in this game against SKT, and we earlier mentioned RNG's shortest game time in the tournament in the group stage. Of course, that is in wins and losses. That is not... They win hard, they lose hard. Makes perfect sense, and we can watch this fight one more time, but look at that. FLICKR pushes QR, people start to die. That's just unfortunately the state of things. I don't even think they're going to get, or they finally do get FLICKR, but it's costed pretty much every other member of the team.
Well, that's pretty much the problem where, as I mentioned before, Zyra and Jhin are just going to die to that combo every single time. In Rumble, earlier on, he'll be able to live through it when he has a shield, but when Syndra hits the 2-item, 3-item spike, Rumble even dies to it as well. And then we see Lee Sin not building any sort of magic resistance because there's so many sources of physical damage on SK Telecom's team comp, and Bang is gigantic. So this also means that MLXG also dies to that combo, and when your team composition needs to go a little bit in to make stuff happen, it gets really problematic against a Syndra.
And I mean, I feel like we haven't even seen a crazy Gnar ult or an insane flank engage or anything coming from the SKT. It just feels like they're so far ahead. But surprise, it's Xiaohu in the bush. Looks like they will try to get another pick onto Wolf here. That's the second time this game that's happened.
This is just Wolf's things. He's known for that from probably the start of his career, where he goes somewhere alone to ward or like help people or something. He just got in the most random places and dies. And I mean, usually SKT get a lot from that. We can see this Gnar like pushing. It's like it was happening his whole career, and whole career SKT were getting ahead of that. So I'm not even surprised of this happening anymore.
Just Wolf thinks. FLICKR going in, maybe looking for another one shot. No one's going to walk into his path or give him the opportunity, but the top side tower does break. Xiaohu and Uzi are here to try to fight Duke. Does use the Gnar to disengage. I don't even know guys, what do you want to talk about? Because right now, I don't think that this is the most stimulating content for those interested in learning about mid lane. Because let me tell you, folks, if you were this hilariously fed on Syndra, this is probably what your solo queue games look like too.
Yeah, it's just like, it's unfortunate chain of events. It's just like, report jungler.
Oh, there goes Bang. Good start. Trade 1-for-1 though overall. Xiaohu goes in. They're trying to get something down. In goes the ult. FLICKR seems set to fall. FLICKR pops. Flank now turning. Wolf on the way. They might be too little too late. Mata's got him in the pinch.
Yeah, the problem is RNG is actually pressing onto this. I don't think they realize there's a giant prehistoric something in their base.
He's a Yordle. He's a prehistoric Yordle.
They just have to do this because they have no choice. They're so far behind that they have to go onto the one side and they just butcher the other. They either go on Duke and then they lose bottom, or they go on the bottom and they lose top side. And I mean, they're just so far behind that it takes them so long, even when they win it, to actually kill them. And this was actually super cool and clean play from LXG. But the problem is, like, all the previous things that happened in this game felt that RNG is so behind that I would have still reported him as my jungler. But I mean, this is just unfortunate chain of events where when your first gank fails as Lee Sin and you fall behind of something like Olaf that clears the jungle faster and does more, it is really hard to come back in the game. And this is why like people didn't value Lee Sin that much lately.
One of the things about, well, coming back in the game and speaking about itemization is FLICKR actually just made a really big blunder with the Void Staff purchase, because the magic resistance on 4 of RNG's champions would actually be greater impacted by an Abyssal Scepter than the Void Staff, because the percentage does not actually equate to a greater reduction in MR. So that's also interesting, because RNG's sources of damage to delete FLICKR is going to be magic as well, so it's not just sustainability, it's actually enhanced damage. So pretty weird to see a player of his caliber make that sort of a basic math mistake.
I think that's just the way FLICKR builds. He always like go for the scaling builds, because like Abyssal just doesn't scale, even though it's better at this point. And that's probably, if we compare him to someone like Abdo, that he always goes for more effective builds to the time. Like he goes Abyssal when he needs to, when he understands that it's more like mathematically better, while FLICKR is probably doing, like he's doing a lot of weird things with his runes masteries that are less effective. And I think FLICKR is more reliant on his mechanics, and this is what he's praised for.
Yep.
Of course, now you can see what looks like to be a solo kill as Uzi goes in. Heal comes out. Actually looks like Duke may have overextended, but his resources are being burned on the top side. SKT continues to push in on the bottom. Now, got a couple questions coming in from Twitter as we watch the slow death of Duke.
This is what I said before, like you need so many people to kill Duke, or you need so many people to kill...
Rage is building! Not like this, MLXG.
Goodbye.
Not like this.
Goodbye.
Oh, no.
He's probably tilted for the rest of the series.
Oh, man.
All right, well, Cora Strobe Seppi at Castle_Wars, thank you for sending in another question, asks, who has stood out the most this game, good and bad?
I think Bank stood out this series overall because he had really spectacular performance every game. He's like that stable force of SKT that does the most damage, that is like super consistent. He doesn't really get out of position. He always gets the CS leads. He always, even when he loses the lane, he's still there. Like he's still doing what he is needed from the champion he plays. I mean, he's just like the player that stands out the most for me in SKT.
Yep, I completely agree that Bang has been creating a lot of his own advantages and going extremely aggressive against RNG, so I agree with Alex there. I think the most standout odd performance, I guess, is Wolf, though, with his bizarre vision. His vision roam timings or something, trying to secure vision and dying twice.
Yeah, for me it's either, I guess, more because RNG are losing, it's either like Zero Looper. Looper was that teleport that he didn't cancel that just folded him so far behind and made the game really hard. Or MLXG just because, like, I mean, he tried to force plays and I gave him the credit on that and listen, but because all the
Wait,
plays
we've seen this
failed.
before. Oh, no, but now it's more people here. Oh.
Yeah, the Gnar that refused to die.
Pretty sure they're tilted right now.
I mean, it's something we talk a lot about, but how important is mental fortitude in a best of 5 like this?
I mean, it's really important because, like, after the game 2, where they lost at, like, level 2 the game, and then they stalled it out, but, I mean, it was really hard for them to come back. Their mental fortitude could be shaken because they're trying to force so many plays and everything, and it just falls apart everywhere, and then they don't cancel TP, and then just like they're falling further and further behind. While SKT, when they lost the first game, it didn't even seem that they cared that much. It's just like they're just whatever. They're so used to like winning, losing. I think their career started with them like losing 2-0 and then coming back with 3-2. So the mental fortitude of SKT as a team is huge.
Pretty crazy. Of course, as we're watching the Nexus slowly die here, we may have one more team fight, but that gives us time for one more Twitter question. AnkoCS at Anko_CS asks, why do you think Flash plus Ghost has become more popular or more regular in the mid lane?
I think I answered this question already, but I guess the most reason is the 2v2 mid lane is not that often that valuable anymore, and most of the time Ghost Summoner cooldown is the lowest. And if enemy takes Ghost, it counters it. It counters stuff like Sivir. It's just basically, you don't want your mid laner to die, because if you die, you lost the game. So Ghost helps in terms of not dying and killing the enemy. And then it's the best teamfight summoner, which Dada showed a while back, before even it got buffed. And I mean, it just gives you everything. And Heal or Ignite are good in the case you actually go for that 2v2 mid lane, but it doesn't happen that often anymore.
Yeah, not very often seeing the solo kills. Didn't even see it this game, although FLICKR did have an all-star performance. And across the board, SKT absolutely stomped this game. That was crazy. I mean, looking back, unfortunately for RNG, it seems like after that game 1, SKT has put on the gas. Coming into game 3, I asked this at the end of last game as well, or coming into game 4 now, I suppose. What do RNG have to do? How do you stop the bleeding here? Because this is looking harder and harder. Game 2 was rough, but this game was completely one-sided.
I think if RNG has some sort of surprise or pocket pick that they're hiding, now you have to actually bring it out just to tie up the series, which is unfortunate because usually that's something that you either reserve if you're up 2 games from match point or you're at match point 2-2. So that's a little bit problematic, but I don't know what they can do because it's also, I would be very surprised if they're not severely tilted after these 2 losses because they were so dramatic losses. I don't know what you're going to do. I also don't know why they left open Syndra. That was actually very bizarre for me.
Do you think the play there was to give Blank the opportunity to play Nidalee?
I have no idea. Well, they banned Nidalee. That was
that's what I'm saying. Instead of banning Nidalee, do you think you leave the Nidalee open and ban Syndra there? Do you think that is the decision to make?
I don't think that's nearly as good of a trade-off as the other way around. I think giving Blank Nidalee and not letting FLICKR have Syndra would be infinitely better.
Well, we'll have to see how they are going to adapt their draft, because coming up next on the player experience stream, we're turning the single focus Fog of War back on for a walk in RNG shoes. We'll see a thing from Royal's perspective as they battle for their tournament lives, but until then, we'll send you back to the main stream for Dash and the analyst desk. We'll see you back here for game 4.
Mata brought wind speakers on Zyra. Between games 2 and 3, Looper spilt water on his keyboard, and they had to switch that out as we were delayed. Like, what is happening with their mentality right now?
I mean, it's a good question because it's clearly affecting their play.
I told you after game 1, it's like, don't get your hopes up. This is like typical RNG. Oh, this is more of a severe degradation than what we're used to seeing, but that's the problem with this team, and that's why so many people have kind of jumped off the bandwagon, because every time they give you hope, it crushes you. They're like the CLG of China.
So I like what SKT did. Ban Jace, ban Kennen. They had so many headaches around the top lane. They get the Gnar matchup. It ends up being against the Rumble, which is fine for the Gnar, obviously. And you kind of look at where RNG's at. So in the mid game, they don't have a winning lane. This time, Duke's the one who actually has control of his lane. So they can't play around a winning lane. There's no early snowball this game. They actually fall behind. They just brute force their way around bot lane. It's too obvious. They end up giving things in. After that, what does Royal have left? They go for gank brushes. They go for really low percentage plays. It seemed like they were kind of out of ideas at 20 minutes this game, and out of ideas 3 games into a best of 5.
Yeah, I think it's interesting when you say they don't have winning lanes. Like, Rumble does shove in almost all matchups before, and the Zyra Jhin has proven to be a better lane than the other duo lanes. So technically, they had 2 losing lanes and an absorbing lane in the mid lane in Vladimir. So that part of the draft I was okay with. But when they teleport down bottom lane and get nothing after having their support die, that's when they lose both of those lanes, which should have been winning in a standard set.
And that's what I'm kind of saying. The adaptation on the fly when these theoretical winning lanes aren't winning wasn't there. They were out of ideas. When those lanes aren't winning, they're getting solo kills up on the Wrath. They didn't have any extra playbook to come back in this game.
Yeah, and I don't think any team really has a playbook in these scenarios. Like, League of Legends has evolved past the point where you can afford to send your top laner level 5 into a lane, not get a kill, walk back to lane, get killed, your jungler goes bot, gets killed again. At that point, it doesn't matter who's playing, who's left, who's right. The game's over.
And of course, this is a two-way street here, so I want to go ahead and take a look at our Ace replay, which is just the early game dominance put together by SKT, of course, with some allowances handed over from RNG.
Yeah, SKT is smart here because they know that Mataz flashes down, so if he ever even steps into that brush, they can straight up kill him.
Yeah, he was playing at max range. They were playing as if he was at the other end of the brush. Mata too far up. Looper connects to teleport, doesn't get anything. Then he goes back to lane, exactly like what we were talking about. This happens.
And Blank was in counter gank mode when he actually made the gank work in bot. This is a true gank from Blank that actually really opened up this lane as well. The Olaf pick actually came up big trumps for Blank in this game, but SKT, the playmaking was there, and RNG, they kept going for plays. This is after the first 2 plays have happened.
Yeah, and this is where it turned into a full disaster for RNG because they had burned multiple teleports bottom. Looper had started falling behind so much. And this is what I think is so great about SKT, is if you give them an inch, they will win the game. And this happens not even in this game, but in other times where they get 1 kill and turn it into a Baron. They're just so good at capitalizing on advantages.
And stylistically, we see the difference. When SKT fall behind in the early game, they go slower. They play calm and collected. They get into defense mode, almost turtle up, and they take small victories here and there. RNG, they try to fight their way out. That's the problem. We saw glimpses of good moments there of MLXG going in for the fancy Lee Sin plays. Honestly, fantastic Lee Sin player. That's why many people were afraid because he got his hands on that champion. But RNG, Mata playing at max range in brushes with no flash. Going for full force ganks. Mata in that second gank walked to a full minion wave. Guess what, guys? You're getting ganked. Zyra's tanking like 20 million creeps at us all of a sudden. So they just go blind aggression forward and very often just backfires.
I mean, SKT have earned this high expectations they bring. A couple of kills in the early game. In other leagues, it's probably not going to be the game. There could be that comeback. What's going to happen around Baron? SKT, 2-3 ganks go wrong. The game goes wrong.
And there we have it. We're going into match point for the reigning world champion. Stick around because we'll be right back after a quick break. Now instead, he's Blank.
No flash onto Mata. Root comes down. First blood picked up by Bang. MLXG flash kick. Root doesn't find Bang. Mata's in trouble. Teleport's coming down from Duke. Mata's rooted. They trade 1 for 1.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Here comes Zyra.
Root onto Blank. The fight's not over. Overheating for Looper. That's the shutdown goal. Small advantage, but he gets dropped by the True Shot Barrage. FLICKR gets another. Xiaohu's left alone. He hops over the minions. Sidesteps a deadly flourish. MLXG's looking for the kill. Sonic Wave connects. Resonating strike. Duke might just survive. Mega God popping up. The boomerang. The excitement. Root survives.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Worlds 2016. Here we see some fans cheering for RNG from across the world. And gentlemen, it is do or die time for them here up against our reigning world champions. They have to put 2 back-to-back wins together in order to come away and move on to the semifinals. But let's just start with one. How does RNG craft a victory here in Game 4?
They have to focus themselves a little bit in the draft phase. I didn't necessarily like the way they gave 2 of the power picks over to SKT last time. This time, though, I believe they've switched sides once again. So this time they will be... I think we haven't got the confirmation on the side selection, but
yes,
I want
RNG
them,
is blue. That is.
I'm okay with them giving away Zyra if they can have Olaf. I feel like Game 2, that was a pathing mistake that set Olaf back, and they should be going for early jungle pressure from the Olaf and then punish the Zyra lane.
I mean, I'm going to piggyback off the pick ban point. They've banned Ryze and Elise on both sides so far. 3 games, 3 bans on these champions. I think it's time to leave one of them up. I think the Elise is probably the lower priority one to give up, but SKT picked up Syndra and kind of won the game through the extra pressure that gave mid lane. That was kind of a big thing for them in the previous game. So I feel like they have to fish for something for them to actually be the proactive team, because that's, again, the best way to snowball on SKT.
Well, historically, I'm actually probably the biggest anti-fan of Vladimir into Syndra. It was actually going quite well. Even CS across the board, he was spiraling towards the even point, which is that Spirit Visage and CDR boots. It just happened so that, unfortunately, both side lanes got involved in an accident, and that was a teleport right there, and then another accident, and then another oopsie, and then
a lot of accidents.
It all went down the drain, and I think that is kind of what's happening to RNG. Picks and bans are one thing, but it's just... You got to play the game.
And I think that's a big thing. If we look at what was successful in Game 1, it was that Looper had control of his side lane. That the bot lane in Uzi and Mata were winning, right? That's when they had the Zyra Jhin without wind speakers. If they can get themselves back to that point, Xiaohu's kind of shown that he can at least hold his own against FLICKR and stay even.
But one of the things that happens with all that is across a best-of-5 event against SKT, they mentally destroy you sometimes. We've already seen what look like mental mistakes from RNG, not clearing the jungle camp, taking the wrong mastery on your support with Mata. And as the shot caller, that can tilt the whole team if he's not then giving the right calls to everyone. So they have to start there, really, before anything else.
And the kind of small scary point is that, the mental mistake with the Wolf was when they were up 1-0. There were some more mistakes in this previous game. Yeah. You worry about the cascade effect of mistakes because now it's one game and you're out.
And people wonder, like, how does it tilt people? How does it actually affect them? Just from having played as well, it just generally means when people are upset, they start talking less. And a decrease in, like, influx of conversation means, like, less talking means less responding to, and it all goes into a negative spiral. Well, in the end, everybody's kind of focused on their own gameplay, but nobody's playing proactive. So you get stuck in this very reactive gameplay, and that's what happened right there. They're brush camping, they're kind of giving up, everybody's a little grumpy, and while it's so easy to say, just avoid it, guys, keep talking, it's so hard to do that on the world stage.
Well, and we talk about the evolution of League of Legends, right? Season over season, we talk about how communication becomes that much more important. Season 3 SKT was just a team of rockstar players. Yeah. Made sure they also, I'm sure, communicated relatively well and better than most. But now, you cannot afford to give up a couple kills and not have the kind of communication to pull yourself back into it.
And you need to have the coaching staff to pull you back, and that's what we'll see right now if RNG has that all together, because a fluke is a fluke, but a series of flukes means you're either tilting or just playing really poorly. And this final game, or may not final game, will confirm what the mental state for RNG is like.
Yeah, and from there, we know that SKT's mental state is incredibly strong. They dropped the first game, and they look stronger every single game. We even talked about it right at the start of the segment, where they enter tournaments looking weak, and they finish them stronger. That happens within series and within games. And SKT, coaching staff, players, experience, they have all of that.
And they have FLICKR.
All right, well, hey, that's a big boon to the team right there. But it's time now to kick it over to our casters for match point.
Welcome back to the Player Experience stream. I'm with LS, and Mark Z has returned for a single-team look at this Game 4 between SKT and RNG. We'll enable Fog of War for RNG side and show only what the LPL representatives can see, enabling us to have a discussion on vision, rotations, macro strategy, focusing on how we would make decisions or how you may recommend your players to make decisions based on the information you have. The series thus far, Game 1 was looking good for RNG. It's since then been downhill, so my question for you gentlemen is this it? Is this the moment that Chinese fans can cheer for? Do they bring it back to Game 5, or is SKT just going to watch the light fade from RNG's eyes as they take this one out 3-1?
Personally, I'm not too hopeful for RNG. I think they got ground out really hard in Game 2, and it was one of those losses that just feels terrible to play through. And then you pair that up with an extremely quick loss right after where they clearly are making very forced plays. I think like their mentality is just not in it for a comeback.
Interesting as we move forward, of course. We want to look a little bit at the warding present. We touched on this earlier in the day. We'll touch on it again. You can see wards placed per minute, games 1 through 3 worlds average. They are doing a little bit better in getting down that vision. Maybe that is coming in from the first win. So it does look like RNG, if they can't get a lead, are a good warding team. But the question is, you know, if they fall behind again, do we expect them to just fall apart completely, or is that the tilting, that mental frustration, that mental fortitude we talk about, does that come out in vision as well, or just in gameplay kind of mechanics?
Well, I wish I had an answer for that, but I really don't know, because their game against TSM, where their tournament life was on the line, they found a huge advantage really early on, and then it's pretty easy to collect yourselves and then just ride off that momentum. But it would have been very interesting to see what would have happened had they fallen behind against TSM, and their match life, or their tournament life is on the line, match point. I feel like if RNG falls behind here, I don't know how they're going to respond to knowing that they might just get knocked out of the tournament. Either they will perform underneath the pressure, or they'll just completely collapse, and it's going to be a blowout.
Yeah, I mean, given what we've seen out of them last game, we saw just so many forced plays where they're just going for anything that they can get. And sometimes they work out and they pick up a kill or two, but they definitely don't seem like the kind of team to want to take it slow if things start going well. So I feel like we might be in store for another explosive early game, either in their favor or not.
Curious to see, of course, Olaf taking off the table, Rise, Caitlyn, bans are remaining relatively consistent, Nidalee as well. Syndra up and available. RNG, I think we might be able to expect them to ban it here, but they do have the luxury of blue side first pick. What do you think is the thought coming into this pick ban phase? What do you think needs to change?
Well, I definitely don't want to actually see them ban Elise anymore. I think that Blank and Bengi aren't actually very phenomenal Elise players. I think that is extremely problematic, though, when you are blue side and having to ban Syndra.
Interestingly enough, it was banned against RNG a ton. It feels like a champion that Xiaohu was comfortable on and has been in the past. Why do you think that they are not willing to potentially trade this for something else in first rotation?
It feels like they're, all series long, they've been kind of shying away from these like Xiaohu playmaking champions. He's a lot of the time on like more stable picks, and so I think this might be a conscious strategy where they're going to not play around mid lane. Maybe they're scared of FLICKR in general. His outplay potential we know is extremely high, so they could just be looking to focus more resources on the bot lane, whereas with Syndra, you don't need to play around her, but she's best used to snowball around the mid lane, so maybe they're just trying to avoid something like that.
Curious to see, of course, RNG really taking their time on this first pick, and they are going to opt to pick up the first pick, Kennen. Now, we have seen first rotation Jace, but we don't see quite as much priority on the top lane thus far in the quarterfinal stage, in the bracket stage. What do you think is the thought process behind RNG picking up the Kennen here? It has weak matchups, right? Like, why are you first picking top lane on the side of RNG?
It doesn't have a ton of weak matchups, especially with the Jace banned. So I think they just want to keep that off Duke, who's extremely powerful on that champion. We saw that the SKT used it in Game 2 to run that kind of poke comp. So maybe they're going to go for a similar thing, or they want to avoid SKT going for a similar thing where they can use the Kennen almost like a frontliner zone control as a mage damage trap as well. So I think maybe they're just trying to keep that threat away from SKT.
Curious too, as SKT's first rotation comes in, picking up the Jhin and the Elise. Now, we talked about Blank and Bengi not being the most proficient Elise players, but let's talk a little bit about the Elise-Lee Sin matchup, as RNG have now finished their rotation. Who has the edge here, and what is the goal when you're picking this Elise up compared to your goal as Lee Sin?
I mean, if Lee Sin can get a jump onto Elise when she's unsuspecting, then it's going to be advantageous for Lee Sin. Other than that, though, Elise should have her way with Lee Sin, except once he does hit 6, obviously he's going to be a little bit more impactful. He does have a little bit more mobility early on, but Elise is almost always going to have superior counter ganks and match ganks.
So talking about the superior kind of early game ganks, superior, maybe more opportunities for Blank to find those early game ganks. Do you feel like this game is going to be all about the early game as the last few games have been as well? Is it pretty much going to be another one of those games where we wait for one mistake, one error from either side before we see the game just snowball out of control?
I mean, it seems like RNG has tried to force big plays early on every single game and has not had the best success with it. So maybe they try and go the complete other way and slow it down, but that's not what I think their style is. I think they want to really look for some early game stuff. And as they lock in the Aurelion Sol, I think that's pushing more towards that idea. They're just looking to get some control around mid lane, push it out, and then go roaming, teaming up the Aurelion Sol with the Lee Sin and getting a gank somewhere. So they don't have the best setup in some of their side lanes.
Now, earlier in the series, we talked about SKT potentially having a counter pick up and available for the Aurelion Sol. I guess we're going to see firsthand if they want to use it here. LS, you said if they have any special picks, they need to put it all on the table.
TF?
It looks like...
No, not Malzahar.
You want to see the TF?
I want to see the TF, and we all know that FLICKR can play TF.
So I think we've talked about this before on stream, but for our newer viewers, why don't you explain how that matchup plays out? Malzahar is locked in, but I think the TF versus Aurelion Sol matchup is a really interesting matchup, theoretically.
I know Alex Ich, who was just on the stream previously, thought in his perspective that Malzahar does okay into Aurelion, and I agree that he does do it once he's at level 6. However, pre-level 6, from my point of view, Aurelion Sol versus Malzahar is one of the hardest counters in the entire game, and definitely in this meta, because it's basically like SK Telecom is playing a 4 versus 5. Malzahar can't respond to the lane shoving that Aurelion Sol offers. He can't really reciprocate any sort of damage early on because he doesn't have enough points in W or E, and the silence is just negligible at rank 1.
Of course, gonna have to see how that matchup plays out. Remember, you can hit us up with your questions at LOL Esports on Twitter using the hashtag #AskTheCasters. We'll answer some of those during the games moving forward. But Mark, you were just about to say.
Oh, I was going to say, touching off what Ellis was saying about the fact that Malzahar doesn't really keep up with Aurelion Sol's early game, what's scary is that both their side laners are like aggressive laners that need to trade to be able to come out ahead. You can't play Aurelia defensively really against a Kennen because you just get shoved in, pushed under turret, and harassed. You need to be willing to go in and fight. And if you have to worry about Aurelion Sol roams, it's really hard to play that way. And bot lane's a similar way where Zyra and Jhin are looking to trade heavily. So it's a little scary that they have two side laners that are so aggressive with a mid lane that loves to roam.
Yeah, and going off what he's saying, it's also a red side Aurelia, which gives a lot more room to the Lee Sin and the Aurelion Sol to really dive the Aurelia underneath the turret. That being said, it is a double magic damage composition in top and mid lane, so Aurelia does have the ability to actually go Wit's End, which would help a lot in early sort of dive shenanigans from that combo.
The nice thing, though, is at least they have the Lee Sin for some magic damage. If you're bringing the Elise in there as well, then the magic resist gets so effective. So
for some physical damage.
Right, I'm saying if they didn't have Lee Sin and had a magic damage threat, it'd be too good for Aurelia. So that's a bright side for RNG, that they have a little bit of damage split between the jungler and the top and mid.
So curious now, do we just expect there to be a perpetual 2v2 on the top side? With Aurelia, we kind of expect to play so aggressive into this Kennen matchup. Should we just expect all the attention to be on the top side, or can we even say that now that we're seeing this same bottom lane matchup we've seen all series? This time, of course, hopefully, this time probably win speakers for Mata again, but actually correctly win speakers.
I don't know, because RNG loves to play aggressive bottom. So if you are RNG and you're saying like, oh yeah, play safe bottom, which Karma Ezreal can kind of do. They can play a little bit more defensively, but that's not really the player's play style. So I don't know if they'll be able to sit back and say, yeah, we're going to play around top side for Looper.
As we watch this unfold, you can see this is, of course, the RNG Fog of War perspective, a little early vision placed down to figure out the jungle pathing in the camps. MLXG and Looper look like they want to set up a little bit of cheese here. Do you think they're going to go for actual early trades here?
They might. I mean, given that SK Telecom has already seemingly backed off, I think that they have... Oh, they don't have it warded.
Oh, no.
This can get really ugly.
Oh, he missed the
that's bad.
Oh, you want to talk about
the Krubs are going to reset. The Krubs are going to reset.
There's not going to be anything they can really get off
this. Don't push that button,
now.
MLXG.
No, he's just going to have to go back into his own jungle. Just slows both junglers down, really, and there's not much they can get out of it.
Well, Elise actually benefits from this the most because Elise is able to tank camps via the Spiderlings, whereas Lee Sin is going to be completely solo on everything that's going on.
And already we're seeing a lot of aggression down on the bottom side. It looks like it may be RNG favored. It's hard for me to read. MLXG going to clear again. I'm just curious, after a play like that, what is the next step now for SKT? If Elise does in fact have the advantage, do they just now know that they can get the early ganks that much faster?
It's more like you know that Lee Sin's going to be pretty low after his clear, so it's harder for him to aggress. So you can play a little bit more aggressive as the Elise now, because like Ellis was saying, you don't have the leash on the clear, and because Elise at least has her spiderlings, she can clear a little higher HP and should be okay.
Of course, you can see Xiaohu starting to push in. This is as predicted for the early laning matchup. Just not a whole lot that Malzahar can do. We'll see how that turns as FLICKR starts to move towards level 6, as he gets more points in the Malefic Vision. But honestly, just feels like all-out aggression in every single lane. Xiaohu even now warding down, and they will spot the Elise out.
Yeah, and now they know exactly where Blank's going to be for the foreseeable future. And this is basically what I was talking about as we saw early on. FLICKR fell down quite considerable amount in CS, and yeah, an exhaust came out. A little bit premature.
Looper taking a lot of damage here. Stun comes out, and that's a lot of creep aggro onto Duke, but it looks like he still comes out even in the trade overall.
Yeah, but a huge minion wave. It's going to be hard for Duke to trade onto him again. And ooh, we see an all-in on the bot side.
You are a little behind there, my friend, or a little ahead, rather. Now comes the all-in, and now the prophetic eyes of Mark Z reveal first blood on the side of Uzi.
Definitely wasn't just watching the other monitor. I'll slow this one down. Put me a little bit back. But yeah, that's huge for their bot lane. I mean, we had seen the Jhin and Zyra generally ahead in this matchup, aside for that last game where they had some failed forced plays, and the fact that they're able to get that 2v2 first blood is huge for them.
Yeah, of course, keep in mind if you are watching this, both monitors are in Fog of War, so Marksy did have the luxury of a few second lead there. And as we watch this 1 or 2v2 trade go down, we do not have any extra information. We're not cheating. We want to enjoy the Fog of War experience just as much as you guys can. Really try to figure out how RNG are making decisions and where exactly they're going to go next. But first blood now for the bottom lane. This is the start that RNG needed. What is the next step, however, to make sure that they can close it out as cleanly as SKT have been able to?
Well, hold that thought for a second as Blank is top lane. What's going to happen right now, though, is that Duke's wave is going to crash into Looper's turret. And the problem for this is that Duke's recall was not the best, and he doesn't have teleport any longer. And now MLXG's route is going to be left-centric in terms of river, and that's going to play directly into Xiaohu. So now they can look to actually make plays against top lane, and Xiaohu might be close to level 6.
Yeah, I mean, what's scary on the side of SKT is they basically have to guess where RNG can go because Wolf has no summoner's bottom. They can also go bottom, but they have a wave going in top, which is scary, and they're also down some summoners in bottom. Though, I guess the summoners are actually even between the two.
Oh, FLICKR getting aggressive here does throw down the damage, knowing that he has the creep wave to back him up. Just a little bit of poke traded down, however. Now we don't know where FLICKR is going to go. We have no idea what SKT's next plan is, but it looks like he's going to walk right back into mid.
Yeah, level 5 Malzahar, not the greatest roam threat, but you have to be aware of it.
Oh, stun going to come in. FLICKR taking decent damage. Does input buffer the Q, it looks like. Or no, still has the stun resistance up.
He's almost level 6, and Xiaohu was taking an uncharacteristic amount of damage, actually, from those Voidlings. That was a pretty bad mistake, but he is ahead quite a lot in CS, and then there's also the Voidlings that he's killed inside of that, so the gold lead is quite big in mid.
Voidlings giving a decent amount of gold, of course, have to be careful to give all of those over. Don't make the trades favorable in terms of the health advantage, but could make a trade with gold. Looper, what is going on across the map? Wolf is going to go pop, and RNG are going to take advantage of the roaming Aurelion Soul, while we see just ults traded on the top side. This is an interesting game, gentlemen. Let's talk about Looper's thought process on the top side. What exactly was happening there?
I mean,
yeah, you
I
take it.
I was gonna say that's basically just an all-in. He was able to get the stun on Aurelia, keep fighting her. I think the way Looper wants to play is just keep being really aggressive on the Aurelia and keep fighting. There's no big reason not to, and because this team has this pressure advantage in the mid lane that can go roaming, we see that there. He chose to go bottom, but he can easily go topside as well and start getting fights off like that. So I like the idea of the Kennen always playing aggressive and always looking to get him low, because then you don't have as big of a tell when the Aurelion Soul is coming.
Yep. Now, throughout the series, we've seen the team with the early gold lead just take the win in the end. Do you think SKT has viable ways back into this game now? Or just as a prediction, do you guys think that RNG should be able to push this to game 5?
Well, SK Telecom's team composition, if it does reach 40 minutes, it's a pretty big nightmare for RNG to actually find a way to win the game, because it's going to be heavily reliant on flank teleport wards for Looper. Given that SK Telecom is going to have immunity to Elder Drake and Baron via the 30% cooldown reduction Malzahar, so the Voidlings never die. The Jhin ultimate is way too problematic for RNG's team comp to really deal with if Kennen doesn't have flash or something. So there's definitely ways back into the game. They're not completely out of it yet, but the pressure is on.
And since we are seeing the game from RNG's perspective, what do you think is the move that makes the most sense for them now that they have decent leads in some of these lanes?
Well, I think it's really about getting the shove on Aurelion Sol and seeing what he can get done, because you can go either place. The idea of going bottom is always a little bit more favored just because there's more objectives on that side, as we see some really heavy trading by them.
Oh, curtain call. I don't think he can afford to block them all. Third, fourth shot. Heal traded effectively for that fourth shot, but a lot of aggression on the bottom side, and Bang and Wolf, despite their early disadvantage, still seem to be playing this one just fine.
Yeah, it's really scary on the side of RNG, the fact that they picked up 2 kills and the trades are still seemingly in the favor of Zyra and Jhin at level 6. So it seems like maybe those early kills were not effective in generating like a pressure advantage for them.
Xiaohu now going in. FLICKR has the passive now pop Voice of Light used, and he's just going to flash out. Doesn't want to take any risks there.
Definitely a good decision there. And touching on what Mark just said about the bottom lane, Jhin versus Ezreal, if Ezreal can manage to get like 2 kills and like a 10 or a 15 CS advantage, then Ezreal has a slight lead in the lane. But if he gets the advantages that he just currently has, I think it actually just makes the lane even. That's primarily how Jhin versus Ezreal goes in the bottom lane. Obviously the Zyra and the Karma components are pretty important as well, but I don't think the advantages that they did secure was enough to really make it so that you could just expect Uzi and Mata to bulldoze through.
Now, is this just a product of Ezreal being forced into the tier itemization route, or is this just a difference in the champions?
It's mostly due to base scaling, the kits, and the way that they itemize.
So why don't we run into that a little bit? Is it just that Jhin has more raw power in his kit in the early to mid game? And if so, like, how does Ezreal ever win this lane in terms of trading?
Well, he wins it in the mid game. The tier is definitely compromising to his damage stats. So, like, even though he gets the kills, he does get the tier, and obviously Uzi is a big fan of just rushing straight into the Monomune. But the way that the trades take place early on is just perfect for Jin's passive, the 4-hit, because generally trades are pretty light where they're jungler dependent.
Flash coming out from Looper there. Makes a lot of sense, of course, kind of get to fight a little less frequently, a little less opportunities to all in, where those 4 shots may sort of count against Jhin. Now he is working towards the Youmu's, as you mentioned. Manamune, instant buy coming up here for Uzi, but so far, nothing too crazy happening. However, small advantages going down onto the top side as the flash is burned, and Looper will be forced to TP back to lane. But MLXG is here. Do you think we still have an Elise on the top side? I think we might see the repeat gank.
You kind of just need to babysit it a little bit. If the Elise is there, it is a big dive threat. So you just help cover while he collects the wave. Your blue buff spawning now as well, due to like the offset timing that Lee Sin took the blue. So it's not like too bad for Lee Sin to be up there, but he definitely wants to be up there to babysit the dive as well as hand that blue off.
And now with Lee Sin topside, of course, the bottom lane, as we mentioned, still pretty Jhin favored. So I mean, it looks like Mata and Uzi are already playing aggressive, already pushing forward. Is this something that they can really afford to do now?
Yeah, because they saw the Elise topside, but the other team didn't see the Lee Sin until just recently. So RNG can afford to play more aggressive than SKT can, because SKT doesn't know Lee Sin, but RNG knows where Elise is.
Now, of course, they now know that Elise is on the bottom side as well, so maybe looking to back off. Playing, of course, knows he has been spotted out, so a little additional information. Mata considers the roam up, but we've seen what happens when you roam up to contest the Scuttle Crab. It wasn't good in Game 2.
Yeah, there were problems with that play. I'll leave it at that.
We've talked about them almost excessively, I would say, off air, and you guys have seen them, of course. Small mistakes lead to big problems in early game decision making.
So Aurelion Sol is looking to maybe dive on this big wave that Looper's pushing in, but doesn't look like there's anything to get off it. We don't know where Duke is, but seemingly he reset prior and is doing something else.
Oh. And nothing really going to happen there. And, you know, honestly, this game, MLXG's rooting, from my point of view, has been actually pretty lackluster. I don't think that he has synergized nearly as well with Xiaohu on that Aurelion Sol as much as he could have. I feel like there was a lot more openings that could have been created up in top lane.
And additionally, of course, FLICKR did burn the flash there and all the summoners and has not been capitalizing any repeat ganks. Xiaohu does push in, though. See, maybe going for something aggressive here. Are they going to get anything else? No stars is going to get ulted up under tower. That is a massive mistake. Kennen goes in trying to get something else. This looks disastrous. They're going to kick FLICKR out, but that is still just the 2-for-1. MLXG now running for his life. This is bad news for RNG. Blank going to resist the temptation to go in, I suppose.
I just don't like that decision at all. That's the decision to go in and try and...
Oh,
my
what?
God.
That is... Exhaust is not enough, my friend. That is...
He was just trying to soften the blow. That's all that was happening.
I mean, at this point, we have to help. Have to hope it helps soften the emotional blow, because it definitely didn't help with the physical one.
Yeah, I don't like the decision to gank the Aurelion Soul lane. It's so forced. It just gets countered so easily by the Elise, which is what LS was talking about, the fact that Elise does have such strong counter gank potential. And on the same time, the bot lane just losing 2v2 straight up over and over.
Yep. And now that Jin has this lead, it's pretty difficult for Ezreal to get any sort of salvage off, actually, at least until Ezreal gets to 2 items. It's going to be interesting to see what Bang goes for his second item on Jin. But honestly, at this point in the game, I feel like Aurelion hasn't done what he should have been doing, and thus I think he's pretty far behind, actually, compared to Malzahar. I don't like Duke's itemization, though, the Hex Drinker. I think that the Wit's End would have been the optimal build.
Obviously not the most common item in terms of top lane Aurelia, so why don't you explain that one? Why Wit's End over the Hex Drinker here?
Well, the Wit's End gives you the flat magic resistance and then the ability to steal 25 magic resistance, which against a team composition that's not going to build a lot of magic resistance, that's pretty powerful. It also gives you attack speed, which plays into Aurelia's E10 style, so it's basically enhanced true damage as well.
Oh, FLICKR maybe going to get in trouble here, but oh no, there's so much damage. Is he actually going to be able to turn it? He's just continuously CC. The stars won't come out. Stars not aligned for RNG either, it looks like. They are maybe looking to make an aggressive move here on the top side. Oh, that's 2v2 though. Looper still burns the ult. Duke potentially in trouble, but I think Looper's going to drop first.
God,
maybe.
Good kick.
Oh, are they going to be able to turn it? Are they going to be able to get it back? Damn, that's an outplay. RNG show up on top side.
They needed to win that, because if that goes the other way, it is a disaster. Aurelia can start taking over the lane. The fact that they win that 2v2 is so big.
This was so unfortunate. Blank was here, but it was a proactive game. It was like weird. The trade ends up happening, and they don't focus Looper down quick enough, and they both actually had flash. So they were just being a little bit greedy there, and now this is disastrous for SKT.
The fact that that took place just on the outside range of the turret actually avoided a lot of damage, because if SKT maybe are a little more patient, they can wait for that dive to be happening under the turret and force the enemy team to soak a lot more damage. But there was a couple times where like Looper was just out of turret range and then MLXG was just out of turret range. It was so close to swinging that in the other direction.
I'm still stunned. That was the highlight moment that you wait for as the jungle leads in, and I think he gets it there. Of course, that is going to start to put things back into the favor of RNG. They still have the lead. Bot lane, though, still looks very grim, especially with the Yo moves now finished up, but it doesn't look like RNG are quite out of this one yet. However, I do want to take a chance as we see SKT start to close out the vision here on the bottom side. Kai Bray asks, what do you think of comps that are loaded with kits for one function over weaker comps with multiple functions? And we'll hold that thought. SKT are diving the bottom side, and Uzi very much in trouble. Double kill as the creeps are just going to take that one down.
They're not going to be able to take down Blank
here.
Okay, Xiaohu.
All right. Oh.
He is
his body's telling him no.
Oh, Looper.
Oh man, RNG is just going in one at a time and not actually being able to kill anybody, and this is going to be a full ace. Oh, MLXG is able to get out.
MLXG with a fancy feed, but unfortunately not quite having the timing on the Sonic Wave to follow up that potential kill onto Jin, and now has to run for his life here. Don't think there's any room for the potential outplay. Nope, does get shut down, but I want to hit back on that Twitter question. Kai Bray, I'll leave this one to you guys to interpret here. What do you think of comps that are loaded with kits for one function over weaker comps with multiple functions?
I think you got.
No, okay. Well, I was going to say, I personally don't like it. The place you see it the most is like with a poke comp, where they just keep taking more poke things, and it doesn't actually let their comp function in any other way. So like, I don't personally like it when I see Jace, Varus, Nidalee, Caitlyn, Nami. Like that to me is not a good comp, because it's like you can poke, but what else can you do, right? You don't have like real engaged threat. You don't have pick-off potential. You just have a ton of poke. So for me, I like when they're a little bit more well-rounded, and that's my take on it.
Yeah, that's actually something I talked about a little bit during the casts, is that generally the Korean drafts tend to be flexible and, you know, gears that they can turn on and off. One of the things, though, that I will say about one-dimensional team compositions, like the all-in poke or the all-in dive, etc., is that if you are very adept at playing them and your opponents have a weakness against that particular team composition, then it can be enhanced. It can sort of exacerbate any sort of problems that they might have against you. But other than that, I really don't like one-dimensional team comps.
All right, good to have that come in. Glad you guys interpreted it that way. I was like, I think that's what he means.
But yeah, I think so as well. In this game, I think the Aurelion Sol has not done nearly enough to impact the game. He keeps getting into these like random 1v1 fights mid as opposed to trying to go and impact the rest of the map. To go down with so much trading going on bottom, if they ever could have just paired up the jungler mid and got down there early and won those fights, I think they could have been really big for them.
Duke trying to make his way out, though, and it looks like RNG continuing to pay attention to the top side, but SKT are on the way. You can't see much through the fog of war, but glimpses of champion portraits. Suddenly a Nidalee in the lane, a Malzahar as well. If anyone tanks a Cocoon, they are set to fall, and it looks like Looper is the target. No, MLXG trying to double down on that advantage. Xiaohu throws in the stars, throws in the galaxy. Not going to be enough.
Now Wolf is here, and I feel like RNG's is actually completely falling apart, and it's also very, very problematic that 3 of their kills is on MLXG, who, his itemization is also very peculiar. I mentioned earlier how it was very likely that RNG wouldn't get magic resistance, and I feel like he's getting the Hex Drinker because he's the one that has to go in to make the insect play onto one of the members of SK Telecom, and then he just suspects that FLICKR maybe locks him down. But I don't think that's really a reason to get that item. I would rather just see you get a defensive magic resist item.
And this looks pretty grim. We talk about wanting to see more from the Aurelion Sol. Let's talk, like, what is the ideal Aurelion Sol game? I want to touch on that since it appears we're going to have a little bit of time before RNG can make any more proactive moves.
Well, I don't think that he rode FLICKR enough in CS, and then I think he also made the champion look pretty fair. So, I mean, this performance, he was way too conservative during the laning phase, and I don't think that he synergized nearly as well with MLXG as he could have. And part of that isn't maybe his fault, but also the routes that MLXG chose to take on Lee Sin. But when you pick Aurelion Sol, he's sort of like the Neo Evelyn from like Season 3 or something, where he needs to roam and get ahead, and a lot of his strengths come from getting ahead and abusing that mobility and making the enemy team play a 4 versus 5. And when you pick it into Malzahar, it's more like a 4v7 or something, just because of how oppressive he is in the earlier stages and how Malzahar just can do absolutely nothing. And he did create advantages early on, but then nothing happened after that, and it's just so bizarre to see.
Yeah, so like a good example of what he could have done was there's a point that 2v2 that happened topside should have actually been a 3v2, but Aurelion Sol stayed mid and started trying to just 1v1 FLICKR, and then Wolf comes to collapse, and then they disengage and nothing happens mid. I don't know why you opt for that play instead of just shoving that lane and heading top to meet up with the Lee Sin and the Kennen who are about to dive the Aurelia, and you get this really risky 2v2 instead of a well-coordinated team play with a 3v2 dive on the top side. It was plays like that they opted for like Xiaohu was opting for a lot of fights mid instead of getting out of the lane. And I think just what Ellis was saying, what makes him so good is the early roaming plays that he can make. And he made a couple, but you need to keep that pressure up nonstop.
Now, of course, as the pressure has fallen away from the side of RNG, we can see Baron completely unwarded, pings dropping down, and SKT have spotted MLXG out. He's getting kicked away, and MLXG now set to fall. SKT probably going straight to the Baron now. What do you do in this situation as RNG? What are your options?
I mean, just look at their map. I mean, we're watching from their vision. What do they see on the top side of the map? They see absolutely nothing up there. If they're going for Baron, you're just going to be face checking. If they're not doing Baron, you get this, maybe pickoffs. Has to use his QSS to get out.
Not all what he wanted. Of course, FLICKR getting aggressive too. Aurelia's on the bottom side. We can be reasonably sure that Zyra Jin aren't two-manning it. I hope. That's not possible, right, analysts?
Well, actually,
not at this point.
Malzahar at least could two-man the Baron, given that Malzahar has the 30% CDR. I believe he has 30% CDR. I don't know if FLICKR's actually running the CDR runes.
We talked a little bit earlier about FLICKR's creative rune choices, so we'll have to see. But there goes Mata, and Mata looks set to fall. Xiaohu's now on the outside. Bye-bye, my friend. And SKT, not going to be able to catch the Star Dragon, but they may be able to catch Uzi. Aurelia leaping in over the wall, going to hop that, chaining it together. Nice use of that Sheen proc there. Locked up, not going to get stunned out. Kicked out once again. MLXG makes the hero play, and surprise from the backside as FLICKR drops.
I'm getting a little sloppy on the side of SKT here. They turn off the Baron, trying to get some kills after forcing RNG to face check, and then they just split up all over the place and actually give one kill back.
Uh-oh, Xiaohu. Every time I see someone get hit by a Zyra Snare, I'm convinced that they are dead. But Looper now getting a stun on the Wolf. Protobelts to safety. Blank goes in. This is really messy
Chinese
fighting.
League of Legends. They love just running up and down the map fighting nonstop, and they're kind of sucking SKT into that play style, which is, as we saw in Game 2, definitely not how SKT likes to play. So SKT needs to just pull back, get things back under control again.
Nice flash from Xiaohu to escape that cocoon.
Mata just got absolutely annihilated right there. And that was just pretty unfortunate. Now this chase through the jungle, I don't think they need to commit as heavily as they did. I think that actually just containing Xiaohu and denying recall is going to be better because that enables your team to just continue pushing. Mostly because you don't know exactly where Looper was.
I think interesting decision making across the board here. SKT in the end don't get the Baron and the gold lead for them. Only at about 4K at this point in the game, so not insurmountable. But as we mentioned, late game, it gets pretty terrifying to fight the Aurelia Malzahar. I mean, what kind of clock do we think that RNG are on to try to find a lead here?
I mean, honestly, I think that clock probably has already sailed. I mean, they should have been a couple K ahead at like 20 minutes, and the fact that they're a couple K down at 24 is not at all how their comp should be functioning.
I like that you mixed your metaphors there. The clock has already sailed.
Yeah, dude, that's the kind of the game. It's the kind of game it is.
All right. Well.
It's a clock on the boat, all right? What do you this isn't the 1400s, all right? We're not using sextants and sundials and things like that.
All right, fine. Maybe some unnecessary criticism there, but maybe some necessary criticism of RNG. Unfortunate game from them coming in, some small mistakes. We mostly pin it on the Aurelian Soul, but also just feels like risky maneuvers across the board. SKT, do they just keep going back to this Baron until RNG fall into a trap?
Well, the problem is FLICKR's actually. That was peculiar.
What? Yes? No. Okay, FLICKR in trouble. MLXG set to fall, but FLICKR will drop 2. Aggressive pick. Xiaohu gets stunned up. Stars go away, and Xiaohu's now set to go down.
Aurelia's coming up from the flank too. She's going to pop out a Wraith Rush, and there she is. And she's going to get a cleanup kill.
Kick.
Oh, they
There's
don't
the
see Uzi.
Yep, that's probably Baron. It's going to be really hard for them to contest unless Looper can get some kind of godlike ultimate. Oh, he's not even going to bother. Going bottom.
Yeah. He's not even going to bother. So that's going to be Baron for SK Telecom. And I was actually just mentioning that FLICKR was about 2.5 minutes away from Void Staff when you factor in his GPM. But with Baron, he might actually just be able to pick it up. And that's going to be problematic because that's going to be the 3-item Malzahar, which is basically the Doom power spike.
He pushes the buttons, the little critters come out, and people start dying.
Yep.
Malzahar. So fun and interactive in the late game, right, guys? You push the buttons and people die. League of Legends. Yeah, definitely the grim fate for RNG, unfortunately. And you can see, honestly, the sheer amount of CC on this team makes Aurelian Soul feel so weak now that he started to fall behind, because every time those stars disappear, he doesn't actually do anything in the fights.
Yeah, and SKT's comp is kind of hard to defend against. I mean, they don't have like great dive or anything, but they can just open up with a lot of poke in terms of the Jhin and just sending the Elise W out. Zyra's really annoying around turrets, and they also have like the split push threat with the Aurelia, so they have a lot of options to try and snowball with this Baron and start mowing down some of these inner turrets.
All right, well, we're starting to see the members of SKT appear. There's little bits of the map that we can see from the RNG perspective. You see Zyra, Jhin taking up home in the mid lane, Aurelia on the top side. FLICKR was pushing out the bottom, but everything else is a question mark. If you're RNG in the situation, where do you prioritize vision? What is the most important thing to kind of stopping SKT from getting anything else?
I wouldn't put double pink ward in the middle of the lane. That's definitely not the optimal situation to ward. I'm not sure what those are doing there.
I think you're being a little critical, Mark.
Maybe. They're just giving Lee Sin some extra targets to W2.
Ken and Katipi to it.
Oh no, they cleared both of them.
How?
That's gonna, yep, that's the real game changer right there.
Such a good, W target for when they start sieging this turret. You just end up behind them, but now they're gone.
I actually want to point out how SK Telecom just took the Cloud Drake, but they could have recognized that just actually delaying Dragons might have actually been better, which would be a little bit oversafe, but honestly you could make the argument that that would be fine given that this is match point. So by not taking the Cloud Drake, it basically means that even if RNG does find some sort of a victory, they're only rewarded with the Cloud Drake.
Oh, knocked down, knocked out. 1-for-1 trade in the end, however, and a lot of resources burned on the side of RNG, but SKT seemed ready for a collapse.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, SKT's all right with that. Not happy, but they're going to trade one turret and get a 1-for-1 in it, as well as keeping the pressure up in the mid lane. So it's hardly, maybe even all three if they keep doing this. Yeah, it's they don't care at all that they lost Bang there.
Bang cares. It's a rough game, of course. Now stretching towards the 10K gold lead for SKT, and this one feels insurmountable on the side of RNG. MLXG, I think, spending more time running around, looking potentially for the kick to get the hero play here. Does have vision of the wolves, knows someone's going to try to start it. FLICKR.
The thing is even a kick, I mean, it doesn't really do too much. Malzahar does have a lot of excess HP, and RNG does not have the type of damage to delete anyone at this point.
Uzi is running for his life. Looper now sacrificed for the aggressive play there. I mean, do you respect RNG for going in for plays like this, or is there any value in this?
There's absolutely no value. You have to acknowledge when you're professionals how much damage you do deal, and you have to know what sort of fights that you can pick. And at this point, you have to know that no one on SKT is going to be alone. And if you do want to make sure that they're alone, then your wards need to be even more defensive, and you need to be absolutely sure that your pick is in fact a pick, because there can't be any sort of gambles.
I respect going for it, but not at all from the position they're in, I guess. Kind of what Alice is saying, like, they don't actually have burst potential. Like, if you kick someone back, who's like gonna blow the target up before, you know, the rest of the team comes in to protect that guy you went in with? So, you know, if they were running some burst comp and it's like a Syndra mid and Lee Sin goes to that play, like, sure, like, go for those kind of pick plays. But you're a Aurelion Sol who's behind, an Ezreal who's behind, a Kennen who's behind. Like, you don't have like insta-give potential.
Well, gentlemen, as one-sided games usually go, and a shame to see a quarterfinal series end in such a one-sided game, although MLXG may look to change that. Blank.
I think he's just trying to prove he can actually insect at this point.
You're so rude. You're so cruel, Mark Z. These are people with feelings.
Oh, wow.
Feelings
they don't
that
even
may
get
not
blanked.
matter in the face of this curtain call. How many people are going to die for this? Looks
Everyone.
Like one.
It's going to be a clean ace. Mata's running for his life. Not going to happen.
Well, one desperate RNG. Twitter questions, because this game is swiftly on the way out. Let's get Patrick Fritz's, because I like this one. It's pretty general. Sorry to anyone else who missed though. And at PatrickFritz67 asks, at learning the game, should I stick to 2 or 3 champions or always try to pick good matchups? Notice I did not take a question from this game, as it's pretty cut and dry exactly what happened.
When you're trying to get better, it's always better to condense your champion pool and play a few champions. Counter picks don't really exist, because even if you are in a counter pick, you probably don't know why.
Or you can't play it correctly.
Or you can't play it correctly, so that doesn't really matter. Just play a few champions and focus on improving them, and stick to playing 2 to 3 lanes.
There you go. 2 to 3 lanes.
2 to 3 champions.
RNG played all 5. It did not work out for them. 5 roles, that is, not 5 lanes. There's only 3 of those. Of course, this was a grim series, and I don't want to take anything away from SKT because they dominated this and are very much in tournament shape. This is, of course, still a World Series, so I think we got to give the credits due. RNG did put up a decent fight, but now, looking ahead, who can take down SKT?
I mean, we've only seen 2 of the quarterfinals so far, so you're obviously looking at Samsung Galaxy. They looked really clean in their play. They were obviously a step ahead of C9 in terms of mechanical skill, and C9, you know, they got a small lead on SKT at certain points, so maybe you're looking at that as a sign that Samsung's strong relative to SKT, but I think that's maybe looking a little bit too much into it. Obviously, the other Korean team in Rox is one to look at, and then not too convinced on H2K or ANX.
Why not?
Why not?
You know,
why can't you? Why doesn't Europe have a chance? Why doesn't the CIS region have a chance?
Looking at ANX's games, man, that first week was kind of crazy, the amount of Barons that they just snuck, as well as the fact that when they did have leads, they couldn't control Barons. They had like the inverse Baron going on, where they get Barons they shouldn't, but lose ones they should, which to me is not the hallmark of success.
That's fair. I think that's a fair criticism of ANX. We'll have to see if that comes out in their matchup on Sunday. Of course, our matchup tomorrow will be EDG versus Rocks, and the winner of that will move on to face SKT. But this feels like a pretty heavy task to beat SKT because Game 1, they looked out of shapes. But even in this Game 4, when RNG found a lead, it just feels like SKT completely out-executed.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that SKT does better than a lot of teams is their control in terms of how they play. They almost never make a mistake where you're left scratching your head like, man, what were they thinking there? There's times where they get outplayed or someone might make a good play on them, but there's almost never a head-scratching moment, which is really important because at this level of play, you can't afford to make your own mistakes when the other team is good as well.
Interesting to see, too, of course, because that one top lane play was really the only time we saw them truly out-executed. Of course, just some phenomenal play coming in from MLXG to end the series. Some decent play overall from him. But what do we still feel like Blank and Bengi are the notable weak point on this SKT roster? If you have to play it against SKT, is that the point that you attack? How do you play around SKT at this stage?
Well, I feel like Blank wasn't really doing anything early on that game until that counter gank in mid, but that was via RNG just making a very bad play. So they went for something they never should have been going for, and Blank was able to salvage it. But for the most part, he was almost just farming really a lot on Elise. So I think that their champion pool and how they play the jungle definitely is still the weak point. And when SK Telecom does fall behind, there is still that tendency that FLICKR does just go overly aggressive, and then he starts feeding. So
gotta respect the honesty.
They're gonna have to worry though when they do start to go up against more competent teams, because RNG they literally live up to their name. It is RNG.
Yeah. I was hoping I could make a joke about that in a positive way, but unfortunately I cannot. Unfortunately, that name is purely negative at this point in time. As the Game 1, it felt good, but even the execution, even the closeout there coming in from RNG wasn't clean. It was still a very back-and-forth game.
No, it almost felt like it heavily relied on the RNG factor of the Dragons, where they got the double Mountain Drake, and then they stalled out for so long, and then finally they're like, hey, SKT's finally not around, and we burned Baron down really quickly. Let's go get that. So it didn't feel like they ever just destroy you around Baron the way SKT does, where it's like face check us, face check us, face check us.
I mean, we witnessed that in that game. It's just face check, please. You walk in, Mata dies immediately. Yes, you get a kill back on FLICKR, but the rest of the map just starts to fall apart. And I think one of the perks of the Fog of War stream is you get to watch how hard it is to play around Baron as a professional team. Because in solo queue, it's like face check a Baron, okay, on to the next game. But in competitive play, there's so much riding on that, and it feels like, I mean, when you're playing up against a face checking a Baron, what do you think is the decision-making process there? Is it just like, I have to accept that we're going to take this 50-50 shot, that they're either waiting in the brush to kill me, or is it just like, once you're in that situation, there is no right answer and you just have to take a risk?
It's a lot of resource management. So you should have a couple like face-checking abilities, like often Ezreal ult is one that you'll often see, or Jhin has a couple abilities. There's usually a couple champions with abilities that you can kind of shoot in and check with. You have your blue trinkets, and you have your pre-warding before you get into that situation. So it's really about SKT or whoever's controlling the Baron, like kind of choking those resources out of you, and then finally you have to face check. And that's what SKT does so well, is that they just keep forcing those outs, and then eventually you have to face check it. And then they're there either chunking you or the Baron's going away.
Yeah, obviously just an incredibly oppressive way to play. We'll hope to see the same clean execution from our teams in tomorrow's game, but that is going to do it for us here today on the Player Experience stream. Tune in tomorrow when Matt and Kiwi Kid are on hand to break down 5 fresh takes on the matches between Rocks, Tigers, and Edward Gaming. If we go to 5 games, it may just be 3, maybe 4. We'll feature some more single-team vision discussions alongside dives to the jungle, top lane, and bottom lane. Now, for everybody who helped bring you the Player Experience stream, thank you for watching, and we'll send you back to the main stream for an interview with SKT's FLICKR to close out the day.
내리 3경기를 이겼습니다. 어떻게 그렇게 바로 리셋을 해서 좋은 경기력을 끌어올렸는지 말씀해 주세요.
제가 1경기 때 손도 좀 많이 차갑고 약간 제가 플레이가 많이 안 돼서 1경기 때 미드 라인에서 압박을 많이 못 넣어줬는데 2경기 때부터는 좀 잘 돼서 그냥 좀 자연스럽게 잘 된 것 같아요.
So at game 1, actually my hand was still cold, and I don't think I was like warmed up completely, and so I didn't perform too well. But starting from game 2, I got to have my games going on, and I had some good plays. So I think starting from that point, it was okay for us, yeah.
Well, you did win. It was a very interesting matchup to watch because it was the same one at MSI, but now Uzi was on the roster for RNG. How much different was this matchup versus them as it was to the one at MSI?
MSI 4강에 이어서 다시 한번 RNG 팀을 붙게 되었는데, 그 당시 RNG 팀과 다른 점은 이번엔 우지 선수가 로스터에 추가되었는데요. 그 당시 RNG 팀과의 경기랑 이번 경기는 어떻게 달랐었는지 말씀해 주세요.
그때 당시나 지금이나 좀 강력한 팀인 건 맞지만 그때보다 이번 경기가 저는 좀 더 쉬웠다고 보고 이번 경기에서 좀 상대가 롤드컵 경험도 없고 또 뭔가 약간 긴장된 듯한 플레이를 보여서 저희가 좀 더 쉽게 이겼던 것 같습니다.
So I think like compared to MSI and now RNG is still a really strong team, but actually I think today's game was easier compared to our MSI matchup because I think they were maybe a bit nervous or they were on their like own games. So I think overall today was an easier game for us.
And you guys looked fantastic as well, and that means you're advancing to the semifinal now. And there you will go up against or the Rocks Tigers or EDG, and those are both opponents that you have a lot of history with. So who would you rather face, and why is that?
다음 4강전에서는 락스 타이거즈 팀 또는 EDG 팀과 붙게 되었는데 두 팀 다 SKT랑 매우 사연이 많은 팀들인데요. 그 두 팀 중 어느 팀과 붙길 원하시는지 그리고 왜 붙고 싶어하는지 말씀해 주세요.
저는 어떤 팀이 올라오든 다 재밌을 것 같아서 크게 상관은 없는 것 같고 근데 만약에 EDG가 락스를 꺾고 올라오면은 좀 락스를 꺾고 올라오면 얼마나 강력한가라고 좀 생각을 할 것 같아서 좀 무서울 것 같아요.
So I think it's going to be a really interesting matchup, whichever team advances. But if EDG beats Rocks, that would mean that they're a really good team enough to beat Rocks. So that'd be kind of scary for us.
That would be, we'll see. Finally, FLICKR, there were a lot of cheers here for you today. The crowd absolutely loves you. Well, and North America was also where you won your very first World Championship. Is there anything you want to say to them?
일단 여기 지금 현장에서 많은 팬들이 페이커 선수를 응원해주고 있고 특히 미국은 페이커 선수가 첫 롤드컵 우승을 거둔 나라이기도 한데요. 마지막으로 팬들에게 한마디 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
정말로 미국에 올 때마다 좀 호응이 대단한 것 같고 뭐 이번에 저희가 발전된 모습을 보여주면서 북미 팬들한테 좀 좋은 모습 보여주고 싶네요. 아무튼 많이 응원해 주셔서 감사하다고 말씀드리고 싶어요.
So I'm really thrilled with the crowd reaction whenever I come to the States to play, and we'll try our best to improve so we can show a better performance. So please keep cheering for us and support us. Thank you.
And that they do. Thank you very much, SKT and FLICKR in the semifinals. And now Dash is going to wrap up the day for us.
Thank you very much, Sharks. SK Telecom, and we saw right after that game ended, Coach Koma, big smile on his face as he was congratulating his players and probably very proud that they showcased their typical SKT best-of-5 dominance after that game one.
Yeah, and I'm glad that the game 4 happened as well because games 2 and 3, we were kind of able to chalk those up to some RNG mistakes. But this game 4 was just another iteration of an SKT team composition, and they matched RNG's pace of play and just straight up beat them.
And it's a really different team comp from what SKT were running today and mostly throughout the series because it's a really dirty pick comp. They've got so much engage here. Elise, Malzahar, Jin, Zyra, all with long-range engage. Deletion, of course, with the Elise damage and the Malzahar synergy there. And also, the backup is the zoo element of it. That's the way that Crepo put it. Malzahar, Zyra, and Elise around objectives, either Baron or Drake, they tank up so many of the hits that you're so healthy. You can try these objectives so early, and it's so low risk for the team. And if you face check, we already know the deletion damage is there too.
Yeah, definitely was apparent in the team comp. We saw MLG trying to sneakily play around the Malzahar ultimate. He got at least like 2 or 3 kicks off mid Malzahar ulti. So RNG tried. They had some glimmers of really good play, but it all felt very reactive. It felt like SKT was always in control. Even when MLG made a sick play, suddenly 3 of his team members died. Because SKT was always in a good spot.
We do have to look at this RNG squad, though, and Jat, specifically for Game 4, when we were talking about adjustments that might be made here, looking at champions, like saying, hey, let's get rid of, drop the Elise ban or the Syndra ban. The Elise is handed over. They go for the Aurelion Soul. They tried something very different, and although the chips didn't fall in their favor, that's exactly what we're looking for out of a quarterfinal squad here to come in and put up the kind of fight that they did and living up to their namesake in Royal Never Give Up.
Exactly. I mean, I would have preferred they didn't ban the Olaf and then tried to run it to Zyra with that, but they still were able to get first blood down in that lane because they wanted to try that matchup over and over again. I thought MLXG played his heart out. I thought Mata and Uzi started actually making some uncharacteristic mistakes towards the end, and I think they lost to the better team today.
It started out very well with a couple of early kills, and if they kept that rolling pattern up from the Aurelion Sol, there was definitely a way RNG could have won this game, but then later on, obviously, there was that one fight from SKT that was the final nail in the coffin for
Yeah,
the
at the very beginning of this game, we saw Xiaohu kind of off to the races like he was when he played in the group stages. But as you just mentioned, the ace that gave SKT the mid-game lead, brought to you by Acer here. This was a delayed ace, but once again, just kind of showcasing that SKT comfortable to play in these scrappy fights just as much as a setup one.
And this is definitely vintage SKT as the clip revolves. First, they're the first to rotate, which against Aurelion Sol can be tricky. They lead up with the double kill, but just watch the use of summoners and the fact that FLICKR so far hasn't used his ultimate. He holds his ultimate to so late in the fight, and still summoners are up for SKT.
Yeah, Uzi unfortunately died at the back of that fight, and then at this point, RNG is just trying to make the most out of a bad situation and continually kind of go in one after another, and then MLXG thinks he's going to be able to get away, but it's a delayed ace.
It was actually quite hysterically how Uzi died there. So he was so focused on trying to kite away the enraged Voidlings that he didn't see the volatile spiraling come, and that actually ended up just blowing him up into kill range for the Voidlings. And you saw, little Malefic Visions bounce at the end, adding insult to injury, and from that point on, it just snowballed. That was a fight that could have went either way. If that cannon ulti sticks a little bit earlier, a little bit different, same page, that's what we were saying just earlier, very reactive from RNG. That's how their teamfights usually go, because they usually go so fast that it's impossible to communicate. That's how usually they win late game teamfights. Problem is, SKT was in the right spot.
Yeah, and SKT is able to communicate at that speed as well. Like, you even look at that goal graph, and that highlights some of the big differences in these teams. Games 2 and 3 were thinking, RNG handed it to SKT. They gave him a 1,500 gold lead in the early game, and then SKT went on to crush the game. RNG had a 2,000 goal lead in the early game, but SKT is able to stay proactive, make the right turret dives, make the right outplays, and make it not matter, because you have to play the whole 40 minutes if you want to be able to win.
Yep, very much so. And of course, a big part of SKT's victory today is Bang. He's going to be receiving player of the game here with an honorable mention extending to his duo in the bot lane in Wolf.
Yeah, a lot of consistency from Bang in these performances. 2 games on Jhin, the single game on Ezreal. He may not have had as many highlight reel plays as often come up in a best of 5 like this, but his consistency with some of the other members like Duke, for example, stepping in and stepping out was notable.
For me, his prowess is really visible in the way he makes decisions that don't really catch the spotlight. There was a chase where he was an Ezreal going after a summonerless Vladimir, and instead of shifting in just to get the finishing kill credit, he waited a little bit, shifted over Dragon Wall just to do some max range damage, basically making sure he won't die. Very calculated, very the low percentage plays, but always continually pushing out damage in these fights.
And this is kind of Bang, right? He has progressively gotten better and better in the laning phase, but he's always had that amazing teamfight ability to stay in safe situations while still maximizing his damage. Really world-class AD carry.
And let's briefly talk about Wolf, who is behind him there in the bot lane, because coming into the day, we talked about, SKT is allotted a lot of, allowances based on the strength of their solo laners in, say, FLICKR and Duke, and where that might cover for some of the jungle weaknesses. Well, today, while Duke was having somewhat of a rocky performance at times, it's that bot lane that really stepped up as a whole and allowed them to deal with, say, Looper as a top performer for RNG.
And I was definitely most impressed with Wolf when it came to Zyra teamfighting, knowing his role, for example, denying Kennen's positioning and flanks coming in with the Zyra ultimate. His positioning in fights on Zyra, a very squishy mage where if you make a mistake, you die, you get popped, was really commendable. Laning phase, it was more Bang and Wolf. It was the standard things there. Although even them going 2v2 and taking kills off Marta and Uzi is something to point out and commend.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. You have to have a lot of confidence to lane against Mata, because he will test you at every stage of the laning phase. Yes, he will put himself in dangerous positions, but you have to be a confident, strong player like Wolf in order to match that and then punish Mata for his moves.
Well, a scary SKT moving towards the semifinals here, and with half of our quarterfinal matches played, let's go ahead and take a look at the updated bracket. Samsung Galaxy and SKT have qualified for the semifinal round in New York City. Of course, they're on opposite sides of the bracket. Tomorrow, join us at 5 p.m. local time, 3 p.m. Pacific, as Rocks Tigers go head-to-head with Edward Gaming for the chance to play on stage at Madison Square Garden. Gentlemen, this is another big one we've already talked about. We've got 2 Korean teams into the semifinals, a possible third here. But how are we feeling about this Rocks Tigers EDG matchup?
I mean, FLICKR said it in his interview, if EDG win that matchup, they're definitely good enough of a contender to challenge SKT, all under the premise, because a lot of things are looking at that this SKT versus Rocks matchup in semifinals will be a very close one.
And look, Rocks were the favorites before we found out the unfortunate information that has to be that emergency sub. Eagle-eyed viewers would have seen Koro on that match graphic. this is a guy who has not played competitively since spring of this year. So it's a big ask for him to come in at such a big stage and make an impact. Mouse was already looked at the weak link. So I imagine the actual narrative of the game, focusing top lane, doesn't change, but it still is an unknown variable for us to consider.
Yeah, and I also do want to say that even though ROX was the pre-tournament favorite, of the Korean teams, they look the shakiest.
They're
in the
third,
group
I
stage.
have to say.
And while SKT has the track record of improving throughout the duration of an international event, I can't grant ROX that same certainty. So I'm very interested to see which ROX Tiger shows up against EDG.
Well, you went where I was going to ask you to go, so thank you for that. That's going to be doing it for us tonight. So stay tuned for another edition of Worlds Tonight, where Shox, Azael, and Kobe will break down all the highlights from today's quarterfinal. It's going to do it for us here in Chicago. Now for myself, the casters, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
It's going to be an uphill struggle for RNG.
RNG coming into this matchup must be so nervous because this is what they got at MSI and it went so poorly for them. They made the roster adjustment they wanted, but we'll see whether that is enough to get you over this powerhouse.
We're going to bring you this best-of-5 quarterfinal between LCK's SK Telecom and LPL's Royal Never Give Up. Hold that. Duke's in trouble. 100 HP. Lupa solo kills. Gone are the days, my arse.
Blank will be subbing in for Game 2 in place of Bengi.
And I think if they want to win, they should be doing it with Blank.
Shuai, Faker looks for the piercing arrow. First blood to SKT. They get it on MXG.
Wow.
Xiaohu's left alone. He hops over the minions. Sidesteps a deadly flourish. MLXG's looking for the kill. Sonic Wave connects. Resonating strike. Duke might just survive. Mega Guard coming up. The boomerang. The excitement. Now all of a sudden RNG are rooted. This is going to get messy. Duke's got 1, 2, looking for a third. Not going to be enough because Faker's got himself a double. SK Telecom advance to the semi-final at Worlds. jump back to mid lane. Xiaohu's kill, not done yet. Bang's looking for Uzi. The tower, the laser. Bang gets the kill. Duke might just survive. Mega God popping up. The boomerang, the excitement. MLXG on the back end, there goes Duke. Uzi was zoned away. Mata's down. 3 kills for SKT. SK Telecom advance to the semi-final at Worlds.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to another edition of Worlds Tonight. I'm Ifishok.
What's up, Sharks?
Joined here by Isaac Azel coming Bentley, as well as Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler. I was just trying to give everyone a very warm
what up? We're here.
Right, we are going to talk about SKT versus RNG. Up first, that was the quarterfinal we had here in the Chicago Theater, a 3-1 in the end, but it started off with a false note for SKT, which is what we saw at MSI as well.
I know. I mean, this is the game that kind of got people's hopes up, right? RNG started out so well, especially Looper up in the top lane. Some rare mistakes from Duke, and some questions started to form in people's minds about SKT in the first game. It turns out later they'll be answered pretty quickly, though.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this game also came down to the fact that RNG controlled the dragons so well, and they got such good dragon spawns. Double Mountain, they get the Fire Dragon as well, and they claim the Infernal, and that's really what let them kind of close out the game here later on.
Yeah, definitely, and a good start for RNG, but as said, the problem with this team is having to keep it up, even though that there was hope for them now, they had to keep it going. How much here was connected to their composition? How much did you see different? Because SKT, they decided to swap out their junglers for game 2.
I think a lot of it was just mental errors, and here's one right there. This was just a total boneheaded play from MLXG, and honestly from all of RNG. They gave up these early kills. Yeah. They put themselves super behind right off the bat and never gave themselves much of a chance to kind of get back into it.
Yeah, I mean, the champions basically swapped hands from game to game, especially in the bottom lane. They had pretty much the exact same combo, swapping back and forth, but the real difference were those plays where there are some unforced errors from RNG, whereas SKT and even Samsung yesterday, so rare to see mistakes from those teams, and then they can also recover very quickly from them.
Yeah, and honestly, game 1 was a Looper show. The rest of the series was Duke, right? Yep. Duke was crushing. I have to give a lot of credit to Bang here as well. I think this guy, he kind of neutralized Uzi, who was the big carry for RNG, and he played exceptionally well in the team fights.
Exactly. I mean, they don't really play that lane to crush that lane, but once they transition into the team play, not only Bang, but also Wolf was doing a really good job of setting up a lot of the team fights, and they absolutely crushed it.
Yeah, they did. And as for that, RNG, you started seeing them going down the rabbit hole and they never really got it back together. And this is kind of the thing we already saw at MSI. When they get rolling in the wrong direction, they can never stop.
Yeah, I mean, game 4, MLXG had some really good plays, but it just felt like the rest of the team was too far behind. He kicks in FLICKR, he interrupts his ultimates multiple times in a row, but there's no one there to follow up, and it was just kind of the story of the game.
And remember, that game, they started out with a pretty sizable gold lead in the early game as well. I think Ja was mentioning it, 2,000 gold or something like that. And when SKT plays a team and they get a 2,000 gold lead early, you're just like, oh my goodness, this is probably over. They're going to step-by-step end it out. But when RNG gets it against SKT, very, very unsure of what the outcome's going to be.
Yeah, as every opponent versus SKT, you got to build up a huge lead to close it out. And that's how the bracket plays out for now, because of course tomorrow we will see if it will be the Rocks Tigers or Edward Gaming up versus SK Telecom. What do you think of either of those teams going up against the SKT you saw today?
I mean, honestly, both of them in the group stage look kind of shaky. As far as either of these teams matching up against SKT, I favor SKT not only for the semifinals, but for the whole tournament. I think these guys look incredible.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are already looking at, wondering what Faker's third skin is going to be. And they absolutely just look so clean right now. And like I said, they actually do make some mistakes. And Duke is a good example in game 1. Not only the play up top that we just saw in the highlight, but also some teleports. But they recover so quickly in a best of 5. It just seems so difficult to try and take that team down. Even a team like the Tigers, who have beaten them before, seems like even if they get through, it'll be rough.
I'd also say one of the biggest things about SKT, if one guy makes a mistake, the rest cover for them. They don't all kind of pile in and have a calamity. It's very rare to see SKT fully fall apart.
Yeah, let's quickly touch on tomorrow's matchup then. The Rocks Tigers versus EDG. Quick prediction, we'll be able to talk a bit more about it later.
I do think the Tigers are going to take that game. Adding in the top lane substitution, that's very unfortunate for EDG. which, as they said as well, was already kind of the weak spot for EDG. But overall, even though Rocks have had a pretty slow start to the tournament in group stages, I still think they're going to pull it out and take the victory.
Yeah, I like Rocks as well, but I will say, out of the 3 Korean teams, the one that I think has the best chance to be upset is the Rocks Tigers. I think they look the worst in the group stages. They're not that team that was so dominant with Smeb, the best top laner in the world. He's not looked like that at all. I think EDG has a chance, but it's probably going to be Rocks.
Well, we'll see what happens, and we'll take a further look at that matchup as well as our newest semifinalist in just a moment. If you're watching in client, check out youtube.com/LOLesports for the full version of Worlds Tonight. As for us, though, we're going to delve a bit deeper, maybe first into the quarterfinal matchup we saw today. If there is any standout player, I heard you dropping the name Bang, but how did FLICKR perform in the end?
I mean, FLICKR performed really well, I think. I think he always is mechanically on point. I think it's only ever kind of decision-making that sometimes can be a little bit head-scratcher for him, but he played very well.
Yeah, sometimes he does like to play a lane more aggressive than he has the backup to do that. But FLICKR, very admirable performance today. I don't think there's a lot of holes that we can, shoot in his play today.
No, definitely not. And the interesting thing is here, of course, usually when SKT has had a setback, they have subbed in Bengi, but this time around, they have subbed in Blank. And it's not that game 2 with Zach was all his doing or anything like that, but it must be good for them to know that that is working also on the biggest international stage here.
I also think that it's important to have confidence in one of these guys, right? It doesn't matter which one, but you have to have a lot of confidence in them going forward. I think that, having those wins with Blank can make them feel better moving towards the semifinals and eventually maybe the finals.
Yeah, even just having more and more games on stage with the same jungler. These are some of the issues that they talked about working through before, were issues with Blank and, communication with the rest of the team and how well does the team perform when he's in. They look so much better with him in the lineup now than they did have previously. So that's why they look so fearsome and everybody's already pushing them very far up the bracket.
Yeah, I think rightfully so for SKT. So let's talk about that one thing that wasn't as good then in the first 2 games, the Juke versus Looper matchup, and Juke maybe having a little bit of nerves or not finding his groove. But is that something that is bad enough to be exploited or not?
Duke came back pretty hard in the rest of the series. And that's what I talk about, recovering from mistakes for SKT. He absolutely blasted Looper in this matchup, dives him over and over. I mean, maybe that flash could have been saved there. He could have walked out the other side.
Take a moment to appreciate that.
Well, that also involves a little bit of luck there, as there's a variance in the amount of rage that you generate with either of Dar's things. So a little bit of luck, a lot of style, actually.
Gotta be lucky to be good, Kobe.
He definitely looked good doing that.
Yeah, and SKT close it out. So tomorrow we have Rocks going up against EDG. We saw 3 games the first day. We saw 4 games today. So tomorrow, is there a chance we get the full 5 games, or how close is this matchup in actuality?
I really think that this is a possibility, but the tough part is the substitution, right? Like, how comfortable are they with Koro? How good is he right now? They haven't been scrimming with him from all I know. I have been told he is playing a lot of solo queue and stuff, but does it really translate? It's hard to know, right? It could be a bit of a mixed bag.
Definitely could be. I also have questions around Clearlove. I mean, this is a guy we had high expectations of coming into the tournament. He hasn't really performed, but on the other hand, neither has Rock. So this is the matchup for quarterfinals that I actually have. There's a lot of wiggle room here, I still think, because EDG's bottom lane is so strong. And if they are going to win, I feel like it is going to be kind of around the bottom lane.
Would you say that the bottom lane from Rocks is also where we have the least?
A+. Bottom lane for Rocks is also very impressive. That's why everybody's predicting Rocks to take this, right?
Yeah, we will see what happens in how many games. We want to see 5. From 3 to 4 to 5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping for an upset. I'm hoping that EDG can do it just because I think it makes it more exciting, right? It makes it a bit more unpredictable. I don't know if they have enough in the tank to do it, but, if Clearlove, if there's ever a time for him to step up, it's definitely now. And we've seen the ability of Def to take over games in the past, so you always got to give him a chance.
Pawn/Scout versus Kuro in the mid lane. Maybe an opening for them.
Yeah, I mean, I really do like Pawn in that matchup. Scout definitely lends more roaming and team support and stuff like that. But I don't know. I've just been a Pawn fan for so long. I'm hoping that they're going to use Pawn more.
Well, we'll see what happens. How much are you guys already looking forward to the rest of how the bracket will fill out, knowing what we saw from Samsung, knowing what we saw from SKT?
I definitely am looking forward to see more of these semifinal matchups.
Korea!
Yeah, but especially I'm really looking forward to Sunday as well to see, because maybe there's some room there. Maybe if H2K shows up and plays amazingly like they did in the last stage of the group, then that could give you some hope against Samsung, right?
You know what happens when you have hope against Korean teams, right?
It dies, Kobe.
Honestly, it's just the performances from Samsung and SKT have both been so dominating. Like Samsung has only lost one game at the entire tournament so far, and it's really difficult to predict those upsets. But just because they're so heavily favored, now people find themselves rooting against Korea just to see if they can lose, like if there can be a crack in the armor.
Yeah, we will see what happens. In any case, we have Rock Tigers versus EDG up tomorrow, so that is when we will be back with more Worlds tonight as well. So see you then.
Back to mid lane. Xiaohu's kill. Not done yet. Bang's looking for Uzi. The tower, the laser. Bang gets the kill. Duke might just survive. Mega Guard popping up. The boomerang. The excitement. MLHG on the back end. There goes Duke. Uzi was zoned away. Mata's down. 3 kills for SKT. SK Telecom advance to the semi-final at Worlds.